Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Mississippi versus Jeffrey Spence. Thank you guys for joining us. Trial won't start until 10 o'clock, the top of the hour.
Hello and welcome to Trial
So,
TV
oops,
Live.
hold on a second. So we have about a half an hour. So I wanted to go on early because Aaron and I created a soundtrack over the weekend. So I'm excited to play it. So I want to play some music. So let's play some music.
I thought you was an angel. You flew away just like a bird. I thought you was an angel. You flew away just like a bird. Our trip to heaven was a detour through hell on earth. Spread your pretty wings for me, let me deep inside. When you was good and satisfied, away you would fly. Well, honey, you ain't no angel. You flew away just like a bird. Our trip to heaven was a detour through hell on earth. Might be a robin redbreast or a squawking blue jay. Might be the devil's own raven. It don't matter no how in a way. Honey, you ain't no angel. You flew away just like a bird. Our trip to heaven was a detour through hell on earth. Lost your halo, you fled from tree to tree. Got time for everyone else, never had no time for me. You ain't no angel, you flew away just like a bird. My trip to heaven was a detour through hell on earth.
So I got to show you guys this. Rafa and Fed. Here, let me put this on. So trial's going to start in about 20 minutes, but we made a new soundtrack over the weekend, so I wanted to play it. Here's Rafa. Rafa and little Fed. So Aaron and I made a new soundtrack over the weekend, and because the jury may come back with a not guilty verdict today, and we wouldn't have a chance to play this music. So I really wanted to play this music. So we're going to get back to the music, and we've got like 15 minutes or so. So hopefully you guys will enjoy it. So grab a cup of coffee, grab your tea, grab a beer, whatever it is, and enjoy. So I'll come back on in a little bit. All right, just wanted to check in with you guys. So we're playing some music. Aaron and I created a soundtrack for this trial over the weekend, and we were kind of afraid that if the jury comes back with not guilty, this trial is going to be over today, and it could be over by like 1, so you guys wouldn't have a chance to listen to any music. So all that being said, if you are a member, Aaron uploaded this to our playlist, so you can go, you can check it out and listen to this any time that you want. So we wanted to make sure that you guys at least had a chance, members or not members, had a chance to listen to some music that we created because, again, well, we have a feed. Let's get over to the feed. Because, again, you just, you never know. This trial could be over today, So we'll go here. And we'll get some, we'll get some polls going, but let's get back to the music in the meantime. All right. So I hope you guys enjoyed that little musical interlude. And the initial inspiration was like This Is Mississippi. We were going to go with like, some Muddy Waters, country blues. So that was kind of the initial inspiration. And then it sort of evolved into, some harder stuff, some more. We were trying not to do get too rock. We wanted to keep it bluesy. So if you guys are members, it's there. It's available on our playlist. Aaron uploaded it yesterday. So if you guys are members, you can go check it out and listen to it further. So the whole point of me playing that at the beginning just now is that I'm really leaning towards this may come back as a not guilty verdict, and you guys wouldn't be able to hear because usually we play the music at lunchtime with Kitty Cam, and I'm really thinking that. This may be a not guilty verdict, and this trial could be over by like 2 or 3 today. So let's see. Allie B saying, thanks, Aaron. Yes. Lori, love the music. Also love the blues. Great job. Thank you. Glad you guys enjoyed it. Virtuous, happy morning to you. Jennifer, definitely enjoyed it. Thank you. Mary, love all the music. Cool. C. Gilmore approves. Red Snap, great music. Cool. G. Stewie, thank you, Aaron. So good. Yes. Aussie Gardner. Happy Monday, everyone. Okay, Kelly, had it gone to the jury already? No. We have jury instructions and then closing arguments. So, Jennifer, I didn't see any real evidence aside from a crappy character. That's kind of where I'm leaning too. I thought Carolyn's testimony, as bombastic as the cross came, and she got in some like real like wow moments, but she didn't really say anything to prove that Jeffrey shot Kirby. I didn't see any direct evidence, of course, that didn't happen. But she got in, threats to her husband. She got in, if Jeff was ever going to shoot anybody, it would be with the shotgun because, that's hard to trace. She got those 2 things in. She got in, he's a career criminal. And a lot of this was objected to, but she was able to get that in. So, Hellrider, jam on it, bro. Nice tunes. Cool. Thank you. Beach Life, good morning to you. Also like Zydeco. Yeah, I'm waiting to have a trial out of Louisiana so we can really get into some, Delta blues, some professional long hair and some really good stuff. Janet, thank you so much for the morning music. Yeah, no problem. Phyllis says, Kirby is not a sympathetic victim. A jury may not be willing to convict. Yeah, to me, Kirby and Jeffrey are very much alike, right? They both seem like they always want to have their hand in something, hand in the pie. They're always trying to, work a deal. Carolyn would say, well, that's them being, con artist, if you will. Yeah, it was. His character definitely came out through testimony on Friday that he's not a nice guy, meaning Jeffrey. Does that mean he shot Kirby? No, there was no direct evidence, to be quite honest. Which is why I'm leaning really strongly towards a not guilty. All right. Armada says he's a shady dude, but the state didn't prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt at all. It'll be not guilty or hung. That's what I'm thinking. Have we had a trial out of Louisiana? I don't think so. I don't remember covering one. Janet, I don't know. I don't think so. Sparkling Princess, I couldn't feel guilty even. I don't know if he shot him or not. Yeah, let's get another poll going. On Friday, we did Has the State Met Their Burden? 53% of you said yes, and 47% said no. So we could do another poll. Let's hear closing arguments and jury instructions, and we'll do another poll. We'll do another poll after we hear closing arguments aren't evidence, so yeah, screw it. Let's do a new poll right now. Now that you guys have had a chance to sit with it over the weekend, let's do a new poll. Has the state met their burden? All right, so has the state met their burden? Yes, guilty as charged, not even close, let Jeffrey go. All right, let's get that one going for you guys. All right, new poll for you guys. New poll for you. All right, so let's see where we stand. Woohoo, poll time. Yep. Time for a poll. Everybody loves a good poll. I can't answer. I haven't seen enough. Okay, fair enough. Carol, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Hellrider, you missed it all? Wait, what did you miss? Iowa says, Louisiana Parole Board is awesome. May have to watch a few of those so we can enjoy your music. There we go. Allie, can we give a quick timeline of what happened? So he was shot what day? Okay, sure. When did the parents get there? When did they leave? Okay. So November 30th. All right, so brief timeline. Let's see here. So Caitlyn and Kirby have a baby girl. The parents come down from Virginia for 4 months. So April, May, June, July, August. No. When was the child born? Child was born in like July, August, September, October, November. Yeah, so the child was born in like July. So the parents come down from Virginia. They spend 4 months. On November 29th, they leave around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. On November 30th, Caitlyn has an appointment, a meeting in Memphis. So she leaves around 5:30 in the morning on November 30th. Kirby's in bed sleeping. She does her meeting. She's out all day. She's texting with Kirby around 6:30, 7 o'clock. She's at the Walmart. And she texts Kirby around 6:45 or so. And hold on. Let me get this out. I think they're in direct competition with Who's Sketchiest. Yeah, Chris. So she's texting with him, and the last text comes in, I think, around 1:45. And she says his last text was that he was going to Gino's, which is a tire shop. And Caitlyn thought that he was there because he wanted to ask that manager to come go work for him because he was going to open up a tire shop. So she gets home that night, November 30th. Parents had already left. She gets home. Parents had left the day before in the afternoon. She gets home and no Kirby. Lights are off. House is locked up. No Kirby. It's not unusual, as we heard, for him to just disappear or say, I'm gone and not tell people where he is. And he just goes for a day or two. So the next day comes. Next day, he doesn't show up for 2 days. So she's in contact with her mom, with his mom, I should say, Maddie. And his sister. So then she finally discovers him on December 2nd. So she goes up into this deer, up into their backyard. It's kind of got a hill, I guess, and she looks over the property, and there she sees Kirby with a tarp over him and a big toolbox on top of him. So he theoretically is what they're thinking is that he was shot on the 30th. Now, what they're saying, and then Caitlyn says her dad said he drove all the way back from Virginia, which is about an 8, 9, 10-hour drive. So he drove all the way back to give Kirby some pills to help pay for some kind of down payment for a distillery. So that's what Caitlyn says Jeff told her. So this whole trial is hinging on if you believe Caitlyn saying that Jeff drove all the way back, gave Kirby some pills, and then some drug dealers came and they shot him. So that's what Caitlyn is saying. So the timeline is November 29th, parents leave. November 30th, Kirby is shot. December 2nd, he's discovered. Hey, Crunchy Frog. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Deb H. Wait, hold on. Where? Here, Kathy. The entire family is sketchy. They're definitely Kirby and Jeffrey have a lot in common, from what we heard. Now, she took a deal, as we know. She took a deal for accessory after the fact. So her trial or her sentencing is still to come. Mom took a plea for accessory to larceny, so stealing, and she only got 5 years of probation. So Mom did not testify. Caitlyn and Carolyn did. So there's no cell phone data, even though they did an extraction. They did find some of Kirby's belongings in Jeff and Karen's bank accounts, in their at their house in Virginia. Another thing, they found a shotgun which was wrapped up in a jacket, but there's no way to determine if that was the shotgun. That shotgun had some soil on it. Kirby had some soil. Remember, Kirby was dragged from presumably where he was shot to behind the shed. So there's really no hard direct evidence other than Jeff and Karen had some of quite a lot of Kirby's possessions, meaning his coins, some jewelry, some documents, that kind of stuff. They had possession of it. So again, nothing really direct other than Caitlyn's story. That's the only thing that's tying him to this. Crunchy says, so what do you think? No, I don't. Well, let me put it this way. If he's guilty, there's no really strong evidence. So I don't know if I could put a guy, it's a capital case, which means he could get the DP. And that's what capital means in Mississippi. So I personally don't see him. I don't. He may have stolen some stuff, but there's no proof that he shot. There's just no proof that he shot. So I think he may be guilty of stealing some stuff. I think the state overcharged. That's my personal opinion. Armada says, this is what the jury will sound like when they first go back. Right? Woke says, hey, Woke, Jeffrey's blood DNA was in the house. Yeah, it was. But it wasn't necessarily blood. Remember, they said it could have been any other fluid, which is kind of gross to think about. But and that doesn't really prove anything. I mean, he could have had a bloody nose, could have cut himself, shaving. He could have cut himself doing work around the house. I was hoping that shotgun could have been traced back to shooting Kirby. Then for sure, yeah, that's a no-brainer. But I personally do not see. Right, Kelly? Yeah.
Mr. Hill.
Oh, here we go.
Thad, we laid on your desk there an amended D5. We're back on the record on jury instructions. When we left on Friday, I gave the defense an opportunity to comment further on S3, dealing with the timing of the robbery versus the alleged killing versus alleged robbery, whether the intent to rob had to be formed prior to the alleged killing. I was the opinion that as long as it's a continuous transaction, it didn't matter, and advised the defense that's what the court's opinion of the law was, and gave it an opportunity to provide me with any law that rebutted that. I didn't receive any, so I'm working under the assumption that you doesn't have anything to rebut that that theory, that statement of the law. I'll let you make any arguments that you want at this time anyway.
They haven't proven a robbery. They haven't proven a robbery.
I think that's a question for the jury. I just get into the law. The jury gets into the facts anyway. As to, there's testimony of what property that was traditionally in the possession of the defendant, Mr. Carpenter, and what was no longer there anyway. And I think that that's a jury question whether there was a robbery or not anyway.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. I'm going to give S3, which says, the court instructs the jury that the state is not required to prove the defendant had the intent to rob Kirby Carpenter prior to the killing to support a conviction of capital murder with the underlying felony of robbery. It is sufficient for conviction if the state proves that the crimes murder and robbery were connected in a continuous chain of events. Intent to commit the robbery may be inferred by all the circumstances surrounding and connected with the killing of Kirby Carpenter. I'm going to give at S3. We also left here Friday with the question of whether the defense was entitled to an alibi instruction. I think at that time there was a D1, D2, and D5 that all dealt with alibi instruction. The court's opinion that is the defense theory of the case, and the defense is always entitled to an instruction on its theory of the case if there's any evidence, even more, regardless how scant, that supports the instruction. So I'm going to give an alibi instruction. We're down to which one of these instructions that I'm going to give. We had some emails yesterday, and the state was objecting to the first paragraph of D5, and I've taken the liberty of, and I agreed with that, and took the liberty of deleting the first paragraph of D5, so we're down to D1, D2, and an amended D5. The defense has indicated they want alibi instruction, and they are entitled to a alibi instruction. We're just arguing over which one it's going to be now. Mr. Hill, I'll give you an opportunity to express which of the three you think is the appropriate instruction. I'll give the defense state an opportunity to express which they feel is an appropriate instruction, and then I'll make a decision. If y'all would, tell the jury we're out here working. We're not just drinking coffee and eating donuts, even though I have been eating donuts. Good morning, young lady.
Good morning.
I'm going to maintain my position for the record that D5, as we submitted it last week, is appropriate. It's an accurate statement of the law, and that's the one that we prefer.
Let me, Lynn, did you have that original D5 that?
I have it right here.
She got me a copy coming here.
Sorry.
I think the first paragraph of D5 has been more than adequately covered in at least two prior instructions. So I don't think that the first paragraph is necessary, and I'm going to refuse D5, the original.
Is this the one that you're giving instead?
Do what?
Is this the one you're giving
That's the one I'm proposing without the first paragraph. And so you have your position on D1, D2, or that amended D5 that you've got there without the first paragraph.
Well, I prefer my original that I submitted last week, but
I understand that.
I will accept the one that I have in my right hand.
Okay. You're going to get one.
Yes, sir.
Either D1 on alibi, D2 on alibi, or D5 on
I
alibi.
prefer your amended version.
On D5?
Yes, sir.
All right, state had any objection to giving D5 in lieu of D1 and D2?
No, sir.
All right, I'm gonna give D5 then as amended. I thought that was the most succinct statement of the law. All right. So, I'm gonna go over the instructions that the court is proposing to give, and if you've got any objection, and I'm gonna give them in the order that I'm fitting to call them out anyway. Court's going to give court's instruction 1, court's instruction 2, court's instruction 3, court's instruction 4, court's instruction 5, court's instruction 7, defendant D4, D5, S3, S2, and I'm going to conclude, last instruction will be S1, the elements and the form of the verdict. Other than any objections already raised, is there any objections to the court's instructions that I'm going to give?
Nothing to say.
Nothing more than what I've already.
All right. Is everybody ready to bring the jury in?
Yes, sir.
And I believe you said we're going to have an hour for, each side have an hour for closing statements. Do you want me to give you a warning on 30 minutes, or you just want to talk till you're tired?
I'd rather just keep going.
Do what?
I don't think I'm going to take 30, but
I'll give you a 2-minute warning on 30. How about that? Mr. Hill, would you like a warning on your hour?
Maybe 5 minutes, but I'm not going to take it.
Okay. Give me just 1 minute to gather some stuff. I'll be right back. Y'all be getting your jury ready to come on in, okay?
All right, so he's going to read instructions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, D4, D5, S2, S3, S2, and then S1, which are the elements and verdict form. So it's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So he's going to read 11 instructions, which should, maybe half an hour? If each one takes 2 minutes, 3 minutes to read, 20 to 30 minutes of instructions, maybe longer, who knows? And then each side gets an hour. And remember, the state, I believe the state needs to break that hour up in between, their initial and then their rebuttal. I don't think they're going to take an hour. I think their openings were pretty short. If I remember correctly, their openings were, like the state's opening was like maybe 10 minutes and the defense was like 5 or 10. Yeah, I mean, I don't have many notes. So
When the jury gets out, I'll spend about 10 minutes reading the jury instructions. The state will then have... I'm sorry. Go ahead. You need me to...
I interrupted her. You can keep going.
Okay. Be prepared to sit for about 40 minutes. We'll have a little, if you need a little break then, you want to leave at that time, you can. Then be prepared to sit for about another 45 minutes to an hour. I don't want anybody coming and going when the attorneys are making their closing arguments. So, and then you'll have about another. So don't get up and leave during the closing arguments. And Mr. Bailiff, once they start their closing arguments, don't let everybody come in until they have a break, okay? I don't want to be any eruptions, all right?
Your Honor, I'm missing an exhibit.
I didn't get it.
Okay.
I promise.
36.
36. 36 is It's been omitted. Safety box, east, easement and log, Saltville branch. You find it?
It's at the very bottom.
I knew it was going to be there.
All right, hold on.
Miss Kathy's in charge.
Miss Kathy, what?
You was in charge. I know you had your stuff together. Let's. I want to talk. Y'all come up here and approach Thad or Ben or somebody.
All right, so he says it's only going to be 10 minutes for him to read those. How many did I say? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11? 11 instructions. It's only going to take him 10 minutes. It's pretty quick. I thought it would take him like at least a minute to read each one, but all right. So 10 minutes for instructions. Each side gets an hour, which I highly doubt they're going to actually use the full hour. All right, so there's Carolyn and presumably her husband. Are they sitting next to each other? Yeah. So that's Gio. That's Giovanni. That's Carolyn. She testified on Friday. She said she had to up her life insurance just to come and testify. Now I wonder if that's news. That's news or media, if you will, in the front row there, or maybe not. So this would be the state side. So this would be Kirby's supporters.
I'm not rushing anybody, but are you ready? Which is sort of like rushing you.
We're ready.
I need to lay my hands on a couple of exhibits.
Let me do this. Let me give you an opportunity between the state's closing and your closing, okay? Jerry's been waiting long enough.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And I'll have these instructions available if you want to use them when you close it, okay? All right, show the jury in if they're ready.
Yeah, Armada, she definitely had a lot of pent-up rage, for sure. Yeah, she was ready to just throw up on everybody. Well, she's been dealing with it. She was dealing with it for 25, 30 years. So she had a lot to say, that is for sure. Pammy, so good to see you. I hope you, well, it sounds like you had a great time. You did a lot. It was a jam-packed. Sparkling, yep, said that earlier. Chat was going to be divided. Yeah, same with Friday. It was like 50-50 for a while. Then we ended up, I think, 53 and 47 eventually. So, what was his felony in Pennsylvania for? I think for stealing the deer, that white-tailed deer, I think.
I believe you got to stand, Mickey, so everybody can see you. If you would, okay. All right. Look like everybody survived the weekend. Good morning, all. Had some good football games. Some turned out the way I wanted, some turned out the way I didn't want anyway. I trust no one had any problems with the court's instructions not to investigate the case, not to discuss the case, not to form or express any opinions about the case. If you've had any problems in that regard, let me know. If not, if you don't let me know, I'm assuming you haven't. All right, at this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to read you the instructions of law, what the root law is. As I told you, if we started this thing, I get to decide what the law is. Y'all decide what the facts are. After I read the law to you, the state will make its opening, closing arguments, and then the defense will make its closing argument. And because the state bears the burden of proof, they'll get the last bite at the apple and have the last closing argument. So pay attention as I read these rules to you. Members of the jury, you have heard the testimony, received the evidence introduced in the course of this trial. The court will presently instruct you as to the rules of law which you will use and apply to this evidence in reaching your verdict. When you took your place in the jury box, you made an oath that you would follow and apply these rules of law to the evidence in reaching your verdict in this case. It is therefore your duty as jurors to follow the law which I shall now state to you. On the other hand, it is your exclusive province to determine the facts in this case and to consider and weigh the evidence for that purpose. The authority thus vested in you is not an arbitrary power, but must be exercised with sincere judgment, sound discretion, in accordance with the rules of law stated to you by the court. Both the state of Mississippi and the defendant have the right to expect that you will conscientiously consider and weigh the evidence and apply the law of the case, and that you will reach a just verdict, regardless of what the consequences of such verdict may be. It is your duty to determine the facts and determine them from the evidence produced in open court. You should not be influenced by bias, sympathy, or prejudice. Your verdict should be based on the evidence and not upon speculation, guesswork, or conjecture. You are the sole judges of the facts in this case. Your exclusive province is to determine what weight and what credibility will be assigned to testimony and supporting evidence of each witness. You are required and expected to use your good common sense and sound honest judgment in considering and weighing the testimony of each witness who has testified. Although you are the sole judges of facts, you are duty bound to apply the law as stated in these instructions to these facts that you find them from the evidence before you. You are not to single out one instruction alone as stating the law, but you must consider these instructions as a whole. Neither are you to be concerned with the wisdom of any rule of law. Regardless of an opinion you may have as what the law ought to be, it would be a violation of your sworn duty to base your verdict upon any other view of the law than that given. Arguments, statements, and remarks of counsel are intended to help you understand the evidence and apply the law, but are not evidence. Any arguments, statements, and remarks having no basis of evidence should be disregarded by you. The evidence which you are to consider consists of the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits offered and received. Production of these evidence in court is governed by rules of law. From time to time during the trial, it has been my duty as judge to rule on the admissibility of evidence. You must not concern yourself with the reason for the court's rulings, since they are controlled and governed by rules of law. You should not infer from any ruling by the court on these motions or objections to the evidence that the court has an opinion on the merits favoring one side or another. You should not speculate as to possible answers to questions which the court did not require to be answered. Further, you should not draw any inferences from the contents of those questions. You are to disregard all evidence that is excluded by the court from consideration during the course of the trial. You are not bound by any rules of parliamentary procedure in your organization or in your deliberation. But the court suggests that you choose a person to speak for you. You may vote on your individual beliefs either by show of hands, secret ballots, or any other method you choose. If in stating the law to you I repeat any rule, direction, or idea, or if I state the same rule in a different way, no emphasis is intended, and you must not draw any emphasis therefrom. The form of your verdict is suggested in another written instruction or instruction. Your verdict may be in one of the suggested forms. It should be written in the handwriting or printing of one of the individual jurors on a separate sheet of paper furnished to you for that purpose. None of the individual jurors has to sign your verdict. The order in which these instructions are given to you and the manner in which these instructions and exhibits are numbered has absolutely no significance. You will have with you in the jury room all the papers and evidence applicable to this case. Although during the trial other papers, documents, exhibits, or charts may have been mentioned to you, once you have entered the jury room for deliberations, no other documents, papers, exhibits, or charts may be given to you. Transcripts of the trial testimony or parts of the trial testimony are not available. When you enter the jury room for deliberation, the court suggests to you that you discuss the facts of the case, and review these written instructions before you begin voting or attempting to decide the case. The burden of proving the defendant guilty of every material element of the crime with the defendant is charged is upon the state of Mississippi. The law makes no distinction between direct and circumstantial evidence, but requires that before you can return a verdict of guilty, the state of Mississippi must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty from all the evidence in the case. The law presumes every person charged with the commission of a crime to be innocent. This presumption places upon the state of Mississippi the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The presumption of innocence attends the defendant throughout the trial and prevails at its close unless overcome by evidence which satisfies the jury of his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence or to offer any evidence at all. The verdict of the jury must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it would be necessary that each juror agree thereto. In other words, all 12 of you must agree on a verdict in this case. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate in view of reaching an agreement if you can do so without violence to your individual judgments. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your views and change your opinion, if convinced that your previous opinion was erroneous. But do not surrender your honest convictions as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning their verdict. Upon retiring to the jury room, you will select one from among your number to act as a foreperson. The foreperson will preside over your deliberations and will be your spokesperson before the court. If it becomes necessary during your deliberation to communicate with the court, you may send a note by the bailiff. During deliberation, no member of the jury should ever attempt to communicate with the court by any means other than a writing, and the court will never communicate with any member of the jury on any subject touching the merits of the case, otherwise in writing or orally here in open court. Bear in mind also that you are never to reveal to any person, not even me, how the jury stands numerically or otherwise until you have reached a verdict, unless asked by me in open court. Notes are only a memory aid, and the jury's notes may be used only as an aid to refresh that particular juror's memory and assist that jury in recalling the actual testimony. Each of you must rely on your own independent recollections of the proceeding. Whether you take notes or not, each of you must form and express your own opinion as to the facts of the case, and the individual jurors may be used by that juror only and may not be shown to or shared with other jurors. Jeffrey Dean Spence has entered a plea of not guilty. This means that you must presume or believe Jeffrey Dean Spence is innocent. This presumption of innocence stays with Jeffrey Dean Spence throughout each stage of trial unless the presumption has been overcome by evidence that satisfies the jury of Jeffrey Dean Spence's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Jeffrey Dean Spence is not required to prove his innocence. Jeffrey Dean Spence is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Because Jeffrey Dean Spence is claiming an alibi for his defense, that is, he was elsewhere on the date and time of Kirby Carpenter's death, the state has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that Jeffrey Dean Spence was not elsewhere at the time of Kirby Carpenter's death. The court instructs the jury that the state is not required to prove the defendant had the intent to rob Kirby Carpenter prior to the killing to support a conviction for capital murder with the underlying felony of robbery. It is sufficient for a conviction if the state proves that the crimes murder and robbery were connected in a continuous chain of events. Intent to commit the robbery may be inferred by all the circumstances surrounding and connected with the killing of Kirby Carpenter. Robbery, as referenced in these instructions, means that the state proved the defendant unlawfully, willfully, and feloniously did take from Kirby Carpenter or from his personal property with the intent to permanently deprive Kirby Carpenter of the property, and this was done against Kirby Carpenter's will by violence to his person or putting him in fear of immediate injury to his person by the exhibition of a deadly weapon. The defendant Jeffrey Dean Spence has been charged with a felony crime of capital murder. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt from the evidence in this case that Jeffrey Dean Spence, on or about the 30th day of November 2022, in Tippah County, Mississippi, y'all approach.
That's kind of odd for the judge to ask them to approach while he's reading the instructions. Something must be off. Something must be off in the instructions.
Been over the weekend, I forget. All right, I'm going to start this instruction over. The defendant Jeffrey Dean Spence has been charged with felony crime of capital murder if you find beyond a reasonable doubt from the evidence in this case that Jeffrey Dean Spence, on the 30th day of November 2022, in Tippah County, Mississippi, unlawfully, willfully, and feloniously killed and murdered Kirby Carpenter, a human being, with or without deliberate design to effect the death of Kirby Carpenter, while engaged in the commission of robbery, without authority of law and not in necessary self-defense, then you shall find the defendant guilty of capital murder, in which you should write your verdict on a separate piece of paper provided by the court for that purpose in the following form. We, the jury, find the defendant Jeffrey Dean Spence guilty of capital murder. If the state has failed to prove any one or more of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, then you shall find the defendant not guilty of capital murder under the indictment, in which case you should write your verdict on a separate sheet of paper provided by the court for that purpose in the following form. We, the jury, find the defendant Jeffrey Dean Spence not guilty of capital murder. All right? Those are the instructions of law that are to govern the case. These will go back with you, and these written instructions will go back with you into the jury room. Y'all can consult those when you begin your deliberation. Is the state ready to make its opening and closing arguments?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right?
Thank you.
Y'all guard the door now. Don't let anybody come and go during this portion of it.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, that's fine.
There's a seat right over there.
May I proceed? Sure. Thank you. Good morning. The judge just instructed you on the law. As I said in my opening statement, you're the trier of fact. You judge the credibility of all the witnesses that you heard last week. Now, when you go back and retire and go back in the jury room and deliberate, you'll apply the evidence to the law and make your decision. And as the judge has said, you can take the instructions, should take the instructions back into the jury room with you. Now, Mr. Spence is charged with capital murder. We have to prove all the elements of capital murder beyond a reasonable doubt. The first element is that on or about November 30th of 2022 in Tippah County, Mississippi, while Jeff Spence was engaged in the commission of robbery, Jeff Spence unlawfully, with or without deliberate design, killed Kirby Carpenter, a human being. Those are the elements. November 30th of 2022. Kirby's last words to Caitlyn were at 6:37 p.m. on November 30th of 2022. He was traveling past Gino's, which is a tire store in Boonville. Kirby is never heard from again. You can review the text messages. They're entered as an exhibit, and you will see that there are no outgoing texts or calls from Kirby's phone. Scott Watson, who was the deputy coroner that day, and Dr. Erin Robinson, who didn't testify, but her report and the death certificate were admitted into evidence, declared that the date of death was November 30th of 2022. We can see this from the death certificate, which is right here, admitted into evidence. And highlighted there is 11/30/22 2022, in the right-hand corner is the date of death. Tippah County, Mississippi. His body, no question, was found at 6071 County Road 600 in Tippah County. That's Kirby Carpenter's home. Now, let's talk about robbery. Robbery is just what you would think it would be. It's taking someone else's property by violence using a gun, in this case. A person is in the commission of robbery even if the robbery occurs after the killing. And the judge read you an instruction that tells you that as long as the state has proved that this is a continuing chain of events, the murder and the robbery, we don't have to prove which one occurred first. So even if Jeff robbed Kirby after killing him, he is still in the commission of a robbery. Now, let's talk about the property. You heard testimony early on in the trial from Bart Adams. Bart Adams is an attorney in Ripley, Mississippi. He knew Kirby for about 12 to 15 years, knew him, did some legal work for him, and he knew him as an acquaintance. He did business with him. He traded gold, silver, and collectible coins with Kirby. He also testified that in his dealings with him, Kirby always carried a satchel. I think Bart called it a man purse. And in that, I'm going to call it a satchel. In that satchel was cash and business documents. Now, he also always carried a pistol with him. The gun and the satchel were never recovered. They weren't on Kirby's person, they weren't in Kirby's house, and they weren't in Kirby's truck that was locked in the driveway with the groceries he had purchased at the Kroger in Corinth on 11/30/2022. 22 Magnum shells were found on Kirby's person at the crime scene when the body was discovered on December 2nd of 22, but no gun. So where'd the gun go? Something he always carried. Now, let's talk about the personal property, including the business documents. Where were they found? You got to look to the Chilhowie, Virginia branch of the Bank of America. These pictures have been entered into evidence, and the actual evidence you can take back into the jury room and examine. Now you'll see some, what Mr. Hill calls the commercially packaged items that you can buy on Royal Street in New Orleans, but you also see a lot of loose coins. These are all items that were part of Kirby's business. North Mississippi Gold, Silver, and Coin Exchange. Also contained in the Chilhowie branch were miscellaneous papers. I'll have more to say about that in a little bit. Jeff killed Kirby with or without deliberate design. Deliberate design. Now, what is deliberate design? Deliberate design means we don't have to prove that Jeff Spence intended on killing him. He killed him, but we don't have to prove intent. Jeff Spence shot Kirby in the right shoulder and the chest with a shotgun. Kirby's death was caused by a shotgun blast. Where do we get that information? From the death certificate. And the pictures that you saw that were presented in trial that showed the wounds to Kirby Carpenter's neck and chest area, right shoulder. The doctor, the medical examiner, ruled this a homicide, and the cause of death, which is in the right paragraph, gunshot wound, gunshot to right shoulder and chest area. Now, there's a lot of evidence in this case. We're going to take it one at a time because once you put all the pieces together, everything points to Jeff Spence. The timeline. In my opening argument, I suggested to you that the timeline is critical in this case. Kirby's timeline, Caitlyn's timeline, and Jeff Spence's timeline. Again, Kirby's last words to Caitlyn, to anyone, was at 6:37 p.m. in the form of a text message when he's passing Geno's. Again, here's the text message. You can see it, 6:37 p.m. on November 30th of 2022. Where are you? Geno's. Now, if you recall, Caitlyn's testimony was that on the night of, actually on the 29th, Jeff Spence suggested to her that she go out with Bailey Reeves, her friend, on the night of 11/30/2022. That didn't work out because Bailey had her baby, her husband was home, whatever. They did not get together. But Jeff suggested they get together. You gotta ask yourself why. Because he did what he had to do. We know where Caitlyn was. We know Caitlyn was at Walmart in Boonville. And we know she went to the parking lot. And how do we know that? Because we've got video evidence that's been entered into the evidence showing her at the Walmart parking lot, and she stays there until 7:52 p.m. Her testimony was that after she left, after breastfeeding, she went to pick up Chinese food and then headed home. 15 to 20 minutes to Kirby's house, where she lived. So that puts her, even if she's speedy picking up her Chinese food, that puts her home about 8:15 p.m. Kirby was murdered approximately 7 p.m. Now, Jeff and Karen left Mississippi after being in Mississippi for an extended period of time to, quote, help with the baby on 11/29/22, one day before the murder. 19 hours. I want you to remember that number. You heard the officers from Virginia testify that it was about an 8-hour drive. Caitlyn said it was 10. Say it was 10. You've got an hour time difference. So when you're traveling to Virginia, you pick up an hour. When you're coming back to Mississippi, you lose an hour. 19 hours. So if the Spences left Mississippi 1 to 2 p.m., giving them a 10-hour drive, adding an hour for the time change, that puts them home in Saltville, Virginia about midnight on 11/29/22. Kirby's killed at 7 o'clock p.m. on the 30th. That's a 19-hour gap. Plenty of time to get something to eat, to take a shower, to fill up with gas, get a good night's sleep, and drive all the way back to Mississippi. And again, Kirby was found at 12:30 on December 2nd of 2022. When did the Spences say they come back? They came back on the 3rd, and they stayed for the funeral on the 17th, and then they left on the 20th. 19 hours. The bank box. The first bank box that was opened by Jeff Spence was opened on December 2nd of 2022. Guess what? The same day Kirby's body was found. There's the safe deposit box lease opened by Jeff Spence, co-owner Karen Spence. But what's significant is the box entry log. When does he enter that box? On the same day he opened it. At what time? 11:40. That's Eastern Standard Time, which is 10:40 Mississippi time. That's almost 2 hours before Kirby's body was discovered. If they didn't know he was dead, why they're opening up the bank box? And Mr. Hill made a big deal that, hey, you open up a bank box, nothing unusual about going into that bank box. But if you look at the Saltville branch documents, that box was opened up on December 12th of 2022, and the contents are in evidence. He doesn't enter that box until June of 2023. Why does he go into that box? On the day that he opened it, 2 hours before Kirby's body is discovered. Well, on December 4th of 2023, pursuant search warrants obtained by Virginia law enforcement, what do they find in the Chilhowie branch box? Number 11. This. And more importantly, more incriminating, not commercially valuable, is a check to David Barnes. Kirby M. Carpenter, 6071 County Road, 600 Boonville, Mississippi, $90. How'd that get there? Miscellaneous paperwork that Chris McAllister testified to. First is a simple envelope that you get from a bank when you withdraw money. Where's that from? People's Bank, Ripley, Mississippi. Bands that are used to band money together. People's Bank, People's Bank. You gotta ask yourself, where's the money? It's in his pocket. And the receipts. Here's a receipt from Panther's Den in Dumas, Mississippi. Kirby's MasterCard. And here are some receipts that Chris McAllister testified that he verified that they were from Kirby Carpenter's account. Now, what do these documents do in that box? Because Jeff Spence grabbed Kirby's satchel and left. Testimony is that his satchel contains business papers, documents, and cash. All that's found in the Chilhowie box. The confession. Caitlyn Spence testified that in December of 2022, he had gone back to Mississippi on the 30th and delivered a package that he implied were narcotics, pills. Placed him in the shed, I believe, underneath a bucket. So here he's confessing to going back to Mississippi on the 30th. And then we have the waterfall conversation that Caitlyn testified happened between April and June of 2023. After she's reading all these social media posts, she's gone through counseling, and she just comes out flat out and asks Jeff Spence, did you kill Kirby? What did he say? No, I didn't kill him. What are you talking about? The less you know, the better. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Down south, we would say that as don't thump a free melon. If you say anything, you'll lose, and no, you kill me. I did what I had to do. And Caitlyn Spence testified that this was a confession. Now, Mr. Hill has made a lot of the purported enemies that Kirby had throughout his life. Drug dealers in Memphis, business transactions gone wrong. Out of all the people, Caitlyn could have said, "Hey, look, he was dealing drugs with Joe Blow in Memphis. He killed him." Who did she point her finger at? The guy that confessed to her father, his own daughter. The shotgun. Carolyn Aguayo, Caitlyn's sister, Jeff Spence's other daughter, younger daughter. First grade teacher, wife, mother. Has no reason, nothing to gain from her testimony. She doesn't want to be anywhere around Jeff. She doesn't want him to know where they live. She doesn't want him to know how many children she had. And he made the statement to her while watching TV that if he had to kill someone, he'd use a shotgun. Jeff knew it was easier to get away with using a shotgun because if you only fire one shot, the casing's not going to eject. Chris McAllister testified that it was a single shot from a shotgun. Now, significantly, again pursuant to a search warrant in December of 2023, Smith County law enforcement found a hidden, muddy, fully loaded shotgun under Jeff's bed. Pictures are in evidence. The shotgun was wrapped in a man's jacket. Muddy at the end of the barrel. Also important is the ammunition that was contained in the shotgun. He wrapped it 6 times, 6 shells ejected. I submit to you, the testimony was that the red shells are double aught buckshot. Chris McAllister gave me his opinion as a coroner that Kirby was shot with buckshot. Jeff's phone. Caitlyn testified that she tried to call Jeff on November 30th of 2022. And she couldn't get it. And she asked him about this. And he said, oh, my battery was broken. All day? What was recovered in A1 storage was labeled a Faraday bag. You heard testimony what a Faraday bag is used for. Put your phone in there, nothing's coming in, nothing's going out. Easy way to hide your phone. Carolyn's testimony. What did she say about phones? She said that when Jeff had to cross state lines, he would give his phone to his wife so he couldn't be detected. You see a pattern here? Jeff's MO, modus operandi, how he gets things done. The shotgun. Kill with a shotgun, hidden underneath his bed. Why do you hide the shotgun underneath your bed? Wrapped in a jacket. Because you're trying to hide the murder weapon. Again, what the comment he made to Carolyn, if I was going to kill somebody, I'd kill him with a shotgun. The phone. Carolyn testified, yes, the phone was carried so they couldn't detect him going across state lines. His phone has gone dark the day of 11/30/22. The security cameras. Now you heard Carolyn testify that things had gone south with her parents. They had basically evicted him off their property. He came back to get his stuff out of the garage, and they watched him on the camera walk behind the shed, and then the cameras go blank. They go back to check it out, camera's been cut, recorded. Why did he do that? Chris McAllister testified that Kirby Carpenter's security system, the cameras, had been disabled. Now, Mr. Hill said, oh, he didn't have access to the house. Yes, he did. Caitlyn testified that she had told her parents where the spare key was located. So he didn't have to break into the house. There was no sign of forced entry because he didn't have to. He knew where the key was. He lived there for several months. The aggression. I wrote this down, but during Carolyn's testimony, when they met at McDonald's to see if they could straighten things out, these are Carolyn's exact words. I saw an anger and a violence in his eyes that I had never seen before. I saw an anger and a violence in his eyes that I had never seen before. That's Carolyn's testimony. Someone has nothing to gain about being here. Caitlyn testified at the waterfall, her father had never talked to her like that. He was angry. JDC, Jeff doesn't care. A text from November 5th of 2021, about a year before Kirby's murder. Jeff says, you hire the talent. The older I get, the less life in prison is a deterrent. Jeff doesn't care. The older I get, the less life in prison is a deterrent. That's a text in response to Caitlyn's question, tired of a job, hey, what other work can I do? And he says, Assassin's Inc. That full text chain is entered into evidence. Kirby's house. Again, Jeff knew about the spare key, knew where it was. Jeff disabled the cameras. Because if he doesn't disable the cameras, all this is for naught. Jeff shot Kirby, dragged and tried to hide his body. Picture of Kirby's house in County Road 600 in Tippah County. Picture of the carport area. Looks like there'd been some kind of scuffle. And I say that because behind that white garbage can were found Kirby's house keys. Mud on Kirby's pants from being drugged. And that's where he ended up. Underneath the curtain, secured by a toolbox from a pickup truck. Now, Jeff's alibi. The court has instructed you that's the state's burden, and we accept that burden, to prove that Jeff Spence was in Mississippi. And I just went through the litany of evidence that shows that he was in Mississippi. But so we've got that burden, but let's look at the alibi. The alibi is based on one text, supposedly from Karen Spence to Caitlyn. One text. About to cook hamburgers. Dad worked really hard today. The hounds are on the porch. That message. That brings the obvious question. Where was Carolyn? This is an unverified, unsworn, self-serving text message. Anybody can grab a phone, go into another room saying, hey, I'm having fun in Alaska. Why didn't Karen Spence come into this courtroom, be sworn in by the court reporter, sit down and testify under oath? I sent that text message. I was in Virginia when it was sent, and my husband, Jeff Spence, was with me. Where was she? I don't know where she was, but she wasn't here. Now, if you're accused of capital murder, and you're claiming you were somewhere else, And you see the number of just miscellaneous documents that are in all these bank boxes. It's almost like you hoarded receipts and things. Where are the receipts? Where is the receipt from the gas station where he filled up with gas in Saltville, Virginia on November 30th of 2022? Where's the receipt saying you bought a Coke and some naps?
Pardon me.
So he brought up where was Karen? Where was Karen Spence? Why didn't she come in and testify? That's a good question. Why didn't she come in and testify? She can't testify against her husband, right? Isn't there's that law? Spouses can't testify against each other. But he got it out there. Why didn't Karen come in and testify? Saying, I sent that text. I was in Virginia. I was with my husband. But she could have been lying. She could have been lying, you know. Hey, Sherry, flying back from Oklahoma. Very nice.
Why aren't there any receipts? Because he wasn't in Saltville. Why isn't there someone to come in here and testify and say, yeah, Jeff and I were together on 11/30/22 in Saltville. We sat on the porch, had a Coke. Because he wasn't in Saltville. This alibi, this unsworn, unverified, self-serving text message is not an alibi. What they're claiming to be an alibi.
You've used 28 minutes.
Thank you, but it's unsubstantiated. Why wasn't Karen here? Maybe she was tired of staying strong for the family. To continue covering up for Jeff. I don't know. All we know is she wasn't here. And you've got to ask yourself a question: how does a man with the financial troubles, with no continuing or employment whatsoever, how does he accumulate all this cash? If you look at the inventory sheets on the two bank boxes, he's got $62,000. That's just in the county cash. That doesn't count the money that was wrapped in aluminum foil when he was arrested on November 30th of 2023, 1 year to the day Kirby died. I believe that was about $10,000. He claims that he deals in gold, silver, and valuable coins. Is there any dealer that came in here and said, yeah, I'll trade with you? And finally, the three people, his immediate family, who should be the most important people to him, his two daughters, both testified against him. And his wife didn't testify. That's got to say something. Confessed to Caitlyn, Carolyn, again, a first grade teacher, wife, mother, credible, no reason to come in here and lie. They broke ties with, I think she called them Bonnie and Clyde. Scared of her. Don't want him to know where she lives, where her family is, how many kids she has. Jeff Spence had the motive, that's greed. Jeff Spence had the opportunity in 19 hours. Jeff Spence took this man away from Maddie Jane, his mother, his sisters, Casey and Wendy, and most importantly, his two children, Towns and an elder. Jeff doesn't care. Prison's not a deterrent to him. A deterrent to what? A deterrent to murder. He's guilty. Find him guilty. Thank you.
You let me know if you want a break. You could have to, Mr. Hill has up to an hour to have his closing arguments. I don't know if we'll use all of it or not, but if you'd like to have a break now before we start that, we'll give you one. You think you need one? Nobody says yes, I'm going to say no. All right? You may make your closing argument for the state. For the defense.
If I don't speak loudly enough, let me know. Raise your hand. Just give me a sign. Let's review the timeline again because they're leaving a lot out. The Spence baby was born, the Carpenter baby, Enola, was born on July the 23rd, 2022. From that day forward, Jeff Spence and Karen Spence, either both of them or one of them, was in Tippah County, Mississippi, helping Caitlyn learn how to be a new mother, taking care of the baby. I think Karen Spence was here almost the entire time, the entire 4 months. And Jeff would be here and go back, take care of their place in Virginia, come back, go back, and did that for that entire 4-month period. On November the 29th, that's a Tuesday, they both returned to Virginia. And that's a 10-hour drive. Unless you car going a lot faster than you should. That's 10 hours. They left at about 3 p.m. That's in evidence. 3 p.m. on Tuesday the 29th. Arrived in Virginia in the wee hours of the morning. I'll come back to the timeline shortly. Jeff opened a bank box on the 2nd of December, I'm sorry. He opened another bank box on the 12th. The bank boxes that he opened on the 2nd and the 12th were visited repeatedly in 2023. The pictures that you see up here are items that were in these bank boxes a year later. They talk about the Chill Howard bank box. What you see, the pictures wasn't on December the 2nd. It was in December of 2023, after search warrants were obtained a year later. Okay? The government claims, I told you when we started, the government claims things that they can't prove. They can't prove that Jeff Spence was in Mississippi on November the 30th, 2022. They can't prove that he was at Carpenter home. They can't prove that he did anything. There's no proof. No hard proof. There's nothing. No scientific evidence. Nobody saw him. He came all this way, did all this stuff, and nobody saw him. Now, on November the 30th, which is Wednesday, he was, in fact, with his wife at their home. And bear in mind now, they haven't been together in this home at that point for 4 months.
She's been here in Mississippi. He's been coming and going. This is their first night, their first dinner as a couple in their own home in 4 months. Now, how do we know he's there? Well, 2 reasons. Number one, Karen and Caitlyn have a text exchange. We all know what that is. We've got a cell phone. You write back and forth. I do it with my daughters at night. You know, just casual checking in sorts of emails. And this is qualitative evidence. You don't have to have it notarized. You know how I came into possession of this? Just so you know how this whole system works. This is not something I found and I did find it, but it's not something I produced. This is the product of what's called discovery in a lawsuit, in a court case. Discovery, that means giving information. And you know where this information was obtained? By them. This came from them. This text message between Caitlyn and Karen came from the government. You know, when you get arrested, trust me, law enforcement types want your cell phone. They love your cell phone. They love to go through it and see what they can find. And that's what they did in this case. This is what they do in every case. They get your cell phone, they get a warrant to go into it, they go into it, and you've heard the word dump it, they dump it, extract it, dump it. And this produces information. It produces information. And the information that they produce, and they didn't know I would find it, because when I get the phone dump, it's thousands. It's not just, oh, look here, I have to go digging for this. I guess they thought I wouldn't find it. Caitlyn and her mother, I'll have this with you when you're back there. Caitlyn and her mother are having this casual evening checking in sort of exchange of, what's for dinner? Really enjoy seeing Nola. She's such a doll, that sort of thing. And then Karen says, Dad and I are eating hamburgers in a few minutes. He just got up from a good nap. He worked hard today, inside and out. The hounds are back. I don't know what that's in reference to. Love you lots and lots. And then Caitlyn writes back, LOL, good. I'm glad to hear that. I know you missed his hamburgers. Thank you so much, both of you, for helping out so much with the NOLA. You are the best grandparents. I don't have to have that notarized. This is qualitative evidence that they discovered in a cell phone search, and it tells you that Karen and Jeff, on November the 30th, are about to have dinner for the first time together in 4 months. First time together in their own home in 4 months. Help you understand how to read these things. If you look at some of the small print on this text message right here, you will see that it was sent on November the 30th, 2022 at about 8 p.m. I hope you were paying attention when I had Caitlyn on the witness stand the other day. she didn't know I had found this. I don't have to tell her what I found. They have to give me the phone number, but I don't have to tell her what I found. I could bring it up in court, which is what I did. And when she was sitting right there, and I started quizzing her about this, if you were paying attention, I hope you were, she was stunned. She didn't know what to say. And when I asked her, kind of difficult to kill Kirby Carpenter in Mississippi on November 30th, 7 to 8 p.m. and be in Saltville, Virginia, having a hamburger dinner at the same time. Isn't it, Caitlyn? Isn't it? Difficult. You remember, all she could say was, this is a quote. That's what it said. I could only retort to my question of how do you explain killing somebody in Mississippi and being in Saltville having dinner with your husband? Well, that's what it says. And that's what it says. She didn't need this waterfall confession. Waterfall confession never happened. This is, Caitlyn Spence is up to her eyeballs in all this. I'm not sure you'll ever get her full truth. And she knew she was up to her eyeballs in all this. She was the first one investigated. She was the first one to lawyer up. And what she did in April of this year is get herself some relief. And you don't get relief from the government just because you want some relief from the government. You gotta give them something. And so she makes up this story about a waterfall confession, wanted to hear it from her father, and she knew on November the 30th, 2022, exactly where her father was, exactly where he was, on November the 30th, 2022. Because on that day, she was communicating with her mother about hamburger dinner they're fixing to have, and then Caitlyn says, I know you've missed his hamburgers. She knew where her father was on November 2022. She didn't have to go ask him. It never happened. She's making it up. You know, what got Jeff Spence arrested initially was a statement from this guy named David Barnes. David Barnes was in trouble just like Caitlyn was in trouble. David Barnes was facing life imprisonment because he's a career criminal. And he went and gave a statement in 2023, a year after the time frame that we're talking about with Kirby. He went and gave a statement to Chris McAllister about something he heard at the funeral. Well, Caitlyn, you heard her say, I asked her about that. Something that Caitlyn said to him at Kirby's funeral. And Caitlyn says, that's a lie. It never happened. David Barnes is making it up. He's making up something that he can sell to the government to get him some relief. And it's got him some relief. He's not shipped off to prison yet. Interesting facts. That's what got Jeff Spence arrested. David Barnes' statement in November 23. Well, what David Barnes did in November 23, trying to get himself some relief from law enforcement, is exactly the same thing that Caitlyn Spence did at the waterfall. She's making it, nothing happened at the waterfall. She's making it up. She's making it up to be as plausible as possible. She didn't have to go ask where her father was on that day, on that night, November 30th. She knew it was right there. She and her mother were talking. I hope you take note that David Barnes, who started this criminal case against Jeff Spence, was not brought into the court. They didn't bring him. And there's a reason. Because he's not credible. And another reason they didn't bring him is because they have two competing witnesses. One saying one thing, no, you're a liar. Okay? When we first met each other last week, I told you to make sure that you make the government prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Make sure you make them prove that Jeff Spence was in Mississippi on November the 30th at 7 p.m. beyond a reasonable doubt. Following the timeline further, they want you to believe, I told you, that they concocted this theory that Jeff went from Mississippi to Virginia, came back to Mississippi, did the deed, went back to Virginia, with no proof. There's no proof of any of that. None. Zero. Is that beyond a reasonable doubt? And to follow up their preposterous, foolish, almost theory, they create this almost impossible allegation that we left Mississippi in the afternoon of the 29th, drove all the way to Virginia, turned around the next day and drove all the way back to Mississippi, and then turned around and went all the way back to Virginia. Now look, they're saying that he drove 30 hours over the course of 36 hours. If he left Mississippi 3 p.m. on the 29th, drove 10 hours, he got to Virginia in the wee hours of the morning. He turned around and drove back to Mississippi. That's another 10 hours. It would be from 3 p.m. on the 29th to 3 p.m. on the 30th would be 24 hours. Right? That's a day. 24 hours. Kirby is supposedly killed at 7. That's 4 more hours. And then we turned around and drove back. And that's another 10 hours or so. They're saying he drove 30 hours in 36 hours. 30 hours and 36 hours. That's over 2,000 hours. And what makes their theory of his conduct even less believable is that, you know, the evidence is that Kirby was a very independent-minded sort. Lived life on his terms. You don't like what I'm doing? Heck with me. You'll see me when you see me. I'm not coming home, I'm not coming home. And there is no expectation. Jeff is going from Mississippi to Virginia, back to Mississippi, and he is just coming back to Mississippi on the hunch that he might encounter this man. I'll just drive to Mississippi and see if I can run into him. Well, who in the world is going to do that? It makes no sense. It's foolish. So the notion that we did that It's not plausible. It's not credible. The notion that we would even attempt a man that age, I mean, he's no spring chicken. And I see some younger folks in this jury box, y'all might be able to pull that off. But not many of us my age could. It's not far behind. No. We have several items to talk about. Please bear in mind that a search warrant was had on the Jill Howie bank box on December the 2nd, 2022. And Mr. Mueller has shown you all sorts of photographs. Those photographs aren't from December the 2nd, 2022. Those photographs are from a whole year later. They don't have any proof as to what was open in that box on December 2nd. You can just open the box. It doesn't mean anything to it. It doesn't, certainly not what you saw on the screen. And then the next box was opened on December 12th, 22. And it didn't have anything in it until June of 23. Jill Howie box was visited 4 times in 23. Other stuff going in before the photographs were taken. The Saltville, the box opened on December the 12th, didn't have anything in it until June of 23, and certainly nothing was put in it that looked anything like the photograph that you saw on the screen. These photographs, trust me, are not contemporaneous with this time. They are different. They are not contemporaneous at all. When we bring a witness in named Carolyn, who hasn't even seen these people in 7 to 8 years, hasn't even seen them, and they're going to use her testimony as some sort of convincing evidence. She hadn't been around Jeff Spence, Karen Spence, our sister Caitlyn Spence. She hadn't been around the entire family for a year. And she's so full of hate and vengeance, I'm pretty sure they don't care. You know, she lost me when she told y'all that her mother's illnesses were a matter of convenience. That when her mother needs an excuse, she's got health problems. A matter of convenience. If that's the least respect you can show your mother, I think you don't want to talk to me. And they're sure not going to do it. They haven't proven anything in this case. They haven't proved our presence. They haven't proved our any conduct at Kirby's house. They haven't proved that we knew how to get into the house. They haven't proven that we committed a robbery. What did we rob? They haven't proven any robbery. They haven't proven anything. They haven't proven that there was any attempt to go into Kirby's safes in the house. No damage, no attempt, nothing broken, no locks picked. From the November the 30th, supposed murder. No doubt it was a murder, but it wasn't Jeff Spence. I haven't figured out yet, I've been sitting here for a week, I haven't figured out yet what exactly they claim was taken on November the 30th, the day that Kirby was murdered. What do they claim was taken? Do they honestly want you to believe that all of this stuff, right here, all of this stuff, that Kirby's killer killed him at 7 o'clock, and loaded all this up before Caitlyn got home at 8:15? That's what they say. I don't agree with that. That's what they say, using their timeline. All of this stuff? No. This is evidence of accumulated activity over the course of a long time. You remember I had Mr. Johnson, a young investigator from Virginia, on the stand for a couple of hours, going through every item in that box, and that box, and that box, and that box. Every item. And every item in there, they showed some loose coins. There weren't any loose coins that I saw the other day. I asked him about loose coins, and he said, they're not loose coins. They are commercial products. You'll get to see it. You can look at it yourself. Individual silver piece, silver dollar or whatever. And it's packaged in a hard plastic container that could be bought, I always say Royal Street because I had bought stuff there myself when I moved to New Orleans. But you can buy it in Memphis. You can buy it in Birmingham. Anywhere where there are products of this nature sold. And Mr. Johnson was asked, have you seen any evidence, Mr. Johnson, of when Jeff Spence came into possession of these items? No. Nothing. No, couldn't say. Could have had them for 40 years. Could have had them for a year, 2 years. Who knows? They don't have any proof. I told you the other day, they're just trying to squeeze whatever evidence they can and make it as punitive as possible against Jeff Spence. Trying to put, I use the analogy of trying to put a square peg into a round hole. They've been doing that for over 2 years. Right? And they're always going to catch it. They want to catch everything they do. It's a government tendency to make it as bad sounding, sinister sounding as possible for the accused. And the example that I'll use for you, if you look at they make out a return when they do evidence. They have a list. There's a list. You'll see the list. They accused Jeff Spence possessing, on the day that he was arrested, $8,200 in counterfeit money. Well, that sounds pretty bad. $8,200 in counterfeit money. He didn't have one red cent in counterfeit money. He saw me have Mr. Johnson. Let's look in this bag. Let's open it up and see what's in here. Remember that? And we opened the bag with $8,200 in supposed counterfeit money. Well, it wasn't counterfeit money. That's play money. It says it, you look at it, it says it right on the document itself. You flip it over on the back side, it says, profit. It's a profit. Money, movies and stuff. Profit. It's a profit. That's simple about that bit. It's not counterfeit money. Hopefully, we won't even try to pass it. What's left, we'll take it. It's not right. If Kirby supposedly, excuse me, if Jeff supposedly robbed, killed, as the Caitlyn said was robbed, why were they never found? It didn't happen. Caitlyn's just making stuff up to protect herself. Caitlyn's making stuff up to shift the blame. She's making stuff up to earn her freedom. She's free. She's out. She is a free person with her daughter. They say I blame her. I might have done it myself, but that doesn't mean she gets to pass it off to somebody else, which is what she's trying to do. I think you need to bear in mind how much animosity Kirby had going on at the time, and how much animosity he has generated over the course of his young life. How many people wanted to do him harm? How many people threatened to shoot him in the face? Not just shoot him in the face. How many people wanted to drag him out to the street and beat him to death in the city of Ripley, where nothing would happen to him, is what he said. And when the people got mad at him over manipulated business deals, I mean, the people got mad and said that's the kind of money to get killed over. All sorts of questions. Somebody killed Kirby Carpenter. Who was it? Have they proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that it was Jeff Spence? No, they don't have any proof at all. Besides, I did show you. On November the 30th, at the time he supposedly was in Mississippi to do this deed. He was at home in Virginia with his wife, and she is telling the daughter that. And daughter knew it when she went to talk to her, or claimed she went to talk to her husband or her father. And what year was it? 23 or 24? 23. April of 23, June of 23. No. Just didn't happen. The government wants to direct your attention to some other specific facts, like a shotgun found in a house in Virginia. What's so big about that? There's no connection. There's no evidence at all connecting that gun to Mississippi. None, zero. Just another example of trying to make the evidence. Let's see if we can make it. And how many people own a shotgun? I own 5 of them. So there's nothing wrong with owning a shotgun. Nothing wrong with putting it wherever you're going to put it, back on whatever you're going to do.
Can we approach her?
Oh, boy. So, yep, he's been going about a half an hour. He has an hour allotted time. Mr. Hill, Mr. David Hill. He said, how do we know? I'll just wait. Sorry, I'll just wait. Not the most stirring closing I've heard, but he's right there with the jury, so maybe that's keeping them engaged.
I told you that you should pay particular attention to Caitlyn Spence and her effort to get out of trouble and whatever she said about her father, and analyze these facts carefully as to her. Kirby was a drug dealer, and she was right there with him. Okay. Kirby sold methamphetamine, she was right there with him. Kirby sold pills, she was right there. Drug dealing, trust me. I'm a 50-year lawyer. There's a lot of violence associated with drug dealing. And she was right there with him. You know, going to Virginia, driving back to Virginia. That's a lot to believe when you got this woman right there in the house with you. You got this woman right there in the house with you. And not only do you have her right there in the house with him, but they had a history that wasn't always flowers. It wasn't always positive. She told you, and other people told you, Kirby was a difficult man. He had temper. He had a tendency to violence. If you didn't agree with the way he wanted to live, Kirby was emotionally abusive to her. When I say emotionally abusive, come on if I want to. If I don't want to, I'm not going to. And if you say anything, I'm liable to give you a black eye. And he did. I don't believe Caitlyn was happy in that relationship, and I think she's glad it's over. And one of the things that I found interesting that I didn't even know until this case was being heard. Jeffrey Spence was on the witness stand, and he wanted to play the 911 tape. And you heard after the dispatch answers the phone, answers the 911 call, then we have a very emotional, crying, upset young woman. And Chris suggested to you that that was an act. And I suggest to you that it was an act for her to cover her own interest here. Remember what Chris said? A 911 call is recorded. It's recorded before it's answered. And when that 911 call was made, Caitlyn wasn't crying before the phone was answered. She wasn't upset before the phone was answered. She was upset when or she acted upset when the dispatch said, hello, or what's your emergency? That's when the crime started, in that space of time between making the call and it being answered. There was nothing. Caitlyn was manipulating the situation. Caitlyn was trying to deflect attention away from herself, just like she's done with this supposed waterfall story. It doesn't hold water in view of her discussions with her mother on the night of November 30th, 2022. Dad and I are fixing to have a hamburger supper at the same time that Kirby's supposedly being killed. Just doesn't wash. Doesn't hold water. You know, Chris McAllister is a long-time Tippah County coroner and a long-time Tippah County investigator. I've known him a long time. He usually shoots straight with me. And I think he shot straight in some arrows, but basically in this case. I don't recall anything from his investigation, what he did, that in any way connects Jeff Spence to here, to this case, to this murder on November the 30th, 2022. Chris did all this investigation, and I can't think of a single fact that he could testify to that points the finger at us. There's no connection between cameras. There's no connection. There's no proof of any connection between surveillance cameras. There's no proof of any connection concerning any sync module. There's no proof of any connection between any attempts to steal money from inside safes. There's no proof of any connection between any supposed hard evidence, scientific evidence, forensic evidence. All we've got here is a theory and everything they can do to make whatever they find fit that theory. Of course, Chris did make some mistakes. I mean, there are no fingerprints. No fingerprints off of Kirby's door to his truck. If somebody's going into that truck, even though it self-locks, anybody going into that truck, they'd have to open the door. No fingerprints on the supposed toolbox outside. Nothing hard as evidence that you would normally see in a criminal case connecting Jeff Spence to this place at that time. That day, that time, nothing. Caitlyn, on the other hand, had a lot to protect. She claims that and I find it interesting, see if you can help me out here. Kirby is supposedly killed around 7 p.m. on Wednesday, November the 30th. And somebody does what they do to him. That's not the sort of conduct that you would expect of somebody who would be in a hurry if he has driven all the way from Mississippi to Virginia, Virginia back to Mississippi, and he's going to kill him. He's going to steal all this stuff, and he's going to go to the trouble to get him around by the metal coverall, put him underneath a toolbox. That's not somebody who has driven 2,000 miles, has driven all these hours in a very short period of time. That's somebody more local, somebody who's got time, somebody like Caitlyn Spence and whoever she might have as a friend to help her. She's not in any hurry because she's living there at the time. She's not living, she's not in a hurry to leave. Whoever kills Kirby at 7 o'clock, at 7:15, going to steal all this stuff, steal stuff out of the supposed satchel that we've never seen. He's not going to be hanging around. If they were, wouldn't she see him when she gets there a little after 8 from Boone? Yes, of course she would. So the simple facts of how this supposedly was happening does not support Jeff Spence. It more likely supports Caitlyn Spence and whoever she had as friends. And she's called some of the names of her friends. I'm not going to call them again. But y'all heard. She's protecting herself and somebody else. And she's sacrificing her father in the process. There is. Well, I'm not laying my hands. Don't want to waste time. Kirby Carpenter had a habit or practice, I'm not sure it was a habit, a practice of he owes me money, so he writes me a check. And I say, can you cash this? I give him the check back, and he cashes it for me. And I put the cash in my pocket, and off I go. That check handed back to him that he had written becomes a receipt. It's like a receipt. And that check to David Barnes was dated April the 21st, 2022. It's here somewhere, you'll see it. All that check proves is this, that at some point after April the 21st, 2022, at some point, Kirby and Jeff did business. And Jeff was there a lot. After August, he was there almost all the time. They did business together. And they had done business before then. But as to that check and why it comes into Jeff's possession, it's because inadvertently it was put into a bag or a box where Kirby was delivering stuff to Jeff that Jeff had bought. Some of the stuff that you see over here. That's all. Had done business together. You know, we've heard from Caitlyn, we heard from Chris McAllister that the inside of Kirby's house was basically a mess. It was full of papers and clutter. And the fact that we end up with papers and clutter in some of Jeff's possessions in the bank boxes, it's nothing more than inadvertently grabbing something and sticking it because of all of that. That's all it means. It doesn't mean anything else. there is no connection between anything that the government claims that we did, that they have proven beyond a reasonable doubt. There is none. And remember that there were plenty of people who wanted to do Kirby. Ray Palmer, David Hancock. Remember the guy who, Adam Gates, chased him down in Boonville and assaulted him in a parking lot with a gun. Memphis, biker gang, Nashville, diamond guy. All had reason to want Kirby gone. And drug dealing in and of itself is enough to raise your eyebrows. The government tries to they try to lend credibility to Caitlyn's supposed waterfall confession, as he calls it. And I just don't, I have a two-layered response to that supposed waterfall happening. The first layer is it never happened because she knew where he was. The second layer is assuming that it did happen. What she said is not nearly as telling as they want it to sound like. It didn't happen. But, you know, I have two daughters, and I can imagine if either one of my daughters was living life Caitlyn's reality, I could end up saying something very similar to her myself. If I had a daughter who was living with a drug dealer, involved in drug dealing, if I had a daughter who was living with a man who had people engaging in high-speed chases. Adam Gates, for example, chasing my significant other down, assaulting him with a gun. I had a daughter who was living with a man who was emotionally abusive, wasn't committed to the relationship, show up when he gets good and ready. If I had a daughter who was married to a man, or living with a man, who had propensity to smack you, if you had anything to say, leave marks on you, black eyes, bruises. If I had a daughter who was living that reality, I could very well see myself saying, look, honey, you got your daughter. You got a lot to live for. You're out of a bad situation. You're no longer living with people who are doing what this guy was doing to you, what he was doing to make a living, what he was doing to make money. The exposure, the high-risk conduct. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Move on with your life. I could hear myself saying that. Sure as heck. And I think a father that would say that to a daughter would be a good father. It doesn't mean what Caitlyn said it would mean, but it never happened because Caitlyn knew exactly where her father was on November the 30th, 2022. He was at home with Mom. The first time they had together a dinner in their own home in 4 months. Spent the day working, took a nap, cooking hamburgers. That's it. You'll see it right here. This is digital proof. Your cell phone, you know, that little guy follows you around. And he's recording evidence when you don't think it's recording it. It follows you around, recording evidence. And to the extent that Caitlyn says, or they want to make out like Caitlyn says she can't get in touch with her father on November 30th. Batteries is broken, whatever. This little guy's not to be denied. And I don't, if that were in fact the case, let me tell you what happens. Let's assume that my battery's broken. And you can't call me because my phone's not working. It's not answering. Or let's assume that, like I do every Friday night, I turn the dadgum thing on. It's off. Well, it's off only to an extent. Because if this little guy is not really ever working, you're calling me and my battery's broken, and you leave me a message, and you call me again and leave me a message. Those messages don't go into outer space. When this phone is powered back up with a battery, or I turn it back on, you know what happens to those messages? You usually got 100 of them. They come flooding in. They come flooding in. They're not gone. They come flooding in. And if Caitlyn called her daddy on November 30th, and now I want you to believe there's something sinister's going on because I couldn't get in touch with him. If you left a message, it comes through when the phone is batteried up or turned back on. And we don't have any such evidence because it didn't happen. She's just trying to bolster her claim. They're trying to bolster their evidence. They're trying to make stuff fit where it doesn't belong.
You have 4 minutes to do.
That's all?
Yes.
Thank you. Exhibit 50. Exhibit 50. This is proof of being in Mississippi on November 30th, 2022 at 8 p.m. And this is nothing more than foolishness, playfulness, foolishness between a parent and a daughter. That's all it is. There is no assassination, never will be. There is no business that they're in together. This is just foolishness. And don't be misled by it. You've got all the returns, the entry log. One bank box, another bank box. Just bear in mind that those boxes were visited. This one's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10 times in 1 year. This one's 4, and another one's 7. And what they're showing from these pictures were after all of these visits, the stuff was being put in. Those pictures aren't contemporaneous with Kirby's death. The pictures are a year later, over a year later. Search warrant's got it. Don't be missing it. Sit down and start talking about this case. Remind each other. When you leave here, you should feel good about the decision. And if you don't know who Kirby's killer is, and we don't, and if you're not sure, then your vote's not guilty. Because I don't have to prove anything, even though I have to. I don't have to. He doesn't have to. That's not the way the game is played. That's not the way the system works. The government claims they have to prove everything and make them do it. Thank you so much. I'm done.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, let's
Just take a little break, go out there a good while, make it pretty quick, and the state be ready for its close anyway. All right, court being recessed until about 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes.
All right, so Mr. David Hill is finished, and I know you guys were not happy with him, but I will remind you that he's doing his job. We may not agree with him in how he does it and his style, but he is still doing his job, and he's not as bad as like a John Pryor with Chud, or who was that guy, Victor? Remember Victor with Natalie Cochran? I think some defense attorneys you just want to really not like. I don't not like him. It's just his style is not, didn't win me over. But anyway, so enough of that. Mr. Hill is done. Let's do a little recap here since we have like about 10 minutes or so. All right, so the judge said he was only going to need 10 minutes to read his instructions, so he blew through his instructions. The state closing. The first element, Jeff was robbing with or without the intent to take out Kirby, which is with or without. So they don't have to prove intent now? Oh wait, hold on. So Kirby's last words were at 6:38 p.m. traveling past Gino's. Then we get into Bart Adams. Bart Adams knew and dealt with Kirby. He was his lawyer. Remember, Kirby carried a satchel. He had cash and business documents in there. He always carried a pistol. However, the firearm and satchel were never recovered. He had 22 shells on him. I think there was a handful of shells that were found on him, but there was no weapon that was found. Then he talks about this bank in Virginia. Items package. There was a lot of loose coins, miscellaneous papers. Then he talks about deliberate design. You don't have to prove intent. Doesn't have to prove intent. Talks about Kirby's wound, which was a right shoulder and chest area. He thinks around 7:15, that's when Kirby was shot. So then he goes through the timeline of Jeff and Karen left November 29th. They said it's about an 8-hour drive. Caitlyn says it's about a 10-hour drive. He talks about the time difference between Virginia and Mississippi, going from Central to Eastern time. So you lose an hour, gain an hour, that kind of thing. So let's see. He's saying there's plenty of time for Jeff to drive back. So if they leave at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, takes him 10 hours, gets him home around midnight, let's say, he said he had enough time to shower, get a nice, what? No, stop. Shower, eat, even take a nap, and then drive back. So he'd have to leave around 5. You have to leave around 10 in the morning. Yeah, he'd have to leave around 10 in the morning. So if they got home around midnight, he could have very easily slept. He could have. I mean, there is enough time. The first bank box was opened the day before Kirby was found, December 2nd. So they opened up that first bank box, and again, that's curious, right? That's definitely interesting. So at 10:40 a.m. and then Kirby was discovered around 12:30 or so. So he opened up the first bank box they opened up, and that was a lot of Kirby's possessions. So that is interesting. That one is interesting. If they didn't know he was no longer alive, why open that box? June 2023, they opened another box. And then there's this check to David Barnes for $90 that Kirby had written. Why or how did that get there? That's interesting, right? Caitlyn testified Jeff drove back on November 30th to put pills under this bucket, right? That was supposed to be for they were buying a distillery. That was supposed to be like sell these drugs or sell these pills and, get enough money. And then Jeff saying, oh, maybe some drug dealers got over there and shot him. And he talks about this waterfall confession, which, Caitlyn said Dad, confessed and says, hey, you're better off now, let it, drop it, that kind of stuff. The reason his phone was off all day, which would have been the 30th, was because, was it the 30th or 29th? I guess it was it was the 30th, that his battery was broken. That's why his phone was off. Plus he has a Faraday bag, don't forget. Why didn't Karen come in and testify? So this was interesting. Why didn't Karen come in and testify? She sent the text that she was in Virginia with her husband, but that could have been anywhere. She could have been anywhere. Where was the cell phone data? Why didn't they bring in an expert to say, yes, she sent that text from Virginia. She was located in Virginia. Why? Why didn't either side do that? Why didn't either side bring that in? I mean, that could have been, if she was in Mississippi and, if they could geolocate her on November 30th and she was in Mississippi saying, Dad and I are home, he's about to eat some hamburgers, I think that kind of would have been a nail in the old coffin. Where was she? I don't know where she was, but she wasn't here. Maybe she's tired of staying strong for the family and covering up for Jeff. How does a man with financial troubles and no employment accumulate all this cash? Well, he was a hustler. He was a mover and a shaker and whatever you want to say. He had $62,000 in cash, not including the cash wrapped in tinfoil. That was about $10,000. So all told, he had like over $72,000 in cash. Where does he get that money? Well, the defense is going to say, well, he would sell things. That's what he did. That's what Carolyn said as well. So then the defense gets up. I asked, has the state met their burden? 55% of you said yes, guilty as charged. 45% said not even close, let Jeffrey go. So we have a new poll. Let me go through defense and we'll close that up. So he reviews the timeline again because they're leaving a lot out. Carpenter, baby was born July 23rd. He talks about the drive on Tuesday. Can't prove Jeff was in Mississippi. Can't prove he did anything. No scientific evidence. Let's see. How do we know he was there? Well, and he says, how do we know Jeff was in Virginia? Well, one, Karen and Caitlyn exchanged texts. That really proves nothing to me. And then I didn't hear him say in the second one. Maybe he did and I just didn't hear it. So Caitlyn was the first to lawyer up. Okay. That's not a bad thing. David Barnes. Okay. David Barnes' statement got everybody arrested, right? So when David Barnes said that got everybody arrested. And don't forget, David's a career criminal, so can we trust him? They didn't bring David in. Nobody brought David in to talk. Let's see. And he talks about, if I had a daughter living with a drug dealer who was emotionally abusive, propensity to smack her, I could very well see myself saying, you have a lot to live for. So this is that waterfall conversation. Move on with your life. I can hear myself saying that. I think that makes him a good father. But it never happened, though. He says, but it never happened. All right, let's end this poll here. Let's see where we stand with this poll. Okay. Hold on, let me grab this. All right, 183 votes. Thank you for voting, guys. Appreciate it. All right, 183 votes. Let's see, we've got, which would you vote for? Jeff is guilty for M. So 51% think that he's guilty for shooting and taking out Kirby. Jeff's guilty for robbery after the fact. 27% say that. Jeff is not guilty for shooting. 19% say that. Jeff is not guilty for robbery. 3% of that. Yeah, at first I thought, well, can you have both, or can you have, if you're going to steal from Kirby, then you have to shoot him too. So then I'm thinking, no, because they found out that Kirby was no longer there. Then they go, and that's when they start to steal things. Or that's when they start to steal things. That's at least when Kirby's mom discovered that they were stealing things. So if you believe that he didn't shoot and you believe that he was stealing after the fact, that's why I put that up. So, all right. Wendy says prosecutor presented a weak case. I agree. Where's the cell phone data? No medical examiner. They didn't even call up a medical examiner. I mean, I've never seen a case where no medical examiner and then no digital data. They did the extraction. Mr. McAllister, he was the coroner, he was the deputy, he was like all these things, and I'm shocked that they didn't call medical examiner. And then they had the Scott Watson, who was the assistant investigator. He's the one that downloaded, he extracted all their data from their cell phones, but then there was nobody to come in and talk about where was he? Where was the mom? Where was the mom's phone? Where was the mom's phone? I've never, right? Marentia, where is the cell phone data? Why didn't they call up a medical examiner? That just blows my mind. Test for fingerprints on the toolbox, right? The thing covering him, Sparkling Princess says. Absolutely. Janet says, saying his battery was broken tells me he is lying and covering up. Jamis says, guilty. Yeah, there's a new series, right, on Alien? I saw the ad the other day. It's like Ripley when she's young, I think. It seems like it looks like it's a young Ripley, but I could be wrong on that. Red Snap, weak as water for the state. Janet, he wore gloves, no fingerprints. And his DNA was found on the step, but again, they could have been blood from anything. That to me really wasn't. That was like that wasn't a big deal for me. Daisy, Bonnie, and Clyde turned off their phones or put them in the bag. 100%. Yeah. Virtuous, yeah, that's strange. No cell data. So even if. Right, so to Daisy's point, with they either turned them off or the Faraday bag, they could at least have somebody come up and say, "Well, wait a minute, no. If she's truly sending texts from Mississippi, then it would show that her phone was located in Mississippi, and then maybe for the rest of the time before and after that, those text messages, her phone is off or whatever. But at least." Locate her when she's sending those texts to Caitlyn. Her and Caitlyn were talking, right? Group text. You don't bleed from shooting a shotgun? Yeah, it must have been from something else. Maybe it was a fight. Maybe he got punched. He had a bloody nose, bloody lip, and then he pulled the shotgun out. Maybe he and Kirby got in a fight. Don't forget, he was arrested a year later, but they did see him. Everybody saw him like that 3 or 4 days later after Kirby's body was discovered. So if he had gotten punched, had a busted nose or lip, people would have been like, "Hey, how come you have, But he was arrested a year later, so he would have healed from anything, So let's see, Shirley, they didn't do a great job investigating. Right? Chris says, even if he did it, not enough evidence. Yeah. I'm not seeing it. Please do a poll on if we think Caitlyn was involved. All right. I will. Let's see. Not enough hard evidence for DP. Yeah, I agree. And capital offense has DP on the table. At least that's what I looked up. So it's there. All right, Jen, I noticed there are a few people with multiple titles. Yes. Well, Deputy Chris McAllister for sure. Was there anybody else? Brad Johnson, he's the sergeant out of Virginia. It must have been Scott, because there was Bart Adams, he was the lawyer, and then Scott Watson. They only called 7 people. Oh, investigator Tony McCormick. Maybe did he have multiple? I forget if he had multiple ones. So you want to know what percentage of you, Caitlyn? Is Caitlyn involved? Let's see. I guess was Caitlyn involved? Well, don't forget she's after the fact. She's an accessory for after the fact. Not larceny, but after the fact. So did she cover it up? Her sentencing is still to come, don't forget. Her sentencing is still to come. So if he gets off, does that mean she gets off? If he's, that's, how does that work? Hold on. All right, so is Caitlyn involved? Let's see. Let's see. Well, it's pretty obvious that she was not there. So, but they don't quite know when he was shot. So I'm gonna leave it up there. I'm gonna leave it as is. There. Time. All right. So she pulled the trigger. She was there and watched Dad do it, or she wasn't there. Right? We'll go with that. Let's go with those. All right. Let's go with those and see what you guys think. Let's go with that. Caitlyn says, Wendy says Caitlyn had the most to gain. Deb says, Caitlyn could walk with probation, a slap on the wrist with no consequences. Mom has probation, but is free to do whatever because no checks. Yeah. Yarnwork says, we don't know what they argued to get withheld from the trial. That's true. Remember, Carolyn said it wasn't allowed in, and that was, it looks like they're coming back.
Nailed it down there, didn't you? All right, everybody good on the jury? You may make your final close for the state.
Thank you, Honor. At the break, I was talking to Carson Moore back there. He's a ADA with our office. We were talking about how many times have we tried a case where alibi was claimed as a defense and never heard from the alibi? And in all my years, since the year 2000, and in all of his years, 0. Where's Karen? Where is she? And that's really important too, because I've heard David Hill up here. And there are some things I agree with about Chris McAllister. I don't know where he is. He should be in here. Anyway, Chris McAllister is a good investigator. And what he did is investigate this case. And he followed the leads. And everything that you have before you is because of his hard work. And according to David Hill, he's a straight up guy. And that's what he did. He followed the leads, and that's why you have this evidence here. And we'll get into that. The first thing that I want to disagree with David Hill about is when they want to drag Kirby Carpenter through the mud even greater today, and in this case, than they did when they dragged his dead body and put a curtain over it and then placed a toolbox on it. They drug him through the mud. Guess what? When Enola was born, Jeff Spence and Karen Spence were there for 4 months. In October, you heard testimony that they all went up to Pennsylvania to meet the family up there. Does that sound like a drug dealer, that they would want him to go and meet the family up there? Does that sound like somebody that was abusive? And he said he was a good father. Anyway, be thinking about those things. We'll come back to them. Now, I want to disagree with the fact that he called Jeff Spence a good father. This case is a story as old as time itself. It's about the lust for gold and what somebody will do for that gold. And I submit to you that when that text, you'll take it back there, you'll be able to see it. A year before this happened, when Jeff Spence, they're talking in a group text with Karen, Jeff, and Caitlyn, and they say, hey, what am I going to do, about work? I want to start a business. Jeff Spence lights the fuse. He lights the fuse and says, Assassin's Inc. And she says, I don't think I could do that. And he said, you hire the talent. Now, that may be fun and games, but you've got to take that into context of his other daughter, Carolyn, who he said was filled with hate. Do you believe that? Do you believe Carolyn, his other daughter, came up here and took the stand and testified to you motivated by hate? She told you that she lived in fear of her father, Jeff Spence, and what he would do to her family and her husband. That moment in the McDonald's when they met, and she said, I saw an aggressive side of my father that I had never seen before, is important because it corroborates what Caitlyn said. And that shift. The lust for gold and what people will do. And I submit to you that, David Hill says he has 2 daughters, I have 3. And there's I don't want to get too philosophical, but, your daughters are a joy in their youth, and they are your companions in your old age. And what have you heard here? You've heard some main character delusion by Jeff Spence that perverted that whole idea and saw his 2 daughters as opportunities, a scheme. You heard Carolyn talk about him making notes on these shows, schemes, and different opportunities. And David Hill, you talk about discovery. We downloaded Jeff's phone. We gave it to him, all the contents. We had witnesses up here that could testify about all the contents of his phone. If they would have asked him about beehives, you would see photos of beehives and paraphernalia with beehives. You'd see dogs where he raised dogs. You'd see junk, consistent with Carolyn's testimony. She had to move 3 tons of it out of her yard. You would see all that. He could have asked him. You heard Carolyn say that they want you to believe that he had a lifelong interest in silver and gold and coins. If he would have asked him about what was on Jeff Spence's phone that was supported, there'd be nothing. No gold, no silver. You'd see junk cars. You'd see junk. You'd see washers and dryers and old junkers, but no coins, no gold. If he was a lifelong dealer in silver and gold, Why not bring receipts? Why not bring the people that he dealt with? You didn't see that. Do you buy it? I don't. I believe all this that you see, all the valuables that are here, that have been kept in the bank vault during the proceeding of this trial because of its worth, has nothing to do with Jeff Spence, who declared bankruptcy, moved in with Carolyn. They bought him a car, gave him a car, tried to get him on his feet. He saw him as an opportunity. Do you believe that she testified out of hate? Or do you believe that she was testifying out of fear? She doesn't want her whereabouts to be known because of Jeff Spence. That text, Assassin's Inc., lit a fuse. And then he wants to talk about the waterfall conversation between Caitlyn and Jeff. Well, June 3rd, 2023, S48, Caitlyn sends, and this is in and around the time she testified that waterfall conversation took place in April. And this was sent June 3rd. Thank you, Daddy-O, for making it where I can just take care of our Noah. June 3rd of 2023. She has been sleepy, investigating, laughing, snuggling, nursing, lay with mommy, baby since you left. We're on our second nap. Having the ability to allow her to be all those things on her schedule is just so awesome. This is the bookend to when he lit the fuse a year before with Assassins Inc., hiring the talent. And you know what he said in response to that? I mean, does this sound like, to me, this is an admission. It's not a normal response from a father who David Hill says is a good father, and we'll get into that too. No more important use for my life or anyone's. Isn't that weird? Isn't that strange? It only makes sense in the context of the fact that we know that he drug Kirby Carpenter's dead body through the mud. There's an old lecture by Russell Conwell called Acres of Diamonds. I don't know if any of y'all have ever heard that, but it's about this farmer in Persia that sells his little farm and goes searching the world for treasure. And what he doesn't realize is that his little farm was where all the diamonds were all along. Why is that relevant here? Because I think it's profoundly, critically important for you to understand that as it relates to him being a good father, his only two children came in here and testified against him. Both of them. And that goes back to his main character delusion, and that delusion and his schemes poisoning their families. He did it with Carolyn, and he was doing it again with Caitlyn. And he was successful with Caitlyn. You know, if he would have realized that his daughters in and of themselves were his crown jewels, we wouldn't be here today. If he had spent all his schemes and efforts and energy into giving them positive examples and advice, we would not be here today, but he didn't. He saw them as opportunities, exploited it, and poisoned it. And today, ladies and gentlemen, you are the antidote. I am neither foolish nor confused about David Barnes. What we had, what you heard from Chris McAllister was that he believed that they were all in on it together and they were all charged. Jeff, Carolyn, and Karen, all charged together with the murder of Kirby Carpenter, right? Now, there's one thing that we know from the proof, and that is Caitlyn could not have pulled the trigger. Could not have pulled the trigger. We had surveillance of her at the Walmart parking lot shortly after she texted Kirby, "When are you going to be home?" And that was at 6:37. And he arrived, and when she came home, his truck was there, no Kirby. And we already know his body was hidden under the curtains and under the toolbox. If you were to ask Chris McAllister or Maddie Jane or Wendy or Casey whether they were all in on it together, they would say yes. And there are 10 or 11 facts that we can point to that would show that. The Assassins Inc. group text, Caitlyn identifying when Kirby was going to be home, Caitlyn being at Walmart for 45 minutes on camera, her alibi, Jeff's phone radio silence all day long on 11:30. Now, David Hill wants to talk to you about how difficult that would be for a man of his age to make that trip. You know, on 11/29, going back to Saltville, 8-9 hour trip, rest. The next day is November 30th. He could drive back to Ripley, 8-9 hours, be there between 6:37 and 8:15, you know, probably 7:15, that time frame. We know that if you remember on voir dire, I thought it was a peculiar question that was asked of the panel. You know, how many of you are truck drivers? Well, I don't think any of the truck drivers made it on the jury. But I don't think that drive is as difficult as he wants you to believe. And then I think you can add, he made a big deal about us giving this to him on discovery. You know, where's the beef? Where's Karen? Where's the hamburger? You know, there was something really interesting that she said in there. Dad and I are eating hamburgers in a few minutes. He just got up from a good nap. He worked hard today, inside and out. The hound dogs are back on the porch now. And if you remember, he was reading that to you, and he just said, I don't know what that means. Well, Maddie Jane knows what that means, and some of you hunters don't know what that means. That means the hunt is over. The dogs are on the porch.
Objection. Maddie Jane hasn't testified about anything. Maddie Jane hasn't testified about anything, and I object to him quoting what Maddie Jane said or would have said. It's not in evidence.
Limit to your testimony.
Well, it's an old expression. Some of you may know what it means too. It's an old expression. Group text, well, actually just between Karen and Caitlyn, because as you know, looking in the A1 storage, this man's phone wasn't working that day. Faraday bag. Number 6, Caitlyn telling cops a list of people that could have ill will toward Kirby. That was significant to Chris McAllister. That's where all that, who could have done it? It took a year before search warrants were issued. Chris McAllister was working this case doggedly during that whole period of time. There was just nothing there. Nothing led back to any of those people. complete access to the home. You heard Carolyn's testimony about what Jeff Spence did to their surveillance system in Virginia. You know, he cut the wires, stole the tools, good father. Are you kidding me? They had another camera up there that caught him in the act. Caught him cutting through the fence where they had tried to secure it because they knew he'd come back and trespass and start taking stuff. This was the controller. They had been there for 4 months. This was on the mantle on the TV, if you remember. And Matty Jane, you heard, called Chris McAllister and said this was behind a bunch of boxes, just thrown off into the back boxes. That was the controller to that surveillance system. Hiding Kirby's body, Caitlyn not finding it over that period of time, that was significant to Chris McAllister as well. You know, it gives time and distance before you can begin the investigation, first 48, whatever you want to call it. It gave them a head start, gave him the ability to get back to Virginia. And you know what happened when he went back to Virginia? They want to make light of it, but man, that Chilhowie opening of lockbox. I mean, he's got lockboxes all over the place. And on December the 2nd, almost 2 hours before Matty Jane's on the phone with Caitlyn saying, "Where is Kirby? Nobody's been able to get in touch with him." 2 hours before that phone call to 911, we'll get into that. Jeff Spence is opening a lockbox, 11:40 Virginia time, 12/2/22. And you know what was in that box? A bunch of cash, a bunch of valuables, and then Kirby's stuff. Now this is important. It was important to Chris McAllister, it's important to me, and it should be important to you, because nobody disputes that Kirby carried that bag around with him everywhere. It had his business that he was doing that day. Wherever he was going, whatever he was doing, it was in that.
Mr. Creekmore is
Come
arguing
talk to me up
facts,
here.
not in evidence.
Talk to me up
There's
here.
no-
Talk to me up here.
Yeah, so ornery can have a lot of different meanings, but cranky, salty, poking the bear, goofy. Depends on how you say it, what the context is.
In his bag. There's no legitimate explanation for why this would be in this man's lockbox. No value to him at all, but it is of value to us. And these are receipts. And you can look at the receipt where Kirby would withdraw money from the bank, and it's the same account number as this checking account. It's Kirby's. You can compare them. It's open. You can open this and look at it. Also in here, there are some empty bands of cash. Empty. And the irony is not lost on me that it's Kirby's money that actually paid for the defense.
That's highly improper, Judge, and I object to it.
Now come in.
That does seem like a stretch. That does seem like a stretch. He's saying that Kirby's money likely paid for the defense. I would object to that too. That seems to be a stretch.
I meant no offense to Mr. Hill. I think there was money in that account. It goes back to bands that were from the People's Bank in Ripley. There's no legitimate reason for Jeff Spence to have those empty bands in his lockbox. And I submit to you that you can come to a legitimate conclusion, and that is that the contents of his bag on December the 2nd, Kirby Carpenter's bag, were dumped in that lockbox. Also, and that's robbery. Also, you've heard testimony, and you can come to this conclusion too, legitimately, that he carried around a .22 Magnum because of what he was involved in, what he did, and what he protected. And he had on his person .22 Magnum rounds. There was no gun. That is property of Kirby Carpenter that was never found, and I submit to you it's robbery. Whoever killed him, and we know it was Jeff Spence, took that gun and took that bag, and on December the 2nd, when he was opening that bag, he knew that he was going to get a call, and that they were going to come back, and that crime was going to be a continuing crime. And you heard testimony from Chris McAllister that during that period when they came back, that Sunday, when they were back, in his Cadillac, they were putting silver coins in the back of that Cadillac. How about that? How about that? Mattie Jane's son killed, Casey's brother, Wendy's brother killed, and what's on his mind? What's he doing? He's taking bags of silver that he had nothing to do with in acquiring and getting and obtaining and working hard and putting it in the back of his Cadillac. Number 9, Caitlyn happening to find Kirby at the moment Mattie Jane was coming over because no one could contact Kirby. They were worried about him, trying to get him. And Caitlyn was on the phone, if you remember the testimony about going up to the deer stand and coming back, on the phone with Mattie Jane. She knew something was wrong. I'm coming over. And Caitlyn, instead of saying, come over, says, I found it. That was a significant part of the investigation to Chris McAllister. The delayed emotion on the 911 tape was significant to Chris McAllister. Yeah, you know, it records. Y'all keep that in mind when you call 911. It's recording as soon as you dial it. And then the dispatcher answers and she begins to wail. I'm not foolish and I'm not confused about that. The other thing that is in the Saltville branch lockbox are these wheels. These wheels were in that lockbox. They're in evidence. You can look at them. You know, whether they're working together, who lit the fuse. You can see in Jeff's wheel, these were done in December of 2022. You know, and I submit to you that this is a consolidation or consummation of agreement. And I think that would be what Chris McAllister would say. You know, these are the words in the Caitlyn's will. This life has been a beautiful one. Anoa, you are your mother's savage daughter. Underlined. That was significant to the investigation. And all these 10, 11 things suggest they're acting together. And makes you wonder, you know, where Karen is. Alibi, alibi, alibi. That was what he told you from the beginning, opening statements. Where's Karen? But a year after Kirby's death, around a year after Kirby's death, David Barnes gets arrested for stealing almost everything. Well, that's an exaggeration. But he stole a lot, broke into a lot of businesses in multiple counties. Ends up arrested in Union County. And, I can tell you what they didn't find. They didn't find all this. If he had all this, he wouldn't have been breaking into all those businesses. But what he did say was about a conversation that Jeff was there, Caitlyn was there, and he gave Chris McAllister enough for an arrest warrant. So the Mississippi boys had enough for an arrest warrant, and the Virginia boys had enough for a search warrant. And that is what led to the check, the receipts, no legitimate reason for him to have. And it led to a gun, 12-gauge shotgun in his house. And you got a picture of it right here. Buckshot. Buckshot. I mean, at what point do the coincidences and the circumstances taken all together make it beyond any doubt? And wrapped up and dirt on it. Not only did they drag him through the mud on November 30th, not only did they drag him through the mud today, it was wrapped, put under the bed. Yeah. And I submit to you, I mean, we've all
You have 2 minutes, Mr. Creek.
heard David Barnes testify. He's burned up on drugs. He's got criminal history that's embarrassing and long. Would you find that compelling? Caitlyn Spence was given an opportunity. She was given an opportunity to do the right thing. She did it. She took it. She had a conversation with her daddy. You can corroborate that with that text where he says, "Nothing better for my life or anyone's." That is confirmation that that conversation took place. And that brings us here. The judge has said, you have to use your common sense and sound, honest judgment. I'm looking at 500, 600, 700 years of experience collectively among all of you. Together, you'll go back there, you'll find, whoever your foreman is, you'll use that. But I think that's what it means. Your life experiences, dealing with family, understanding, what it took for daughters to come up here and take the stand against their own father. And not only that, talk about a good father. What struck me was that David Hill would ask for the court's indulgence. He would go over there and get advice from Jeff Spence on how he can attack them and attack their testimony. And I submit to you that Kirby Carpenter, is well known. He had a silver and gold shop across from the courthouse. Oftentimes, when we tried a case in Tippah County, I'd go over there while the jury was deliberating, and I'd look at his guitars. I'm a guitar player. He had a set of country gentlemen Gretsch guitars, and he had a passion for these things. And Chris McAllister, he didn't have anything on his radar about him being some great drug dealer. He testified to that.
Line it up, Mr. Creekmore.
And I submit to you that those 4 months, Karen Spence didn't come up here and tell you that she witnessed any kind of domestic abuse. It was full of joy for the birth of Enola. And he will never be able to, he will never be able to experience the joy of her being young, nor will he have her companionship in old age. I submit to you that we've given you everything that Chris McAllister and the Virginia boys did, and that's proof enough. The totality of the circumstances, I'm neither foolish, I'm practical. And Caitlyn did the right thing. And she had that conversation with her daddy, knowing that he had killed Kirby Carpenter. And she came in here and told you about it. She raised her right hand and submitted herself to cross-examination, and Karen did not. She did not come in here and raise her hand because she knew that it was a lie. It was a lie, and she could not withstand cross-examination or your scrutiny. That's not who the bell tolls for. It tolls for the don't let him get away with murder. Thank you, Judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we have 3 alternates, and thankfully nobody got sick.
What happened to the audio? Turn on the audio. Come on. I don't know why we don't have the audio. I don't know why why did they cut the audio?
Just get them back there to you. I hear the lunch bell ringing. We bring lunch to you today. They've got some lunch ordered for y'all, and y'all just stay there and begin your deliberations. But if y'all would go on, head back to the jury room, and we'll wait your decision, okay?
All right, here we go. Verdict watch. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Now, he did say, oh no, don't do that. He did say, that lunch was coming, but start to deliberate. So that's why I started it. So I guess they're going to deliberate through lunch. All right, so after the break, State came back, said alibi is claimed as defense, but where's the alibi? Where's Karen? Why didn't she testify? Jeff lights the fuse by saying, start a company called Assassins, Inc. Carolyn was filled with hate, ? She told you she lived in fear. He talks about the lust for gold as one of the oldest stories ever told. The daughters are, he talks about the old saying, daughters are a joy in our youth, but companionship in our old age. These daughters definitely do not want companionship of Mr. Jeff there. Let's see what else. We downloaded Jeff's phone. We saw a lot of pictures of beehives, dogs that he raised and trained, a lot of junk that's consistent with Carolyn's testimony, but no coins. Why were there no coins? If he's this collector, this guy who collects all these coins, why were there no pictures of coins on his phones? Why not receipts? Caitlyn couldn't have pulled the trigger because she was at the Walmart. We see that in the surveillance video. Text about Jeff being with the hounds. Karen knows what that means. That was objected to. Karen didn't testify. Carolyn testified Jeff cut the surveillance at their property. So he has a history of doing that. But that was, I mean, again, that's just her saying it. I don't know. That's all right. Seems like a stretch. Empty bands of cash, receipts. It's Kirby's money they paid for. Oh, it's Kirby's money that paid for the defense. That was definitely objected to. There was a sidebar. He did apologize for that. And Jeff and Karen are putting bags of silver in the trunk of his Cadillac. And he talks about the shotgun that was found at his house that had some soil on it. They dragged him through the mud then, and they're doing it here as well. So, all right, let's let me end this poll, and we'll get up a new poll of how long it's going to be. All right, let's end this poll about, was Caitlyn involved? Let's see here. Hold on. Was Caitlyn involved? 117 votes. All right, so they've been deliberating since, like, say, 1 o'clock. We'll just go 1 Eastern. We'll go with that. So they started at 1 Eastern. Verdict watch. So 1 o'clock. All right. So was Caitlyn involved? 49% said yes, helped planned it. 22% said yes, was there and watched Dad shoot. 17% said no, wasn't there at the time. 12% said yes, pulled the trigger. So, you like it by 2? Yeah. All right, let's see. Janet, yes, that is a new verdict. Well, we've had it now for, I think this is our third trial. Aaron created that. So if you guys like the verdict clock, definitely let Erin know. She created it. She created it with her own hard work through some HTML programming and all kinds of stuff. So Amanda, how does she have an alibi when they don't know where she was? When they don't know when he was TV'd. How does she have an alibi when they don't know? Yeah. Well, she was at the Walmart, she was texting with him, and then he stops texting with her and she's still at the Walmart. So I guess that's it. So she was at the Walmart. Well, she's driving around, right? She's coming back.
Peter, Luger, Hornady. You guys also...
All right, so Court TV's going to another feed. All right, so she's driving around, coming back from Memphis, all that stuff. She's in contact with Kirby. She's texting with him, all this stuff. She's at the Walmart saying, I'm going to pick up Chinese food, and he says he's at Gino's, and then he stops replying to her. So I guess that's how they figured. So she was still at the Walmart. So I guess that's how that could be answered. I hope that figures it. Hope that helps you. Rentia says, thank you to Aaron. Sparkling Princess says, awesome for us to have. Thank you, Aaron. Willow Johnson, nice clock. Yes. Mary says, love the verdict clock. Yes. He thought there was a verdict that quickly. Yeah. Whoop. Nope. No, they're showing another trial. They're showing Tennessee versus Brandon Isabel. So until they... So while we're in verdict watch. All right, let me get another poll here. Let's see, how long will they take to deliberate? Let's do that. And I'll go ahead and I'll play some past testimony. Actually, we need to feed the kitties. That's what I'll do first. How long will the jury deliberate today? I'm just going to go with today. 0 to 2 hours. We'll get some kitty cam going for you guys because I got to feed them. 2 to 4 hours. 4 to 6 hours. 6+ hours. 6+ hours. All right, 0 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 6, 6+ hours. All right, how long? How long to deliberate? New poll. All right, we'll get some kitty cam going for you guys. What are you guys doing back there? Okay. All right, we have to feed them. So we'll get a kitty cam going. I just want to make sure that I don't miss the verdict. So let's get to, let me come over here. Let's see. All right. All right, I can't do picture in picture because they're showing another trial. Well, I guess I could. All right, I guess I could. I guess I could do this. Let's see. I can make it small. Hold on a sec. I could do it small and nope. Nope. Why doesn't it let me do that? Oh, because it's locked. Hold on. Okay. And then they're going to babble on. I don't know. Should I not even? Yeah. All right. We're not even going to do that. All right. Just forget that altogether. Shoot.
Voluntary confession.
All right, Marlo, you're going to be sticking with us all hour long. Coming up, we said it was a busy day. We are going to switch gears yet again and head to the state of Ohio. We're coming up next. The Amish mother accused of drowning her 4-year-old son is due back in court for an all-important bond hearing. That's next, right here on Court TV Live.
Tonight, on closing arguments, an Amish mother faces murder charges after allegedly claiming she gave her son to God. We'll dig deeper with the latest from today's hearing.
Closing arguments, tonight at 8, 7 Central, only on Court TV. Interview with a Killer. New season premieres Saturday, October 25th, only on Court TV.
sleight of hand tricks. So I ignored my good intention. Called that number anyway. The doctor on the line said she'd get me in that day. Dr. Juice, Sister Squeeze, Dr. Juice, Sister Squeeze. Satisfaction guarantee. For that you gotta pay. She said she'd fix my body in that old-fashioned way. She wrapped her arms around me, squeezed me till I popped. She said she'd keep it coming till she heard me holler stop. Dr. Juice, Sister Squeeze, Dr. Juice, Sister Squeeze. She fed me with the soup spoon and amphetamines. I was tripping like a baboon on the Serengeti. She said second session. She said Saturday sounds so sweet. She said she'd fix my ankle, put the rhythm in my feet. Dr. Juice, Sister Squeeze, Dr. Juice, Sister Squeeze.
let you go.
mind has put me on the edge. Life has nearly killed me, and my mind has put me on the edge. Though I can barely crawl, I've got to walk where these angels' feet are tread. Darkness nearly drowned me. Sunlight alone, don't it burn my eyes? Darkness nearly drowned me, and the sunlight, Lord, don't it burn my eyes? This valley is much too deep, and this mountain so very high. Well, my cup is nearly empty. I got such a long, long way to go. My cup is nearly empty. I got such a long, long way to go. I got to lay down here and rest before I can take another step down that lonesome road. Where the darkness nearly drowned me, the sunlight burned my eyes. This valley is much too deep, and this mountain so very high. I gotta lay down here and rest where I can take another step down this lonesome road. Well, my cup is nearly empty. I got such a long, long, long way to go. Darkness nearly drowned me. The sunlight burned my eyes. This valley is much too deep, and this mountain so very high. I gotta lay down here and rest where I can take another step down this lonesome road. Well, my cup is nearly empty. I got such a long, long, long way to go. My cup is nearly empty. I got such a long, 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 long way to go. thought you was an angel. You flew away just like a bird. I thought you was an angel. You flew away just like a bird. Our trip to heaven was a detour through hell on earth. Spread your pretty wings for me, let me deep inside. When you was good and satisfied, away you would fly. Well, honey, you ain't no angel. You flew away just like a bird. Our trip to heaven was a detour through hell on earth. Might be a robin redbreast or a squawking blue jay. Might be the devil's own raven. It don't matter no how in a way. Honey, you ain't no angel. You flew away just like a bird. Our trip to heaven was a detour through hell on earth. Your halo, you flip from tree to tree. Got time for everyone else, never had no time for me. You ain't no angel, you flew away just like a bird. My trip to heaven was a detour through hell on earth.
All right, welcome in everybody. Welcome back from my lunch. Hopefully you guys had a good break as well. Hold on a sec, I gotta go. Hold on. I'll play another song while I go take care of that. All right, I want to show some pictures for you guys. We're going to play some testimony from Caitlyn and Carolyn. But Scorpio, you're from Louisiana. Where is everyone else from? We're in Florida. We are in Florida. Originally from Ohio, spent many years in New York City, and then made my way down to Florida. We got California, Janet. Widespread is Georgia. JRN is Louisiana as well. Missy says you're a Yankee and in Washington State. Amanda's in the UK. I think Mississippi Mud Pie, that's like a chocolate. Is that like a really thick chocolate, right? Yeah, it's like, okay, I see. Decadent chocolate dessert with a layered filling and a chocolate cookie or brownie crust, all topped with whipped cream. Nice. Yeah, that sounds good right about now. Richard is in Texas. Yep, we got people all over, literally all over the world too. We got folks from Canada, folks from the UK, Allie B's, Wisconsin. Darren, correct, yes. Yep, Hellrider, we know you're in Georgia. Cindy's in South Carolina. Denise is originally from Baton Rouge, now in Idaho. I did not watch the Ryder Cup this weekend. Did not watch the Ryder Cup. All right, here I want to show you some pictures of the little beans this morning. So this was little beans this morning. There's Rafa and Fed. So that bed looks a little too small for them, right? So that's Rafa and Fed on one of the hanging beds. Here's another one. Here's another angle. another angle of the two of them. They're so cute together, right? I mean, they're just so cute together. Hellrider, yes, it's the bomb diggity. Oh, the Mississippi? Yeah. Allie says it's cool how we are all over. That is, yeah, I agree. That's like one of the definitely the cooler things about YouTube is that we can have conversations with people all over the world. I think it's I agree. I think that is very cool. Widespread, I'm almost 100% that Rafa is Fed's daddy. I know. They're very, very connected. They definitely have bonded and imprinted on each other for sure. All right. So it's I don't know. I mean, we watched Rafa try, and then Polly left for a day and a night and came back like the next day, and then she was like, Rafa, get off of me. So I don't know. We saw him try. Who knows? All right. If you haven't taken the poll yet, please do so. We've got how long will the jury deliberate today? We have 0 to 2 hours. 19%, 2 to 4 hours, 49%, 4 to 6 hours, 27%, and 6+ hours, 8%. All right. Camp Squeegee. Camp Squeegee. You guys are funny. I think Rafa figured it out on try number 2. You never know. He's definitely adopted. Yeah, he is. He has totally stepped in as dad, big brother, uncle, however you want to say it. He spends more time with them than Paulie does. Let's put it that way. Like he spent, like right now, Paulie's outside. You know, Rafa will sleep with them. He'll play with them. Paulie is, she's kind of being standoffish. I mean, she loves him still, but she's not as attentive as Rafa is. All right. What I want to do is, while the jury is still deliberating, let's go ahead and let's play some previous trial. Let's play some testimony by Caitlyn, right? Yeah, Caitlyn and then Carolyn. I want to do that. I want to watch their testimony again. So let's see. Caitlyn was day 2, so we need day 2. Let's watch that. Let me just make sure. Yeah, okay. So let's watch day 2 of Caitlyn's testimony. Are they related? We don't think so. They act like they're son and father or brothers, but no, we don't think so. I've been trying to encourage a pilgrimage somewhere in the middle of Camp Squeegee. Rafa is Alpha Bapper. Totally. It's funny, JRN. Lynn, good to see you. Has Caitlyn had her trial? No, it's still up in the air. She did take a plea. Right, so I'm sorry. She took a plea, so no trial. It's the sentencing is up in the air. Her sentencing is still to come. And they talk about that or in the cross, so let's get to that. Let me get to that. All right, let's see here. Let me get rid of that. All right, we're going to watch some previous testimony here. This is Caitlyn. This is the older daughter. Hold on a sec. All right, so this is going to be previous testimony. Let's pop that up there. Okay.
You may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you tell the jury who you are?
My name is Caitlyn Spence.
And I...
Do I need to be closer?
This courtroom is so big
Okay.
that it swallows up everybody's voice. And the battery's out.
Set it in there. Can you hear me now? Is that better? No, still not? Oh, on.
Is it working?
It says it's on. Can you hear me now? Better? No? Still not? I'm running into the box here. You? How's that?
It's
Better?
Much,
Yes, guys?
much better.
Yeah?
Who are you?
My name is Caitlyn Spence.
And when were you born?
July 2nd, 1986.
Where were you? Where'd you grow up?
Grew up in Pennsylvania,
Whereabouts?
Brookfield, Pennsylvania.
Who's your mother and father?
Jeff and Karen Spence.
Okay. Do you have any siblings?
I have a sister, Carolyn Spence.
Are you older than her?
I'm older. I'm like a year.
About a year older than her?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, how did a girl from Pennsylvania wind up in Tippah County, Mississippi? Can you tell the jury?
First, I went to school in Ohio. Then I came down to Mississippi to go to Mississippi State. Then from there, I started work at Tractor Supply, and I've been all over Mississippi. Opened up a store in Boonville. So I was in Prentiss County, and then I met Kirby, and he took me to Tippah County.
Okay. Turn that microphone down towards you. There you go.
Like that? Okay.
Now, what did you study at Mississippi State?
Mississippi State was for veterinary medicine.
Did you get a degree?
I did not.
Did not finish your degree?
No.
And I believe you told me you worked for different places around the state in that field?
So when I first moved to Mississippi, I worked at Starkville Veterinary Hospital and as their office manager and head technician. And then after I was finished with vet school, decided to go a different way. I started working at Tractor Supply in Starkville. And so from there, Tractor Supply took me, I worked in a number of positions for them, and I started opening stores for them. So I was in Philadelphia, Mississippi, I was in the Delta, I did fixer work in Greenwood, up to the Memphis market. Pretty much the entire state was
So when did you move to Boonville and began working at TSC?
Around the end of 2018, start of 2019.
Okay.
They opened their new store there.
And shortly after that, you met Kirby Carpenter?
I met Kirby. We started dating in 2020.
Okay.
I met him a couple months before that when he opened up his liquor store.
All right. And then at some point, did you move in with him?
I did.
When was that?
Probably mid 2020, maybe July, August.
Okay. Who lived there? Who all lived in that house when you moved in with Kirby?
Kirby himself and his son, Towns.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And how old is Towns?
Well, at that point when I moved in, I think he was just shy of 2. I was there for his his second birthday party.
Now, you and Kirby ended up having a child together.
I did.
Enola?
Yes, sir.
When was Enola born?
July 23rd, 2022.
All right. Now, had you talked to your mother and father about Enola being born and them coming down to stay with you and Kirby to help you with?
Oh, yes, sir.
Not only
Yes.
to be there to celebrate the birth, but to help with Enola.
Yes, I did.
Tell the jury about that.
So we, the plan was for when I went into labor for my parents to come from Virginia and stay with us for about a month after. I had been reading about the 4th trimester and how important that was for recovery and breastfeeding and new babies. So they offered to be there and help us through that.
Okay. Were you still working at TSC at the time?
I was.
Did they provide maternity leave for
I
you?
had 12 weeks maternity leave. I believe 6 were paid, and then I took the other 6 that were unpaid.
All right. And after Enola was born, when did you start back working at TSC?
Mid-October, like the 2nd or 3rd week in October. Started immediately after we came back from Pennsylvania.
All right. So after Enola was born, y'all took a trip to Pennsylvania?
Yes.
The purpose of that
A couple of
was
months after she was born, yes.
just to let the family up in Pennsylvania meet the new
To have
baby.
all the family and friends in the north get to meet her. We stayed for about a week and had a couple of baby showers and sit and sips and things like that.
And then everybody came back.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Had you talked to your mother and daddy about when they planned to go back to their home in Saltville, Virginia?
When?
In November.
In November?
Do you know when they went back, when they left Tippah County and went back?
Are you talking in November of 2022?
November 2022.
Yes, when they left on Tuesday the 29th, and we had not had anything planned for them to come back. I think it was going to be contingent on Mom's doctor's appointments.
And I guess what I'm asking is, was that something that y'all discussed? Hey, Mom and I are going back to Saltville, Virginia on November the 29th. Or was that something you knew a few days ahead of time?
I did know a few days ahead of time that they were leaving. I had to set up childcare. We had discussed that.
All right. So would that have been the first day, the day they left, on that Tuesday, November the 29th of 2022, the first time you had to set up childcare for Enola because you were having to work that day?
That was the first time, yes, that we had to have all-day childcare, yes.
Okay. And I think you set that up with one of your friends in
Yes.
Boonville?
Yes,
Is that
Bailey.
correct?
Yes, Bailey Reese.
Bailey Reese. That morning, November the 29th, when you left for work, was Kirby at home?
On Tuesday?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, he was.
and you went to your friend's house before you went to work, correct?
Not on Tuesday the 29th. Wednesday the 30th was the day that I took Enola to Bailey's house.
Okay. Do you know what time your mother and father left on Tuesday, November the 29th?
Early afternoon, around 1 or 2.
Were you there when they left?
Yes, I was.
All right. So 1 or 2 in the afternoon?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you have any communication with your dad after he left between November the 29th, 1 o'clock, through the next day, the following day, November 30th, 2022?
No, I did not have any phone calls with him. The first phone call I had with my parents was that Thursday.
Did you try to call your dad?
I don't think, I may have messaged. I'm not sure if I was texting, but I don't think, I didn't try to call until Thursday because that was when I had a doctor's appointment.
All right. So, on November the 29th, they leave at 1 o'clock. Do you know whether you didn't have any communication with your dad that day?
Just that morning physically before they left.
But you didn't have any communication with him
I don't
after
believe so,
he
no.
left? Okay. All right. Then the next day, November 30th, did you try to contact your dad that day?
I know I knew that they had arrived safely, that's all. So the text, I believe, might have come from my mom in our group messages.
From your mother?
I believe so. And did not have a conversation with my dad.
All right. So on the morning of November 30th, 2022, do you know whether you talked to your dad on the phone or not?
No,
You did
I did
not.
not.
Do you know whether you did or not?
The first conversation I had with my dad, I believe, was on Thursday.
Okay. And that would have been on December the 1st?
That would have been on December the 1st, yes, in the evening.
In that conversation with your dad, did you ask him about why you hadn't been able to get up with him?
Yes, that was told to me in the conversation that his battery was broken, phone was dead.
Okay. So you asked him, you had a conversation with your dad on December the 1st. Hey, I tried to get in touch with you. And his response to that, if I'm understanding, is, a phone was broken, my battery was dead, was his response to you. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I had tried to call him after I got out of Enola's doctor's appointment and get a hold of either one of them.
Now, on November 30th, that was a Wednesday, if you could tell the jury what happened that morning of Wednesday, November 30th, 2022.
From wake up?
Wake up.
Okay. Yes, on November 30th, I was going to Memphis for work. So I woke up about 4:15. Got myself and the baby together, had left the house probably about 5:15, 5:20 to go to Boonville, which is to the east of where I needed. So that's why I had to leave so early, because I had to leave Boonville by 6 in order to get to Memphis by 7:30.
Okay.
I needed to be at our meeting by 7:30. I took the baby to Bailey's, dropped her off, got her situated, and then took off for Memphis.
Okay. When you left the home, was Kirby at home?
Yes, he was. He was in our bed.
All right. And he was alive?
He was sleeping, yes.
Was that the last time you saw him alive?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you don't normally go to Memphis to work, right?
I worked in the Memphis market the last 6 months that I worked with Tractor Supply.
Okay.
So I was up there often.
Okay. Now, did you work all day long?
Normally, I switched positions when I got pregnant. So my job went from being a salaried employee to an hourly. I worked from 7:30 to 6:30 normally.
Did you work all day long?
I worked until about 3 or 4 o'clock probably.
All right. When you got done working, were you headed to, did you go straight to Bailey Reese's house?
I traveled to Bailey Reese's house, yes, after we were done with our meeting. I stopped at the Goodwill and I think I got a Starbucks, but I hit 72 and was right home to the baby.
All right. Now, on November the 29th, the day before, had your dad given you any instructions or say anything about what you should do after work on the 30th?
Yes, when they were leaving, he was going through the take care of, Enola, be good to, yourself, good luck at work. He knew the meeting that I had and then said, Wednesday after I get home to suggest to Bailey that we should go out to dinner, get some Mexican and have some girl time because we hadn't had a lot since the baby was born.
Okay. And that would have been have a girls' night out in Boonville, take your friend.
Yes, yeah, the big party at the Memphis, or the Mexican restaurant, sorry, in Boonville.
It is in Boonville?
Yes, sir, yeah.
Well-known place to go?
There's a few. Just like in Ripley, that's the restaurant to go if you're...
But that's what you took that to mean?
Yes.
And that would mean not lunch, but supper?
And it would have been, supper.
All right. Now, do you know about what time you went to Bailey's house? Got to Bailey's house?
Around 6.
To pick Enola up?
Yes, sir, 6.
All right. And did you suggest that to Bailey, that y'all go have a girls' night at the Mexican restaurant?
I asked her if she wanted to go to dinner, yes, and she said she was tired from the day. Her husband was home, and it wasn't a good time.
So after that, what did you and Enola do?
We went back to Boonville and went to Walmart.
Okay. Now, how long were you at Walmart? You arrived at Walmart in the parking lot. We know that. We know you went in for a brief time, and then went back out in the parking lot and stayed in your car for 20, 30 minutes?
Yeah.
But all in all, about 45 minutes? Would that be about right?
I believe I arrived at Walmart around probably 6:30, 6:40, and then went in the store, had some, and I was back to pick up our Chinese at 8 o'clock. I believe that I was in the parking lot after shopping at Walmart for 20 minutes to breastfeed.
All right. And that's all on surveillance?
Yes.
And if I represent to you that the time that you leave the parking lot at Walmart, that was 7:52 at night, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
No, sir.
Okay. Sound about right?
Yes.
Now, in between the time that you pick Enola up and the time you leave the parking lot at Walmart, we're talking about 6 o'clock to 7:52. Do you have any communications with Kirby?
I did.
All right, and what was that about?
I believe the first communication we had was I asked where he was.
Okay.
And he replied back that he was at Geno's.
Does that mean anything to you?
That's a local tire place.
Local meaning local to?
Local to Boonville.
To Boonville?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you knew exactly where he was?
Yes. Yes.
And what about after that?
After that, I had I sent some more messages to him I had met a woman in the returns line that we had a longer conversation than normal. I told him that I had met her and that she had kind of cornered me. So we had a talk, and I wanted him to know where I was and when I would be home.
You're going to be delayed a little bit?
Yes.
Okay. All right. What about after that?
More messages. I asked him if what he wanted to do for dinner, if he wanted Chinese. I told him I was going to pick some up, that I was leaving Walmart.
Do you remember whether he responded to that?
He did not respond to me after the Geno's message.
All right. Do you remember his last response to you being 2 question marks?
I was going to say the last question mark was in the Geno's was a string of question marks, yes.
And how did you take that?
When I asked him why with Geno's, it was because I thought he meant that he was at Geno's in the business,
Right.
not passing Geno's. No, the way he phrased it, he was friends with the manager there and the guys that work there, and I thought he had stopped there. He was looking into buying a tire business, and he was trying to steal the manager, and so I thought maybe he was smoozing him. That was, I asked him, why he was there. I believe he might have messaged back that, he had been working. And, it was very short, and then the question marks after were normally like a end the convo question marks, I'm sure.
And I represent to you that there's been search warrants and downloads of his phone. If those double question marks on November 30th of 2022 were at 6:37 p.m., would that be about right?
Yes, I'm sure. Yes, that sounds right.
You don't disagree with that?
No, I do not.
Not based on the context of
No, sir.
when this was happening?
No, sir.
End of the day?
That sounds about right.
All right. That would have been at 6:37 p.m. And I believe it's already been established that it would take about 15 minutes to get home from Geno's if you were driving by.
Longer.
15 to 20.
It would take me solid 30 from Boonville.
30 minutes.
Yeah.
Now, the parking lot in Boonville at Walmart, if you left at 7:52, did you stop anywhere else on the way home?
I did. I traveled to the other side of the parking lot and stopped at the Chinese restaurant to pick up dinner.
Okay. All right. Now then, how long did it take you to get home? Do you remember about what time you arrived home?
I think around 8:30, 8:40. It was late.
Okay. And what were you driving?
Which car I was driving? I was driving my black Suburban.
And was Kirby's truck there when you arrived home?
Yes, it was.
All right. Anything unusual about going from your car into the home?
It was dark.
Okay.
There was a mess in the garage. There were cans and garbage strewn all over the garage.
Okay.
We had a pet dog named Lucy. She was wild and tore things up a lot.
I thought the dog may have turned.
It wasn't abnormal for us to have that to come home to.
All right.
But it was dark and nobody. The house was dark. I didn't see that Kirby wasn't there. Our door was locked, but his truck was there.
All right. Door was locked.
Yes, sir.
You used your key to get in?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you know whether your dad had access to a key?
We kept a spare key on our side door. It's how everyone accessed the house. Kirby's family, my family, yes.
Was he aware of that?
I believe so, yes.
You think so, or did you tell him where it was?
I'm sure while he was there, I told him or Mom That was common if we needed to lock the house and not be there. Most of the time, one of us was there.
And I believe you had, on the home, there were security cameras all over the place. Garage.
Yes, sir.
I believe. Do you know exactly where all of them were located?
We had one on the front porch, one in the garage, like right above the garage door where you could see the inside of the garage. There was one on the outside of the garage to where you could see the driveway, and there was one on the side door, and that was the security system cameras.
Now, was Kirby inside?
No.
Okay. And it's late in the evening, long day at work. Did you try to text him?
I'm not sure, sir.
Where?
I believe I probably did. I don't know if I did it immediately, no.
But over the next few days, hours, you did.
Oh, yes, I texted
Try to
him.
call, try
Yes.
to text.
Yes, I did.
Where are you?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see any signs of anything unusual in the home when you made entry?
No.
All right. And but no Kirby.
No Kirby.
When you woke up the next morning, was Kirby there?
No.
Throughout the day, you didn't know Kirby.
I was gone from our house for most of the day, but no Kirby, no.
Okay.
No communication with him.
And that would have been on December the 1st.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When did you find Kirby?
Around lunchtime on the 2nd.
Okay, on December the 2nd?
Yes, sir.
Were you on the phone when?
I was, sir.
Who were you talking to?
Maddie Jane Jones, Kirby's mom.
Okay. And do you remember what you told her when you found him? Was she was trying to get a hold of Kirby, or?
Her and I had been talking a few times, like all morning. We were texting, and I had a couple of conversations with her before then. We were trying to find Kirby together.
And how did it come to be that you found his body? You just walked outside?
I had gone up to our deer stand on the back. I'd gone up to our deer stand, and when I was coming back down off of the hill, I could see the whole property, and I could see where his body was.
Now, there's been some testimony that you told law enforcement that you went up to the deer stand, and they said there's no way to. What they took you to mean, you couldn't scale up that steep slope. Is that the way you went?
No, sir.
Did you have a NOLA with you?
I did, sir.
All right. And how did you make your way up to that deer stand?
We had a cutout, like a power line cutout on the side of the hill in between our house and the little beauty shop. We kept it bush hogged, and it's kind of you cut right, cut left, and then you go onto the flat part of our property.
All right.
It skips the slag wall that they've discussed.
But on the way back down, you had a clear view of the
Yeah, when you
property.
come back down, yes, you'd have a clear view of the landing pad that was basically our house and property.
And that's when you saw Kirby?
Yes.
All right. What did you do after you got off? Did you get immediately off the phone with Maddie Jane?
Yes.
And what did you do?
Ran down the hill.
All right. What did you do after that?
Called 911.
Okay. And we've already heard that 911 call.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have any trouble with the transmission?
The reception of
reception?
it? Yes, I had to call twice,
Okay.
and the operator couldn't hear me.
Okay.
We had to have Wi-Fi at the house for our calls.
And I believe Maddie Jane knew something was wrong too.
Mm-hmm.
and sent her husband over.
Dwayne was the first one that arrived, yes.
Okay. You were still on the phone with 911 when Dwayne arrived?
I don't remember that.
Okay.
I could have been.
At some point after that, did you call your mother and father?
I did.
Okay. Did you talk to your father on the phone?
I did.
Do you know approximately when that would have been after discovering Kirby's body?
It would maybe an hour afterwards. They once a number of law enforcement came, first responders, and then they took me from his body and put me in the house in the nursery with Sharon Kay and Enola. I still had Enola on me.
What did you tell him?
That I had found Kirby's body.
Okay.
Kirby was dead.
Do you remember his reaction to that?
Silence.
Okay. He never said anything in response to it?
They said they would be on, he said he would be on his way. They would be on their way as soon as possible.
Okay. And when did they arrive?
The next morning, maybe again around lunchtime.
December 3rd?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, it would have been
3rd.
December 3rd, that Saturday. Yes, sir.
Now, did you subsequently learn who killed Kirby Carpenter after this time?
Yes.
And when was that? The first time you learned who killed Kirby Carpenter?
When I had the waterfall conversation with my father.
Okay. Can you tell the jury about that conversation you had with your father? And I tell you what, did you have a conversation with your father in December of
Yes, sir.
2022 before the waterfall?
Yes, sir.
Conversation?
Mm-hmm.
And it was about whether, I'll ask it to you this way, did you learn that your father had come back to Mississippi from Saltville, Virginia on November the 30th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
And when did you learn that?
In December of 2022.
And tell the jury about that.
She needs to speak up.
Speak up just a little.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Tell the jury about that conversation.
It was after we had found Kirby, and of course the whirlwind that was. We were talking, as you do in these situations, on what could have happened, who could have done it, and he implied to me, he told me that he had brought a package to Mississippi, back to Mississippi, placed it under a 5-gallon bucket in our open shed, and then went back to Virginia, and he thought that those were the people that Kirby would have met that night that that killed him, and that he had that those would be the best. He thought that's who had taken Kirby out.
Okay. So he told you this story that he came back to Mississippi, if I'm understanding it correctly, to leave something in the carport under a 5-gallon bucket.
Yes.
All right. Did that seem unusual to you?
It was. I didn't think it occurred often, no. So yes, I thought it was unusual. But he explained that Kirby had asked him to bring a package back. I asked more questions, and it was a package of drugs. He implied that they were pills, and That was where he placed them for Kirby to have later that day, is what he told me.
Based on what he told you, did you believe that your father had come back to your home on November 30th, 2022?
Yes.
All right. And that part of it, you believe that he told you?
Yes.
And did he say that he believed that investigators would find the people that were coming to get whatever he put?
Yes, and I also thought so that, yes.
So they would be the ones that were responsible for killing the father of your child?
Yes.
And he felt confident they would find him?
Yes.
All right. Did he indicate what he put under that 5-gallon bucket?
He did.
All right. What did he say?
He implied that they were pills. I'm not sure what, but it was pills for Kirby to resell.
All right. Like a drug deal?
Yes.
And that drug dealers killed Kirby?
Yes.
All right. And this is what your father told you in December of 2022?
That's what, yes.
All right. So on November 30th, 2022, if I understand you correctly, you did try to contact your dad. The records will show it.
Mm-hmm.
But you never talked to him on the phone.
I didn't get a hold of him
The
until
following
Thursday.
day, he says, my phone was either broken or the battery was down.
Yes, sir.
Okay. At any rate, from your point of view, his phone was off grid all of November 30th, 2022.
Yes, as far as I knew, he didn't answer. Yes.
All right. Did you express to your dad in some way, if so, tell the jury, trying to inquire further why your dad would be a part of some bringing pills back to Kirby?
We didn't have a long, it was told to me basically that it was none of my business. We did have a conversation that, and I mean, I knew from Kirby, we were opening up the distillery. We had a large payment that we needed to make, and that Kirby wanted to make some quick money, and Dad knew of somebody that could make that happen.
And when you tried to inquire further, he said, mind your own business?
Yeah.
And was that fairly direct or firm?
Aggressive, yes.
Aggressive? Does your father talk that way normally to you?
No.
Okay. All right, now the second conversation you had with your father, can you tell the jury when that was?
It was between April and June of 2023.
All right, and where was that located?
Saltville, Virginia.
All right. Now, there's testimony that you, your mother, and your father left Tippah County on December 20th of 2022. Do you have any, is that about right?
It was after the funeral. I'm not sure what date we left.
Okay. December 20th is going to be just before, Christmas.
Yes, yeah.
The funeral was on
before
December 17th.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And so you wouldn't disagree if there was testimony that the three of you left on December 20th, 2022, that would be accurate?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Where did y'all go to Saltville, Virginia?
Yes.
And where was that home located? Do you know the address?
Roan Lane. I'm not sure the house number, but
I'm sorry?
it was Roan Lane.
Roan Lane?
Mm-hmm.
And they were renting?
No.
No, they own that home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you stay there from December 20th up until April?
I did. I traveled, but yes, I lived there with them.
Other than traveling with Enola, That was where you stayed?
That was, yes.
With your mother and father?
Yes.
All right. Now, what was it that, you were dealing with that made you want to revisit your dad's involvement in Kirby's death?
Events, facts that were coming out, conversations that I was having with people. After it happened, I didn't handle it well. I went to a crisis center, finally got a couple of therapists to help me work through what had happened, the stress of it.
I understand. And that, I want the jury to hear sort of what you talked about, talking to people. Were they from Ripley or Tippah County?
It was assorted, yes.
People you knew back home?
Yes.
You were following things on
the news
social
and
media?
social media, yes.
That were revealing parts of the investigation?
Yes.
And you're starting to put a few things together. And is that what made you want to have another conversation with your father?
Yes.
All right. So how did you broach that topic with your father, and what happened? Tell the jury.
I asked if we could go for a walk. The waterfall was where we would take Enola almost daily, sometimes twice a day for walks. But she was down for a nap. My mom was with her in the house. So Dad and I went on a walk by ourselves to talk, and for me to try and broach this with him and get some answers.
So the walk with your father would not have been unusual?
No.
Daily?
No.
What did you ask him?
I asked him if he had anything to do with Kirby's death. I asked him if some of the things that I was hearing was true. He turned aggressive and very short with me in his answers. He said that it wasn't my job to find, who Kirby's killer was, that Enola was my only responsibility. He said that he did what he had to do, that the less I knew, the better. He said that I shouldn't lick a gift horse in the mouth.
Are you responding to this?
Trying to. Most of the time I didn't get much out. There wasn't much back and forth. It was just shutting me down basically and telling me that my focus needed to be Enola.
Okay. Do you recall your father's demeanor at that when he was telling you these things?
Angry.
Had you ever seen that before?
No.
Had you ever seen that side of it?
No.
And when he said that he did what he had to do, that he did it for Enola, did he say
Said Enola was safe.
That she was safe?
Yes.
Okay. Did he say anything about when he was telling you what he did, that that's what a parent does?
That's what...
Object to the leading, Mr. Quickvoice.
Rephrase your question.
Did he say anything about his duty as a father or anything of that nature?
he said that that's what a good father or good parent does. But that was when, the start of our conversation, when he was telling me that my focus needed to be Enola, that Enola was the priority, and that I didn't need to focus on anything other than Enola.
Okay. Did you take this conversation, how did you take this conversation with respect to Kirby's death?
That he was confessing to me that he had killed Kirby.
Okay.
Please say that again.
That he was confessing to me that he had killed Kirby.
He said that to you.
That's how I took our conversation.
Your interpretation.
Your Honor, I object.
You'll have your time. Have an objection, but you'll have your time for asking questions.
Yes, sir.
Now, did he say anything to you about what you should do with this information?
That I needed to keep my mouth shut or else I would lose Enola and kill him.
Okay. First one's going to be 2021 Jeff.
Yeah, Scorpion, it's funny you say that, because they were talking about that specifically in, and I can pause here. I usually don't do this, but I'm going to while they're in their sidebar. That the amount of coincidences, eventually they add up, right? They were talking about that in their closing. At what point do coincidences, what did he say? At what point basically at what point do coincidences add up? Like at some point you have to look at all these coincidences and eventually, they're gonna add up to something's not right here. All right, let me fast forward here. Oops.
Caitlyn, I'm going to hand you an Exhibit 47. That's a group text from 2021. And that group was you, your mother, and your father, correct? Do you recognize that?
I do.
Do you recall that conversation?
I didn't until it was, I recognize that it's us talking, yes. I do recognize the conversation.
Looking at the conversation, that refreshed your recollection?
Yes.
About the topic of the conversation?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that 47 be received with evidence.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right.
47 will be admitted.
Now, what I'm interested in is, the context between the three of you. I think, were you having trouble at work? Or, what am I going to do? You were asking them advice about opening up a business?
I don't remember having trouble at work, but I did ask the open-ended question of what business am I opening up, Peeps, which would have been Mom and Dad in this conversation.
And what was your dad's response?
Assassins, Inc.
Assassins, Inc.
Yes.
And that was in 2021? What month? What date?
Is this oh, sorry.
Yeah.
11 November 5th, 2021.
So what business should I open up? And my understanding is his response is
Assassins, Inc.
Assassins, Inc. Did you respond to that?
I did.
What was your response?
I said, dude, I wish I was ready and badass enough for that.
Okay. Did your father respond to that?
He did.
What was his response?
You just manage it. You hire the talent. ... The older I get, the less life in prison is a deterrent.
Okay.
Let me see that. I put here on that.
That was in November of 2021. A year later, the father of your child, Kirby Carpenter, is killed on November 30th, 2022. And your father admitted killing him that day. Correct?
I didn't hear that.
A year later, your father told you that he was responsible for Kirby Carpenter's death. Correct?
At the waterfall, yes.
Yes. All right. Now, looking at Exhibit 48, was that June 3rd of 2023? That conversation between you and your father?
June 3rd of 2023, yes.
June 3rd of 2023. And that would have been after the conversation with your father?
I'm not sure. I don't know when this happened or the conversation specifically, no.
Okay. What message did you send your father?
I sent him a thank you. Would you like me to read it?
If you don't mind, read that.
I said, thank you, Daddy-O, for making it where I can just take care of our Enola. She has been a sleepy, investigating, lapping, snuggling, nursing, lay with mommy baby since you left. We are on our second nap, and she's been Miss Clingy in between. Having the ability to allow her to be all those things on her schedule is just so awesome. Love you.
And did he respond to that?
He did.
What was his response?
No more important use of my life or anyone's.
All right. No more important use for my life or anyone's?
Correct.
Okay. Court's indulgence.
I set up for you as well.
Yes, sir.
Nope.
So I did a search for him. So he was found guilty in Alabama of 17 counts of negotiating a worthless instrument. Now, a worthless instrument is basically a bad check. So he He has 17 counts, and this was in 1999. Then there's the deer. There's the whole deer thing, white-tailed deer.
Is your father in the courtroom?
He is?
Can you point him out to the jury and describe what he's wearing?
Yes, I can. He's sitting right over in the corner with a red shirt. I believe it's striped.
Your Honor, let the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Let record show reflect.
Tender the witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Miss Spence.
Good afternoon.
I need to do a little house cleaning, housekeeping, or whatever before we talk more about your testimony.
Okay.
You've been in this case since December the 5th, 2022, right?
Yes, sir.
That's the day you lawyered up.
Yes, sir.
You were asked to cooperate, give statements, and you went and hired a lawyer, right?
I gave statements before,
Well,
but
you
yes.
were supposed to meet the law enforcement at 10 o'clock on December the 5th, and you got there at 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Because you went and lawyered up.
Yes, sir.
You lawyered up because you knew you were in trouble. You knew you were in trouble.
I lawyered up because that was what was
Can you speak
suggested to me.
Can you speak up?
I went and obtained a lawyer because I was instructed to.
I want to get you to comment on a supposed statement that you made at Kirby's funeral or leading up to Kirby's funeral. You know what I'm talking about?
No, sir.
If I drop the name David Barnes, you would know what I'm talking about.
Yes, sir.
David Barnes gave statements to which you, your lawyer, I, and everybody else in that particular courtroom on that particular day objected strenuously as being a lie.
Correct.
And are you prepared to say today that David Barnes's statement to law enforcement, which actually resulted in your arrest, what he told law enforcement resulted in your arrest, resulted in his arrest, resulted in your mother's arrest? You remember what I'm talking about?
I'm sorry. When you're going to have to repeat the question. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you when we had.
You heard what David
coughing.
Barnes says he told Chris McAllister and other law enforcement officers.
Yes, sir.
About a statement that you had made to him. You had made.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't make that statement.
I did not, sir.
So the statements that the law enforcement initially got, which resulted in your arrest, your mom's arrest, your dad's arrest, were based on lies.
Correct.
You didn't say what David Barnes said you said, nor did your father say what David Barnes said he said.
No, sir.
Didn't happen.
Conversation didn't happen. No, sir. Okay. Not with me.
Well, I mean, he was attributing it to you.
Correct.
That your dad had killed Kirby, and that your dad said, keep your mouth shut or you're next, right?
Correct.
That's what David Barnes claimed, but tell him, never happened.
I never had a conversation with David Barnes.
And you certainly never said anything like that.
I never had the conversation with him.
That conversation did not take place.
Not with me, no, sir.
Thank you. Now, You and your husband, your boyfriend, Kirby Carpenter, were into some high-risk conduct, weren't you?
What do you mean by that?
Criminal conduct. Your boyfriend was not just a coin collector and a metals collector. He was a drug dealer, was he not?
Kirby would make money on anything.
I asked you if he was a drug dealer. I want a yes or a no.
Yes.
And you knew he was a drug dealer? Yes.
I did, yes.
And you actually participated in that activity, didn't you?
No, sir.
You were a drug dealer too, weren't you?
No, sir, I'm not. Nor was
I didn't say
I.
you are today. I said you were.
No, sir, I was not.
And not only were you a drug dealer, Miss Spence, you were a gun runner.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach? Argument.
I need to come up there.
So this stretch right here, he gets out that Kirby was dealing drugs. He's running guns, illegal guns. He hit her. You know, this is where she gets a little. I think he gets her, meaning Mr. Hill hits pretty close to home. Now it's interesting because I would think that the state would have prepared her. Hey, during cross, this is probably going to come up, so just be prepared. Maybe they did. I don't know. But so I can fast forward a little bit here. And yes, I'm going to play Carolyn's testimony after this.
Kirby would make money on just about anything. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Including running guns.
No, sir.
Stolen guns.
I'm not aware of that, sir, no.
So you deny that?
I don't deny that he had stolen guns when the estate went through the house. I don't deny that. But I was not part of it. I had no knowledge of that being in our home.
I'm asking you if you actually participated in taking guns to other places to sell.
Not with Kirby.
Well, did you go by yourself?
No, sir.
Go with anybody other than Kirby?
No, sir.
All right. Did it go with David Barnes?
To sell guns?
Yes.
No, sir.
Go with David Barnes to sell drugs?
No, sir.
Your boyfriend actually sold drugs out of the house where you lived, didn't he?
That's what has come to light, yes.
He had people coming to the place where you live selling drugs.
We had people coming to the house for a number of things.
Yes or no? Coming to the house, buying drugs.
Yes.
And you knew it.
In the course of our relationship, there were situations that were fishy, and I knew with David Barnes that sometimes he was paid for his handiwork in other things other than cash. Yes.
I'm not asking about how David Barnes was paid. I'm asking you that drug buyers came to your house to buy drugs from your boyfriend and you knew it. Yes.
I did not know it for sure, no, but I did. It has come to light that is the truth of what was happening.
You say it has come to light. How has it come to light to you?
In this investigation.
So you agree that this investigation has shown your boyfriend to be a drug dealer?
Yes.
You know, in life, if you're really lucky, you're born with wealthy parents. Most of us aren't. Or you win the lottery. Most of us don't. Or you inherit a lot of money from a great uncle. Most of us don't. If you don't have any of that, and you're getting into business, You understand the concept of seed money, don't you? Seed money, to begin.
Yes, sir.
You get seed money from different ways, different places, different lucky things. Most of us have to work hard for it. And if you don't have seed money, you have to figure out a way to get seed money, don't you?
Yes, sir.
And seed money for your boyfriend was drug dealing. That's where the money came from. Drug dealing. Right?
Kirby was an established businessman when I met him.
I'm not asking about that. I'm just saying Kirby was a drug dealer, and that's where his seed money came from. Don't look at your lawyer. He can't help you.
I'm telling you that I mean, he was an established businessman when I met him. I don't know how he started his previous companies and businesses
Well, you just got through
in
telling
the
us.
first 10 years before he turned even 30.
You just got through telling us that he was selling drugs out of the house where you live.
That is correct.
So he was a drug dealer after you met him.
Correct.
So drug dealing was apparently his seed money.
Kirby did a lot of different things to earn his money.
Including selling drugs. Including, you acknowledge selling drugs.
Yes, sir.
Including running guns.
Objection, Your Honor. I think it's ask and answer if that was a question. So, form of the question.
This has been asked and answered. Let's move on.
When Kirby was killed, you're the only person who was living in that house at the time other than your little kid.
Yes, other than Enola and Towns every other week.
And you were the only living person in that house on the evening of November the 30th.
That's correct.
You were the only person living in that house the next day,
That's correct.
the next night,
Correct.
the next day. That would be Friday.
I mean, yes, that was my home. I was not there at that point.
I'm sorry?
Once Friday night, I was not at the house. And you said if I was living at the house alone.
Well,
And Friday night, I was at his mom's house.
Friday night you left, but you came back.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you're the only live person at this house from Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Yes, sir.
And you are the one who found Kirby, even though and it took you 3 days, even though his body is right out there by the parked cars.
I found Kirby on Friday, yes.
And you're the one that claims that you found Kirby because you had walked up this very high hill in 10 minutes and came back. And that's when you saw him.
It was a much longer walk than 10 minutes.
I think you previously said 10 minutes.
It would not have taken me 10 minutes to do it.
It would not have taken you 10 minutes?
No, I mean, that walk was at least a 20-minute walk, 20 or 30-minute walk.
Before you went up the hill and you came back down,
Yes.
had you gone outside and looked around for Kirby?
No.
You just went inside and just let it go?
Let what go, sir?
Well, the fact that he wasn't around.
That was not unusual in our household for Kirby to leave and be gone without my knowledge of where he was or who he was with.
So, I've made representations to this jury that Kirby had a temperament of, I'm going to do whatever I'm going to do, and don't you say anything about it. I come and go as I please. Is that right?
Yes.
And that had been the nature of your relationship ever since you first met him?
Yes.
I call that emotional abuse. Did you feel like you were emotionally abused by Kirby?
Yes, sir.
other words, Kirby wanted you when he wanted you, but he didn't care whether you wanted him or not. Would that be right?
Kirby was his own man, yes.
Sounds like he's a selfish man, if you ask David Hill.
Your Honor, I object to the commentary.
I'm leading up to a question.
Phrasing it wrong, question.
Not only was Kirby emotionally abusive, you've said, he could be physically abusive, couldn't he?
Yes, sir.
When I say physically abusive, I mean he couldn't he?
Yes, sir.
And he has done that more than once?
Yes, sir.
And left marks on you?
Yes, sir.
Black eyes?
Yes, sir.
You were sick of that, weren't you? You were sick of two things. You were sick of Kirby Carpenter emotionally abusing you, coming and going, like he's single, except he wants you. And you were sick of being physically abused, weren't you?
We had our problems. We had we worked through, and we're continuing to work through a number of situations in our relationship.
The week of Kirby's death, the week before Kirby's death.
Yes.
Or maybe even 2 weeks before Kirby's death, you and he were into it strenuously, weren't you?
I don't know what you're referring to.
You and he were arguing almost constantly.
No, sir.
Arguing so much that Kirby got mad at you, slammed the door so hard he almost broke the glass. Isn't that right?
No, sir.
And then told you to go F and then called a name.
That had occurred in our relationship, but it was not occurring at Thanksgiving before his death. No.
But you've heard and seen that kind of conduct from him.
Yes.
And you were sick of it.
I believed in him. I believed that he could change. I didn't think that was the person that he was inside.
Well, that was the kind of person he was on the outside, because he did that to you and he physically abused you, and I included black eyes and marks, and you said yes.
That is the truth.
So it sounds like he was that kind of person through and through, doesn't it?
He was a hard man, yes.
Yes, you've described him as difficult and hard, and you were sick of it, weren't you?
I loved him.
That's not what I asked you. I said you were sick of it, weren't you?
I did not like being hit. No, sir.
Well, nobody likes being hit, and you would be sick of it if he did it to you, wouldn't you?
I was disappointed.
Well, my question was, you were sick of it. You'd had your fill of it, hadn't you?
No, I had not had my fill.
Who helped you put Kirby's body where Kirby's body was, quote, found?
Can you say that again, sir? I did not hear you.
Who helped you put Kirby's body where Kirby was, quote, found?
I did not move Kirby's body from where I found it.
You didn't find Kirby's body until you learned that Mom, Kirby's mom, was getting in her car, and I'm coming over there. Isn't that true?
I had been on the phone with Kirby's family since Thursday morning.
You didn't...
Anyone could have come to our house.
You didn't, quote, find Kirby until you knew that Miss Jones was coming over there. I'm coming over there. And then you, oh, here he is. Right?
I had talked to Maddie Jane that morning, and she had permission to come over at any time.
Well, you know.
We had even talked about the sheriff's department on our first call before I went to go to the
But
deer stand.
You never reported him as missing, did you?
No,
All day Wednesday, all day Thursday, half the day on Friday. You never reported Kirby as, I don't know where in the world he is. You never reported him, did you?
no, I did not report him.
If I came to your house, and I've been to your house, or Kirby's house, how hard would it be for me to find the cameras, the security cameras?
They were out in the open.
How hard
We didn't have them hidden.
How hard would it have been for me to locate the controlling devices?
They were, all of our electronics are out, nothing's hidden.
Well, tell me where they are.
For what?
What governed the cameras?
The cameras?
Yes, what governed the cameras?
I was told later that a lockbox or a little box does. There's a plug-in.
You were told later.
Yes.
From whom?
Law enforcement?
Name?
I'm not sure.
Were you saying before the law enforcement told you about that you didn't know where that controlling device was?
No, sir.
It wasn't visible?
No, sir.
You know where it was found?
No, sir.
Is that something that your mother and your father would know?
I don't know, sir.
Cause for speculation.
Did your mother and father know where that device was found?
I don't know what they knew or didn't know about.
Never talked about it?
No.
Okay. When Kirby was found on that Friday, you stayed in that house by yourself.
Not on Friday, no.
You were invited by Miss Jones to come stay with her, and you went, but you turned around and came back, right?
I stayed with Maddie on Friday night when they had the house closed down, and when the house was released, I went back to the house.
And that was when?
Saturday.
What time?
In the morning, late morning.
And then you were in the house from there until you went back to Virginia, right?
Yes.
Did Kirby have enemies?
Yes.
People who would like to see him hurt?
Yes.
You actually heard a phone conversation, didn't you, between Kirby and a man named Ray Palmer?
I did.
Kirby had him on speakerphone?
I did, and yes.
And they were arguing about money, right?
Yes.
Kirby liked to argue about money, didn't he?
Yes.
And they were arguing because Ray Palmer felt like Kirby ripped him off on a liquor store sale, right?
I believe they both felt like there were issues in the agreement. I would say Kirby was just as heated.
Well, Mr. Palmer wasn't a happy camper. He felt like he'd been cheated, I think, right?
Yes.
And he was asking for some financial relief. Am I right?
Ray, yes. Ray was slow in payments, yes.
He was behind,
Yes.
right? And Kirby, rather than giving him some break and some relief, Kirby told him he was going to accelerate the debt so that all of it was due, right?
He had gone that week to the lawyers to call in the debt, yes.
And that's what he and Mr. Palmer were talking about.
Yes.
And then you heard yourself, Mr. Palmer, say to Kirby, in terms of accelerating the debt, making it all due, that's the kind of money that gets people hurt.
Yes.
Am I correct?
That's correct.
Did I give that to you in my question accurately?
Yes, sir.
So Mr. Palmer expressed himself that he felt like that's what gets people hurt, right?
Yes, sir.
Just a second.
So yeah, Scorpion, looks like we both looked up the temperature.
Did you know that Kirby he had a thing about restaurants, didn't he? About wanting to be involved in restaurants.
He owned a restaurant at one point, yes.
Where was it?
Dumas.
Dumas?
Yes, sir.
You know, when he owned that restaurant, did he have he had business dealings with a man named Hancock?
I believe so, yes, sir.
And he had a falling out with that guy too, didn't he?
Yes.
Over money.
Yes, sir.
You recognize Kirby's handwriting, wouldn't you?
Yes.
I guess you have it. Might have it.
That'd be fine. D49.
Friday,
D49.
Friday.
ID.
Miss Spence,
Yes, sir.
I've handed you a document that we have marked as Exhibit D49. And I want to know if you recognize that,
I do.
that handwriting.
I do.
You have seen this document before, haven't you?
I have.
Did Kirby show it to you, or did you discover it after his death?
I was there when he wrote it, and then
Present when he wrote it.
I was present when he wrote it, yes.
And he wrote that as after he had a telephone conversation with the man who's named in there.
Yes, sir.
And that man's name is?
David Hancock.
And David Hancock was either an investor or a part owner in the Dumas restaurant, wasn't he?
I believe Kirby bought the restaurant from David Hancock, but I was not with Kirby when he had the restaurant.
Okay. Well, there was a restaurant connection there somewhere between
Yes.
Kirby and Mr. Hancock.
Yes.
Okay. And it has to do with how much money?
The amount
Yes.
on here, this copy is hard with his, I see 2,500, and then no one was present. We did, maybe that's an 80.
Your Honor, Miss Spence was present when this conversation was issued today to Kirby Carpenter, and she was present when he wrote this note, and we would offer it into evidence.
What was the date?
So June 4th, 2020.
No objection.
All right, that'll be admitted.
So you were present when Kirby wrote that?
Yes.
And he wrote it right after he had a phone call from David Hancock.
They had an altercation. Yes, the drama of this situation came back up at this time, and Kirby felt like he needed to write down what happened based on what was said.
So there was a previous altercation to the writing of that note.
They had a very public disagreement when Kirby bought the restaurant, and this issue with the contract, I guess, about how much money was still owed or not owed happened.
Well, tell us what you know about this very public altercation.
I was told by Kirby that it got very heated and very public. It was all over Facebook, and I believe David's daughter got involved.
And where was
it just was very messy.
Where was this altercation taking place?
I have no knowledge of where it happened. It was just told to me when this happened with us.
So you calling it a very messy altercation based on Kirby's reaction?
Oh yes, he was very hot about it still.
And he was threatened?
Yes.
And because he was threatened, he wrote down what he was threatened about?
Correct.
I want you to read that. Read it to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what this man wanted to do to Kirby Carpenter.
Thursday, June 4th, 2020. David Hancock called at 11:34 a.m., 1 minute, 54 seconds. David states that he had lied on Facebook about the agreement and admitted we only shook hands on $2,500, and no one was present when we did so. He also stated that he was that he was going to see me in the street and shoot me in the face. I'm sorry, this copy. David also stated that he had friends in Ripley that would drag me out in the street just like these something with a P, and shoot me like a nigger and leave me laying. David threatened my life and my family, naming my mother and my father and my brothers. David states that Adam Gates also had inferred to take my life.
It was not uncommon for your boyfriend, Kirby Carpenter, to end up in relationships with that sort of attitude toward him. Wouldn't you agree?
Kirby was passionate and had a temper.
And engendered a lot of ill will on the part of a lot of people, including this man and Ray Palmer that we just talked about.
Like I've stated before, he's a hard man. He was just
difficult.
He was difficult, but that was just Kirby.
I'm using the word difficult because you've used it previously in this case in settings like this.
Yes, sir.
In addition to these two men, didn't you tell us once about how Kirby got ripped off in Memphis in a diamond deal, and he ended up buying diamonds that weren't diamonds.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
And that really irritated the hell out of him. Would
Yes,
you
sir.
say? Yes?
Yes, sir.
And his answer, or solution to that situation was to take advantage of somebody himself, right?
He resold them, yes.
Well, he went to Chattanooga and passed them off as real diamonds, and they weren't. And he got away with that.
That's correct.
And he came home happy that he had ripped the Chattanooga diamond dealer off.
He was happy with his sales, yes.
So he was happy that with the price that he got.
Yes, he was.
He got a real diamond price.
He made very good money that day, yes.
And he was happy about that, even though he took advantage of somebody.
Yes.
And that made Kirby feel good. And the Tennessee diamond dealer later threatened him, didn't he?
I don't know about that situation.
You don't know anything about that?
No.
Okay. Didn't he have a falling out with the Memphis gang that he dealt with? He dealt with a gang in Memphis, didn't he? Drug deals.
That was never addressed with me as a drug deal situation. The only time we talked about that was a storytelling of when he sold liquor to, he called them a biker gang in Memphis when he had his first liquor store in Ripley.
And this biker gang in Memphis, that's the group that he dealt with from Memphis. I mean, he had ongoing drug deals with these people, didn't he?
He told me the story about selling them liquor. That's all I know about anything like that.
All right. Didn't he have a show of arms and force in his parking lot in Ripley with these particular people, where they pulled guns on each other?
I'm not aware of that. I'm only aware of what happened with Adam Gates.
Pardon me? Adam Gates?
I'm only aware of when Adam Gates pulled a gun on him in Boonville.
Tell us about that.
Adam and Kirby had been into it. Kirby had driven by Adam's house, and I'm not. This was around the time of the David Hancock situation. Kirby had driven past his house and flipped him off when he was on his porch. Adam had jumped in his car. Not his car, he was a wrecker driver, so it was the wrecker with the big bed on the back, and chased us down in the Subaru, ran us off the road.
You were in the car?
I was in the car, yes. And then they had an altercation. Adam pulled in front of us and pulled into like a side road where he had pushed us off the side of the road from Dumas to Ripley. And they screamed at each other, threatened each other. A motorcycle came up behind us, and they both separated. I got Kirby to keep driving. And then later, maybe a week or so, a couple of weeks, he had another altercation with Adam in Boonville, where he said that Adam pulled a gun on him, threatened him. There was supposed to be, like, the police, Kirby called the police and called his mom, and his mom was either there or got there. I was not present in Boonville when that happened. I just heard from Maddie and Kirby what Adam had done and threatened.
Have you lived long enough to appreciate the danger of drug dealing?
Yes, sir.
So not only has Kirby had these individual experiences that I've been asking you about, and you've been telling us about and reading to us, he was a drug dealer, and that in and of itself, by itself, without any other consideration, is high-risk conduct. Wouldn't you agree?
Correct.
Dangerous conduct.
Yes, sir.
And he was routinely doing it. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you were describing to us what you now claim that your father has said to you on 2 different occasions, that was well after you were lawyered up, right?
Yes, sir.
You were lawyered up within less than a week of Kirby's death, right?
Correct.
And that was in December of 22, right?
Yes, sir.
And it took you all of 23, 4 months of 24, to come up with the story that you're now telling everybody. Right? You gave a contrary, you initially denied everything under oath in court, right?
We had our hearings, yes.
And you, 2022, December the 5th, you lawyered up, you denied any knowledge of any of this, yes?
I had no knowledge of who killed Kirby December 5th.
And you didn't say anything to the contrary until April of 24.
That's correct.
That's 16, 17 months.
That's correct.
And you only changed the story because you were offered an opportunity to get out of this case, get out of jail. You were in jail for 17 months, weren't you? 16
Yes, sir.
months, something like that. Freeing you up to hold your baby again. Right?
Your Honor, I object to the preliminary question. You don't.
You were given an opportunity to get out of jail and be in a relationship with your daughter because you hadn't seen her in over a year. Isn't that right?
It had been, yes. I was given some visitation while I was in jail.
You got one visitation.
But I'm sorry, sir.
You got one visitation with your daughter while you were in jail.
Yes, 1 30-minute visitation, yes, sir.
So in April of 24, you hadn't had contact with this little girl for about 30 minutes.
Correct, other than video calls. I had video calls with her.
Well, that's not the same thing as hugging her.
No, sir.
It's not the same thing as playing with her. You'd agree with that, right?
That's correct.
Not the same thing as snuggling with her, as you've talked about how important all that was.
That's correct.
Yes? And so in April of 24, you come up with this story that you're now telling everybody. Had never told anybody before then. Let me finish. And that's in response to a offer by the state of Mississippi to give you access back to your daughter.
Objection, Your Honor. Form of the question. Can we approach? Come on.
Yeah, Amber, who had her daughter while she was in jail? That's a good question. They don't really address it. They don't really tell us who had Enola, because the parents, meaning Jeff and Karen, had been arrested. Jeff still is in jail. Karen didn't take the plea until September, so this is back in April. Maybe Kirby's mom, maybe Maddie, I think her name was Madeline, Maddie. Maybe she had Enola. I don't think. Yeah, there was no. No, I was going to say Carolyn, but no, Carolyn didn't want to have anything to do. Well, maybe Carolyn. Maybe Carolyn took her. I don't know. She was. She was in jail. Well, she took a plea. So yeah, so she was arrested, I think, in November, and she finally, not finally, but she took a plea in April. So November. I think they were arrested in November of 2023 even. Hold on a sec. Let me double check that. When was she arrested? I know that I'm pretty sure he was arrested. Let me see this. When was Caitlyn arrested? Unless we have it in our description. We may have it in our description. Here I am looking it up for no reason. Is it in our description? Or else Aaron could have put it in this document. Let me see if it's in there. I know in April of 2025 she took the plea. When were they arrested? All right, let me come over here. She was arrested in December? No, that's not true. I don't think she was arrested in December. All right. Let me look that up. I'll fast forward here. Let's see here.
All right. Why don't y'all go ahead and get those moved to the vault, those items that's been identified there, and maybe before the jury comes back, we'll do that anyway, okay? Yes, sir.
Okay, so she was arrested November 30th, 2023. So they were all arrested a year later. So after that, what's his name? David. What's that guy's name? David Burke. Is that his name? David Barnes. After David Barnes talked, after David was arrested for, I think, trying to set the church on fire, he did set the church on fire. He talks, and then all three of them, so Karen, Jeffrey, and Caitlyn, were all arrested a year later. So this happened, end of November, beginning of December of 2022. They are all arrested in November of 2023. So she's in jail November, like you were saying, 16 months. November, all of 2024, and then a couple months of 2025. So 16 months or so, she's in jail. Who's taking care of Enola? Who's taking care of Enola? Right? Kirby's mom and someone from the Spence family share 50-50. I could see, yeah, that's Kirby's mom is Maddie. I could see that. And then maybe sister, Carolyn, maybe. Kathy says, if it were Florida, the investigation would have been thorough. Yeah, no ME, no cell phone data, even just to tell us. I mean, they could have done a geolocation on Karen's phone. If she says they were home on December 30th, texting with Caitlyn saying, yeah, Dad's here having hamburgers. Why didn't they bring that in? No cell phone data, no DNA, no ballistics, even though I know they said ballistics it's really hard with a shotgun. The DNA, they found his blood on the steps. I don't know. It just seems like there was. I wanted to see cell phone data and the ME for sure. Why we didn't get an ME, I don't understand.
I think so. Throw the jury back in.
I don't know how long they can go sparkling. That's a good question, because with Timothy Harrington, they went like late. They went to like 8, 9 o'clock, I remember. Even yeah. So I think this judge, he was the same thing as same judge as in Timothy Harrington. He may let them go as long as they need. So, yeah, Janet, no geolocation on anybody's phones.
Melinda, I don't think this microphone's working at all now, is it?
It's got no red light anymore. No red light anymore.
No battery.
Did somebody turn it off or did it?
No, I think
I got batteries.
You doing
I
a
think
real
that sound system works.
Send Tippah County.
We rigging that one, we'll see if it works.
Send Tippah County a bill for the batteries anyway. All right. I know some of you are having difficulty here, and I am too. We working on microphones, but when you came here, flagging them down and say, "Judge, make them speak louder," okay?
All right, just got an update. Courtroom Insider just got an update. Jury sent a note that they are unable to reach a unanimous verdict. The judge plans to bring them in to ask them to continue to deliberate. So it's only 3 hours. It's only 3 hours. All right. So I'm going to be very, very on top of the feed. So apparently they're unable to reach a unanimous decision. It's only been 3 hours. They've only been deliberating for 3 hours. All right. So they've stopped the clock. All right. I'm going to stop our clock too. I'm going to stop our clock. And I'm going to stop our clock because the Courtroom Insider says that they're unable to reach a unanimous decision, but they give a note to the judge. But it's only been 3 hours, so I'm going to stop our clock. Yeah, and I can see why they can't come to a verdict. I agree. It's we're conflicted. We're conflicted here. We're about 50. Has the state met the burden? 53 says yes, and 47 say no. So. All right, they're showing the other trial. They're showing the Amish woman, so I'm just waiting for them to kick in the other one. Jacqueline, that's a good question. What happens to the plea deals of the other two if this trial is hung? Mom took the plea and she's been sentenced, so she gets 5 years of probation. Karen. Now, daughter Caitlyn there, okay, here we go. All right. Hold your horses. Let me get us in there. So here we go.
The jury that
says jury is not able to come to a unanimous decision. It's signed by one of the jurors, dated 9/29. He said 2005, but he doing his best anyway. He was 20 years off, and 2:55 p.m. I intend to bring the jury back in. I'm not going to let them off. I'm not letting them off this early. I will. Do y'all wish for me to ask the jury what their numerical divide is? I'm going to tell you now, whatever it is, whether it be 6-6 or 11-1, I'm going to send them back for more. But if y'all want me to ask them what the numerical divide is, I will. But either way, we've got too much time and energy invested in this case to stop the deliberations this quickly anyway. Do y'all wish for me to? I intend to. Does anybody have any problem with me giving the sharpening instruction at this time?
Can I see it again? I haven't had to deal with this.
That's the instruction that's normally given when they claim to be hung up. That's Mr. Creekmore, I'll repeat what you. The jury has sent out a note saying that they are unable to reach a unanimous verdict. I'm going to bring them back in. I was asking whether the parties wish for me to ask them what their numerical divide is, but whatever it is, it's going to be my intention to send them back for more, whether it's 6-6 or 11-1, 5-7 or whatever. There's just too much effort been put into this case to let them off this quickly. I will. That's my intention to give them the sharpening instruction. I keep one of those. I keep one of those in my back pocket anyway.
Is that what you always do?
I always give. What's that? Yes, he needs to be here anyway. I didn't realize he was here. Thank you.
It's the same one you always give.
All right, so just under 3 hours, this jury comes back saying that they cannot reach a verdict. You heard the judge there. We don't know the number yet. And then I didn't get a response from the attorneys as to whether they wanted the jury polled or not. We'll have to see how that plays out. But at the end of the day, he said he will give them the sharpened instruction no matter the divide, sending them back in to continue to deliberate.
Which is the right thing. You always have to do that. I just have to mention, if I were an attorney, I'd absolutely want to know the divide. Would you?
This early? I don't know if I would want it this early.
Oh, interesting. All right,
You know?
let's get back inside the courtroom. There's more action there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I've received your note that said that y'all were unable to reach a unanimous decision. I've got a question for you, but let me preface with this. Don't tell me how many votes you have for guilty and how many votes you have for not guilty. It doesn't matter which way it is. Can you give me a number of how you divide it? Just a number without any direction. Or do you know? You closest one, Mickey, go and tell me. What's your numerical divide? Is it percentage? Yeah, but be careful. Don't tell me if it's so many for guilty and so many for not guilty. Just tell me what the raw numbers is. 6-6, 7-5, 10-2, 11-1. Have you got a number? 6-6. 6-6. That's about dead even as it can get. I know I've asked a lot of you. Y'all got things y'all want to do and places you want to be. But there's been a whole lot of work put into this case. And I'm not going to let you go yet. I ask you to go back and continue deliberations and trying to resolve this case. If you can't, you can't. But I want y'all to take a little more time to do it anyway. We've got a lot invested in it. Go ahead and I'm going to give you a little while longer to deliberate, okay? I'll ask you to continue deliberations.
All right, Michael, 6. a verdict.
Yeah, it's tough. This is one of those cases where I think you and I talked about it. It really could go either way, depending on what you put the most weight on. The credibility of the witnesses, obviously his daughter, one of the more important witnesses for the state, saying that he basically confessed to her. So that's enough to convict right there, but obviously 6 people not buying her testimony.
But I didn't think it was a really great confession. It's her interpretation of, I think he was saying he did it.
Yeah, I would have to agree. All right, let's check in with our guest, still with us.
All right, 6-6. So let's start the verdict clock back up. Let's get it back up. Fire it back up. Verdict clock continues. Get back in there. 6-6. Yeah, well, we were so we were at 55 and 45. At one point we were like 50-50. And then also 51 for taken for the shooting, and then 27% for robbery, 19% for not guilty. So, but just if it has the state met their burden, 55 of us thought guilty, 45% thought no. So, all right, right now it is, Dennis. Right now it's right now it is. Right now it's 6-6. Doesn't get any more split than that, right? Let's see. Get back in that room, jury. Make a decision. Wow, 6-6. That's tough. It's not like it's like 1 or 2. 6-6. That's gonna be tough. Snowcat just passing through. Yeah, 6-6. Those are tough odds to overcome. That's yeah. Melissa, yes, he is in jail. Where are you? There you are. Yes, he is in jail. Yep. Sharon, yeah, going to be a mistrial. That's a big hurdle. 6 people. You got to, either way, you got to convince 6 people. Sparkling says, I would not change my vote for anything. I'm not going to feel guilty for the rest of my life if I have a sliver of doubt. No thanks. MLC, at this point, it's just as likely to me that Kate did it, and then they turned on Dad thinking he'd get off in the end. Pure speculation, but as likely as anything they presented. Right? JMS hung will be hard to switch 6 people. Either way, right? Virtuous, you chose 6 hours. I think I went 2 to 4 hours. now it looks like it's going to be hung. No, Callie, he's in jail. He's been in jail since November of 2023. When in doubt, don't vote guilty. Absolutely. Richard, thank you for this. Just in case anyone is wondering, the Sharplin and Allen instructions mean the same thing. And also, Rodriguez, is it Dewey Rodriguez? Isn't that the one in Massachusetts? Is it the Dewey Rodriguez that we heard from Karen Reed? Michelle, no verdict, and the jury just said they're hung. Well, not hung. I'm sorry. The jury said they're at an impasse. They're 6-6. They're split 6-6. Woke says, well, I'm convinced he did it. The state did a very poor job all around. Scorpio says, I worry about finding someone guilty with evidence like this. I agree. Sparkling, you said 2 to 4 as well. Yeah. No jury questions yet, Michelle. Nope, just that they're split 6-6. Yeah, but they call it a Sharplin, even though he just said go back in there. They didn't actually read anything official. Allie, are you thinking mistrial? Like, do you think it will be tough to convince 6? Yeah, think about it. I mean, 1 or 2 people is tough. Now you got to convince 6 people. I mean, this literally is like, who's going to... Can you convince 6 people? I don't think I could. Oh, right? Tui, right? Tui Rodriguez, right? Didn't we hear that? Thank you, Missy. Isn't that it? Is it Tui? Tui? I think it's Tui, yeah. I'll go with, Tui sounds about right. Tui Rodriguez. Because it's after somebody named Tui, right? Tui Rodriguez, I think that's up in Massachusetts. Tui Rodriguez instructions. Massachusetts, yep. When a jury prematurely suggests that they may be in an impasse, but the judge concludes that the jury is not yet deadlocked. So Tui Rodriguez. So that's, we heard all about that, and obviously Karen Reed. All right. Amber, I wish we could live stream jury deliberations. Now that would be interesting. That would be interesting. Lori, a mistrial is coming for sure. Will he get bond? That's a good question, because if it is a mistrial, I think he goes back into, as far as I know, I think it just is like, it just evens out and he has to go back into jail, I would think. And then the state has to decide. You really thought it was Dewey? Widespread, yeah. Dewey. I think I said Dewey, so. Woke, you can convince 6 people? Let's see. Virtuous says, he's an older guy. Wonder if being in jail 2 years softened him up. I don't know. I don't know about that. All right, let's look up. Okay, if a hung jury, does the defendant go free? If a hung jury, does the defendant go free? No, a defendant does not. Now, this is AI, so Google's AI. A defendant does not automatically go free if there's a hung jury. A hung jury results in a mistrial. Prosecution has the option to retry the case or drop the charges. The defendant is not acquitted, but rather awaits a decision from the prosecution on the next steps. So it could be another trial, a plea bargain, or dismissal. So the prosecution must then decide, do we retry it? Do we drop the charges? Do we negotiate a plea deal? So the defendant's status in jail or out on bond depends on factors like the severity of the charges, the court's decision, any pre-existing bail conditions. So to me, it just kind of resets. Excuse me, and it resets, and he'll have to go back to the holding cell, back to jail, and then the state's going to have to decide. They shot too high. I think they went too high. So Allie, to answer your question, no, he just doesn't go home. He does not go home. He'll have to go. He'll have to go back to jail, and then the state has to decide what to do. Sally, I wonder if hung on all charges. Well, it was just robbery and then the shooting. So, hey, Sakari, how are you? He'll have to wait for another trial with new jurors, or the state could drop the charges, or they could reduce the charges. Maybe they just go for robbery and they plea and give him 5 years or something. I don't know. And then it also boils down to the families. Like, does the family of Kirby want to just let this guy walk? Would they take a plea of 5 years, for just robbery? I don't know. Janet, is there a robbery charge? Yes. Are they hung on that too, I wonder? Yeah, there is a robbery. Lori says, yeah, you agree, overcharged. Sharon, I think. Yep. Sharon, you agree as well. Amber, they should at least offer a bond at that point. They may have, and he couldn't meet it. I don't know. I'm not sure what bond was set. Or if bond was denied, maybe bond was denied, that kind of thing. There was no I looked up, I tried to find some pretrial hearings, and there was nothing, because I was hoping to show that, if we could get some pretrial hearings. Alice, I'm changing my vote to guilty. Just asking myself, why would mom and dad plead out if he wasn't guilty? They had enough evidence. They had enough evidence on mom, and don't forget she was larceny. So they had enough evidence on her to show that she was part of larceny, right? Scorpio, if they do find him guilty, no way they'll give him DP. I don't see that either. Fur baby's mom. I'm not saying he is innocent, but there's too much reasonable doubt. Kel, yeah, I'd like to know what didn't make it into evidence. Yep, I can't see why the females took a plea. Yeah, we're going to listen to Carolyn's testimony next. We have to get through Caitlyn's testimony, but Carolyn's testimony, where she during cross at one point she turns to the judge and she's like, "It wasn't allowed in." So something wasn't allowed in. So I wish we had seen. Maybe his past convictions. I forget at what point she says that, but we'll go listen to that. What else? Michael says some states there is no bond for those charges. Maybe, yeah. Sakari says maybe this is a good thing and state can do better second time around. Or he says for those charges bond must be high. If hung jury they could lessen charges and lower bond maybe. Sharon says they all robbed him. Seems like it, right? Janet, Kirby deserves justice. Agreed. Yeah, somebody shot him. Somebody shot him. But no proof of who pulled that trigger. Yep. All right, let's pick up on Caitlyn's testimony. Let me go back to that. All right, this is Carolyn's. I don't want to play Carolyn's just yet. Let me get to Caitlyn's. She was day 2. All right, day 2. Let's get to hers. All right, so we'll watch just the end of day 2, and then we'll go pick up on. This is Caitlyn's again. Okay. All right. I'm going to pick it up here. I think this is pretty much where we were. It's right as they were coming back in. All right. All right.
Microphones, but when you came here, flag them down and say, "Judge, make them speak louder," okay? I'm supporting that y'all here, so don't be bashful about having me to make them speak up anyway. We're gonna try again. We got a new microphone here. Maybe it's working. All right. You may continue your cross-examination.
Thank you, sir. If I'm remembering correctly, I think where I was. Is that better? Can you hear me better? Is this better?
That is better.
Okay. Better. If I'm remembering correctly, I was talking to you about you didn't come up with what we've heard here today until April of this year. Am I correct?
That's when I had my testimony, yes.
And you didn't give this proffered information until you had a deal in place that gave you freedom, bail, access back to your daughter. Am I correct?
This had nothing to do with my daughter. They don't have control of my daughter.
My point is, you have control of your daughter, and you have it now because of a deal that you cut in April of this year.
No, sir, I do not. I am testifying truthfully, and then I will be sentenced. That is what happened in April.
All right, let's talk about what you just said. Your case, even though you're not in this courtroom defending yourself, your case is not over.
Correct.
The case against you here is not over.
Correct.
And it won't be over until you get sentenced at some later date. You've entered a guilty plea,
Yes, sir.
earned your freedom, access to your daughter, but your case is still pending, right?
Correct.
And it won't be over with until you're sentenced.
Correct.
And you weren't going to be sentenced until you come to court today and deliver. Correct?
After my testimony.
Deliver
Correct.
deliver your testimony.
Mm-hmm.
Your case has been pending since April
Correct.
for 5 months because you're not going to have this behind you until you come and do what you're doing right now.
Correct.
And what you're expected to deliver, you have to deliver what they need. They being the state of Mississippi.
No, sir. I'm to testify truthfully to the facts that I know of.
Well,
I'm not delivering for anyone.
the truthful facts that you know of weren't reported to anybody for 17 months. Am I right about that?
I gave statements to the police as I knew, and I mean, I've had quite a few conversations with law enforcement, with and with my counsel.
I understand. But you didn't get any relief from your situation until you gave the statement that you're now giving.
I guess you could look at it that way. It
Well,
also would have relief if I had gone to trial. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand your question.
You did not give the statement, the proffer. Here's what I got to say now. Until you had a deal giving you freedom and giving you your daughter back.
Correct.
And your case is not over with until you come into this courtroom and say what you've been saying that was the truth all along.
Correct.
So you've changed your testimony in April of this year.
I told the waterfall story, yes.
April?
I thought, yes.
April of this year.
Yes.
And you say you told the waterfall story because you were so concerned about all the Facebook chatter and the confusion, and you just had to hear it from Jeff.
When you're saying that you're asking me about I confronted Dad at the waterfall, yes. That did not happen in April.
I'm sorry, say that again?
When you're saying that April for my to be free to have this deal, that's in that last question, that's how I took it, that you were saying that was the conversation that came up in April of 2024. Again, I'm just not understanding what you're asking me. Can you please ask it again?
The waterfall story you say happened sometime between April and June of 24.
Not of 23.
23.
April and June of 2023.
Oh, okay. Well, that's even better. So the waterfall story happened in April, May, or June of 23.
Correct.
4 to 5 months, 4 to 5 to 6 months after this tragic event involving your boyfriend, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
So it took you from April of 23 to April of 25 to change your story. 2 years.
I did not. I was, after our conversation at the waterfall, I was very intimidated by my father. I was very upset with him. I did not feel like I could come forward. I believed that when we were arrested that my father would come forward and tell the truth. And I did not want to have to be testifying against him. I did, yes.
It seems to me that that's exactly what you're doing today, is testifying against your father about something that you held for 2 years and you only gave up when you got some relief from the state of Mississippi, and you gave it up for the reasons that I'm saying.
I am testifying today with the truth because I feel that the truth needs to be heard.
You testified a little while ago that this waterfall confession or waterfall statement or whatever you want to call it occurred because you were emotionally unstable, you were emotionally upset, and that sort of thing for those 2 years.
No, sir.
Didn't you talk about therapy and counselors and?
No, when you say 2 years, that was 2 years when from the April call to and then when I was incarcerated and we were waiting for our trials and our sentencing and our hearings. It was not 2 years from the waterfall. Kirby's death was in December of 2022, and the waterfall happened between April and June of 2023. And with the text message we had, I believe we could say June of 2023.
I'm asking you specifically about the time period between December of 22 and April or June of 23 for that 4 to 5 to 6 months. You've testified that you put pressure on your father on the walk to the waterfall because you had been so upset and that sort of thing.
It took me 6 months to confront him, yes.
And did I hear you correctly when you said that during that period of time you were dealing with all sorts of chatter on Facebook and you wanted him to say what you now call the truth?
No, sir. In that 6 months, I did not know that my father was responsible for Kirby's death.
Well,
no.
That's what
No, sir.
That's what you specifically said you
Yes,
asked.
in June of 2023, when we had the waterfall conversation, that is when I believe he confessed to me, and I believe that's when I knew that my dad had killed Kirby.
And
previous to that, no, I was with a therapist. I was just trying to take care of my baby.
You weren't seeing therapists then?
No, I was. The
You
6
were?
months after, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And you were upset, and you were saying to these fine people from Pontotoc here that that's what prompted you to confront your father on the walk to the waterfall.
Yes, going through what happened during, yes.
The Facebook.
The months of living together, the situation that had happened. I mean, the replaying of memories, the nightmares.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I think we finally agreed to something. That's the period that I'm talking about, and the reason I wanted to bring it up is because you weren't really that upset, were you?
Yes, I was devastated.
You weren't so upset that you couldn't travel, Miss Spence.
No, I traveled, absolutely.
You traveled a lot to Pennsylvania, didn't you?
I did.
All right.
To visit my grandmother.
And you weren't so upset that you couldn't travel to Alaska, right?
No,
You traveled to Alaska
I did on my therapist's orders.
during that same time frame.
Mm-hmm.
You traveled to Alaska to attend the Iditarod.
I did.
For those of us who may not know what the Iditarod is, it's a 500-mile dog sled race.
Yes, sir.
And you went with your daughter
I did.
to Alaska,
Yes.
alone with your daughter.
Yes.
No other family members.
No.
So you weren't so upset that you couldn't handle that sort of travel and that sort of responsibility? Am I correct about that?
This was directed by my therapist to, at that point, I was properly, I was taking medication that was helping me. I was back to sleeping with that medication. She suggested that for having independence with my daughter and I and moving forward as a single mother, trying to start a new life.
You traveled other places during that period of time, didn't you?
I believe, yes.
Tell us where.
I took the trips to my grandmother's house. She was 86, so we
You've already
visited
told
with
us about
Enola.
Grandma.
I went to Ohio to visit my best friend from college.
Any other travel
I don't believe so, no.
during that 4 to 5 month period of time?
I don't recall, no.
You say again?
I don't recall any other trips. Oh, I'm sorry. Dad and I went to Myrtle Beach when we were traveling back.
I want to know, when you moved from Kirby's house in December of 22,
Yes, sir.
you went to Southwest Virginia,
Correct, sir.
where Mom and Dad lived,
Correct.
and you lived for some period of time with them.
Yes.
And when you moved from Kirby's, you carried with you the largest U-Haul trailer that you can rent.
We had a U-Haul, yes.
A big U-Haul.
Yes.
And you had it chock full
Yes.
of your stuff
Yes.
out of Kirby's house.
Out of our house, yes, sir.
And when you got to Southwest Virginia, you put everything in that trailer in a storage unit.
Correct, sir.
And I called the name of the storage unit, would you recognize it?
Probably, yes.
A1 Storage.
Yes, sir.
And that's somewhere in one of the communities of Southwest Virginia.
Yes, sir.
And that storage unit was basically full of your stuff.
It had some items that I had from our house in Mississippi, and I shared it with Mom and Dad, so we had other items in there too.
You had
we shared it.
Mostly your stuff.
Yes.
Furniture items?
Assorted, yes.
Clothing?
Yes.
Your clothing?
Yeah.
Excuse me. So that storage unit was full of stuff that belonged to you, that came out of the house in Tippah County, right?
Me and my parents, yes.
Well, I know, but your parents weren't moving from Mississippi to Virginia. They were already there, okay?
Correct.
So most of what was put into that storage unit was yours.
Correct.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Including this mailing tube. Am I correct about that?
I'd have to look at it.
May I hand it to you?
Sorry. Yes.
Now, that's a yes to what? What did I ask you what you said? Yes.
You said if it was my things and that mailer came from it and if that was mine, and I said yes.
this mailer is yours, came out of Kirby's house, you're in Kirby's house here, went into the U-Haul because it was yours, even though it's got Kirby's name on it.
Correct.
And there's a reason, I understand why that would be. You and Kirby used to buy such of this either in your name or his name, and the fact that his name on it doesn't mean anything except this is yours.
It means nothing other than it was delivered to our house.
Okay.
Like if inside that is from based on the company name, it's a concert poster.
It's a concert
So
poster.
Yes.
Which you and Kirby would sometimes order, a concert poster, which you and Kirby would sometimes order because he was into music.
Yes, because he was into music, but also to resell. And
so you would buy these and sell them.
correct.
And I'm correct, am I not? To buy this one, you had to buy 9 more, just like it.
There were some, it would depend if the specific one was in there. That must be something. There were drops, and that's why Kirby would buy and I would buy based on the time of the drop and the accounts that you had to have in order to get the early drops.
And that you had to buy a certain quantity to get them.
Some of the places, yes.
Just reference that.
Yeah, Ms. Spence has acknowledged what this is, where it came from, and it's hers, and she ordered it. And I'd like, it's been in 21A or B box, and I'd like to pull it out and mark it individually.
As the next numbered exhibit, or one of the 21s.
21C?
21C?
Just keep it.
That'd be fine with me. All right. We're going to be D21C. Have be admitted.
So Widespread Panic found us an article, and there's a photo of Miss Caitlyn there.
All right, Ms. Spence. You didn't need to go on a made-up waterfall walk with your father to create a story about November the 30th, 2022, because you actually knew on November the 30th, 2022, where your father was, didn't you?
No, sir.
I've handed you, Ms. Spence, a multi-page document, 3 or 4 pages,
I see that.
that contains a series of text messages.
These are from my mother, yes.
This is a text exchange, not just from your mother, it's from you. It's a
Between
dialogue.
my mother and I.
It's a dialogue, a text dialogue between you and Mom. And you see the phone number on there, one of the phone numbers on there that's your phone number.
Yes, sir.
And the other one is Mom's phone number.
Yeah, it says that.
And on the third page, well, actually on the bottom of the second page, you and Mom are talking about your baby, right? And how she is so funny in a certain way. At the top of page 3, LOL, she is so funny that way, right?
I've got glad Bailey could snuggle.
Yes.
So I'm just looking for your LOL snuggle. Are you talking about the one on the third page? Says LOL, she is so funny that way?
That's what
is
I
that
just
what
said.
you're saying?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Then yes, I'm at the right page.
And then the next text from you is, what you eating for dinner?
Yes, ma'am.
What you eating for dinner, right?
Yes.
And the date of that text from you to Mom is 11/30/22.
Would you? Yes, sir.
Delivered at 11/30/22.
Yes, sir.
That's you writing that text.
What are you eating for dinner? Yes, to my mother. Yes.
What you eating for dinner?
Yep.
And the time?
8 o'clock. 8:00:03 is what's on the paper.
Yeah. And then Mom writes back to you, and tell us what Mom says.
She's saying, Dad and I are eating hamburgers in a few minutes. He just got back up from a good nap. He worked hard today inside and out. The hound dogs are back on the porch now. Love you lots and lots.
So as of 11:30, that's written back from your mother on what, November the 30th?
November the 30th, 2022, 8:04.
8:04. So you write at 8:03, and Mom is right back to you at 8:04.
Yeah, at 8 o'clock. I wrote that one, yes.
On November the 30th, and 2022, and Dad we are eating hamburgers in a few minutes, right?
That's what she said, yes.
This is 8 at night.
Correct?
On November the 30th.
Correct.
Dad worked hard today. Inside and out. Implying that Dad is in Saltville, Virginia.
Correct.
Eating hamburgers in a few minutes. Dad is in Saltville, Virginia.
Correct.
Well, if he was in Saltville, Virginia, wouldn't you agree that he would have a difficult time being 800 miles away?
That's correct.
November the 30th, 2022 is the date that the Mississippi government assigns as the date that Kirby was killed.
Correct.
He was in Virginia cooking hamburgers.
That is what the text says.
Your Honor, we would
move this into evidence. Mark, that's another exhibit. I'm sorry. I'm introducing it right now, yes.
No objection.
Okay.
And if we went to what we've been discussing, this is a multiple page document, but we've been talking about page 3 of this document. Do you agree with that?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And if you turn to page 4, you write, LOL, good, after Mom talks about how hard Dad worked and we're fixing to eat hamburgers. You say, I'm glad to hear that. I know you've missed his hamburgers. Thank you so much for helping out so much with Enola. You are the best grandparents. And your dad, did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Your dad is family famous, locally famous for his hamburgers, isn't he?
He makes good hamburgers, yes, sir.
Judge, I may be through. I want to go through what's laid here by way of exhibits.
What's in there?
I want to look at these exhibits and make sure I'm not overlooking something.
Okay.
Just give me a second. Just a second.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Spence. I have no further questions.
Redirect. While you come around, ladies and gentlemen, jury, you may have noticed that some of those boxes with the good stuff in it, the money and silver and gold and stuff, we moved them and put them back in the vault. We didn't want them walking off during the day. If we need them again, we'll get them back. Our deputy was getting that tired of sitting in here guarding every time we took a break anyway, so we put that in the vault. We've got some pictures if we need them, okay?
All right. December 2nd, 2022 is when you found Kirby's body. There was a lady from the Highway Patrol, Kathy Hall. Do you remember talking to her at the house?
Yes, I do.
And you talked to her for about an hour.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
And you didn't have an attorney present then, did you?
I did not.
And an attorney present.
Tammy Hall.
I mean, Tammy Hall. All right. Now then, the next day was Sunday.
Would have been Saturday.
Saturday.
Yes, sir.
Then you get a call on Sunday from Chris McAllister to come in the next day
I think so, yes.
to get a more detailed statement.
Yes.
Is that your recollection?
He asked just to come to the sheriff's department the next day.
All right. Now, I think on cross-examination or when we were first answering questions about that particular time, you said that you brought an attorney with you at someone's insistence. Do you recall saying anything like that?
Yes, sir.
Can you clarify for the jury what you meant by that?
Over the weekend after I had found Kirby's body, a series of events had happened with the family and us at Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday. The sheriff's department had been called in on Sunday. I was over at a friend's house on Sunday before the sheriff's department was called, Kendall Stevens, and I was discussing things with him, and he suggested that I take a lawyer with me on Monday.
Okay. And when you went to meet with your lawyer, was your dad present with you?
He was with me, yes.
Now then, in that statement to the Tippah County Sheriff's Department, all these names that you've been asked about people that may have had, some contention with Kirby for whatever reason, business or otherwise, did you, in that statement to the investigators on December the 5th, 2022, list each and every one of those?
I'm not sure, sir. I know I talked about it with Miss Tammy, the MBI agent. I mean, she went through that with me, so I'm not sure if we did it. She was also there again on Monday.
And that conversation with law enforcement was recorded?
Correct.
So it would have
Yes.
that in it? Do you recall telling investigators at any time during that interview people that might have some ill will toward Kirby Carpenter?
I would think we would have gone over that, absolutely.
And the things that you had knowledge of?
Yes.
Up until that point, did you share that with them?
I did.
Okay. That would have been, I believe, Ray Palmer?
Yes.
Did Ray Palmer have a key to your home?
No, sir.
Did Ray Palmer know anything about where the security camera was inside your home?
He had been to our house once that I know of.
Do you know whether he had any?
But I wasn't there, so I have, like.
Did the diamond guy in Knoxville have a key to your home?
No, sir.
Did he know where the security camera was?
No, sir.
David Hancock. That David Hancock, he was a associate with the Yates individual, Adam Yates.
They were part of the situation together, yes.
Part of the
sure.
situation
yes.
together.
Yeah.
And we've had testimony that David Hancock was about 71 years old and had come to the sheriff's department. You may not know about this.
No, I don't.
And asked how to get his $2,500 from Kirby's estate.
Oh.
Do you know anything about that?
I only know, the only thing I did not know he went and did that, no.
And that Adam Yates, at the time that Kirby was killed, was no longer alive. He had died of COVID.
I did know that.
Okay. And that was the whole cross-examination by Mr. Hill of your testimony about some altercation between he and Kirby. Is that correct?
With David or with, no, I'm sorry, the altercation with David or with Adam?
With Adam?
Yes. I talked with Mr. Hill about what I knew about David Hancock and what I knew about Adam Gates, yes.
At some length?
Yes.
But he was dead at the time Kirby was killed?
Yes.
Okay. Did either one of them have a key to your home?
No, sir.
Did any one of them admit to killing Kirby?
Not that I know of, sir, no.
Who did?
My father.
Do you have, after that vigorous cross-examination about each and every one of those individuals, do you have any concern that any of those people have any responsibility for the death of Kirby Carpenter?
No, sir.
The text message on November 30th, I believe the question posed to you by Mr. Hill was, this is a message between yourself and your mother, Karen, on November 30th.
Correct.
Of 2022. And it indicates that it implies, it's implying that your father was there. But you had tried to contact him that day, and you were unable to have any communication with him at all. Is that correct?
Mr. Creekmore is leading his witness.
Don't lead the witness. Rephrase.
Was this a communication? Who was this a communication with?
With my mother.
I would like to talk to you about the time period from the conversation you had with your father at the waterfall. After that encounter, did it take you a long period of time to process what he had told you?
Yes, I was very upset after our conversation, and I almost immediately went back up to Pennsylvania to be with my grandma.
Do you love your father?
Yes, sir.
Did you love him at the time?
Yes.
Y'all were all charged together. Did you receive, even though he was incarcerated, did you receive communications from him?
I did.
And what was the primary tenor of those communications with you?
That I had to stay strong for Enola, that I needed to be a good mom, that I needed to stay strong through this process.
Okay. So help me understand how you took that, knowing that you'd had this conversation and now you're receiving these kind of stay the course letters from your father.
That I needed to keep quiet.
Did you have any expectations of your father as this whole situation was leading up to this very moment?
What do you mean by expectations?
Did you have any expectations that your father we're talking about the time period from when he talked to you until now, or when you came forward.
Okay.
And I want to know if during that period of time, whether you had any desire for him to do anything.
wanted him to tell the truth. I thought my expectation was that he would tell the truth.
Did you feel like your time was running out?
Yes.
Okay. Now, custody of Enola, you were on cross-examination, you were asked questions about that. Were you immediately reunited with Enola?
I was able to see her during my family's months that we have her, yes. I was not immediately reunited with her at all.
And that's under the control of Chancery Court?
In Pennsylvania, the Pennsylvania court system.
Of a chancellor?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Courts and Province. That's all the state has.
This week we finally excused, we got you kind of
Finally excused.
All right, Spence, you're free to go. You're welcome to stay, whichever you'd like to do with it, okay?
Okay, thank you, sir.
It's 4:13. You got to.
All right, so that's it for Caitlyn, but I wanted to show this first. Aaron found this website about Goliath and the deer, and it's the same website, and Widespread Panic found this as well. So I wanted to just give a shout out to both Aaron and to Widespread Panic for grabbing this. We were wondering about what the where Enola is. And this is this website, Explore Jefferson. So I just want to show this thing right here. Oh, hold on. Here, check this out. There's Caitlyn brandishing a Taurus Judge 410 pistol. Can you guys see that? Here, let me move this up. So there she is on the right. That shoots shotgun cartridges. So it seems like she, and I'm assuming she's got the silver, right? Her arm is around, so she's got the silver one. So I'm guessing growing up in Pennsylvania with her dad, Jeff, sounds like he was definitely a hunter. Kirby sounds obviously he has firearms on him. So I have a feeling Caitlyn knows how to use a firearm, is what I'm saying. So then, okay, so the whole point of this was that, okay, so yeah, they bought this house for $95,000, meaning Jeffrey Spence did. But the whole point of this was that the child Enola is with extended family members. So the couple's infant has been in the care of an extended family member. So I just wanted to give a shout out to both Aaron and Widespread Panic for finding that information. Oh, and then here's the whole Goliath thing. Let's see, come on. Here's the whole Goliath thing. That's part 2. So this is Goliath. And remember Goliath. So if you guys want to read that, it's on this website. All right, definitely don't want that. All right, so now we're going to get to Carolyn's testimony. We heard from Caitlyn. Now we're going to hear from...
All right. And
Give Ms. Cosby. Sworn in, please.
Here, raise your right
see if that mic's on.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, ma'am.
And if you can speak as close into that microphone as possible. All right. I'm hoping that buzz will leave. I think it is this. All right. Can you tell the jury who you are?
I'm Carolyn Aguayo. I'm Jeff Spence's daughter.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you where you live, and there's a reason for that.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell the jury why you don't want to tell the world where you live?
I've come here to help stop what has been going on for decades, but I have requested that where I live, how many children I have, any of that is not mentioned. I have moved several times. Sorry, I've got a little allergy stuff going on. I've moved several times. Once you leave a criminal family, you watch your back all the time. You move if you need to move. You protect in whatever way you need to protect. No social media, things like that. You are guarded. Once you realize that you've done something wrong to the family, you've betrayed the family, you have not been loyal the way you've been raised,
I want to enter an objection to whatever it is that this witness is referring to. There's nothing that has been ever substantiated about what she said. Nothing.
I would ask that you reply to...
It's narrative.
Don't give the narrative. Reply to questions and answers so that we can have time to get okay?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Was it always that way?
No, not at all.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Brookfield, Pennsylvania, a little farm outside of Brookfield, Pennsylvania.
Okay. And who is your father?
Jeff Spence.
Who is your mother?
Karen Spence.
And do you have any siblings?
I have one older sister, Caitlyn Spence.
Okay. Now, I believe y'all are fairly close in age. Is that
yes,
correct?
We're a year apart. She's 1 year older than me.
If I'm remembering correctly, Caitlyn was born in 86? Or was that?
Yes, Caitlyn was born in 86.
And you were born?
The next year.
Okay. Now, normal childhood, soccer, school. Where'd you go to college?
I mean, normal childhood might be a little off, but I mean, as far as I've been in, dealing with this sort of thing even since I was growing up. You know, as far as game commissions that had to come to our house.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Please.
I wouldn't exactly describe my childhood as a normal childhood. Having game commissioners come to the house, having my dad cited for bad business practices.
Please. Everything that's coming out of this young woman's mouth is just, it's trash, Judge. Nothing substantiated, it's all just trash.
Where did you go to college?
Grove City College in Pennsylvania.
And did you finish college?
I did. I double majored in early childhood and elementary education.
All right. After you got your degree, did you get a job in that field?
I did. I've taught for several years.
Okay. Where was that?
So after I graduated college, I went to New Zealand for a short period of time just to see how they did early childhood there. My professors always raved about the early childhood programs there, so I did a little time in New Zealand, but then when I came back, I moved right away to North Carolina. I didn't want to be any part of...
We object to relevance of what goes on in New Zealand that have anything to do with this case.
It's just background.
I'm gonna let that go. Go ahead.
All right, so you moved to North Carolina?
I moved to North Carolina. I didn't want to be in Pennsylvania. I didn't want to be near any of it.
Understood. Where in North Carolina did you move?
I moved to, I first went down to Wilmington, North Carolina, and then I got a job a little further south, so it's a little area called Oak Island. So I taught in a school there near Oak Island.
All right. Are you married?
Yes.
When did you get married?
2014.
And who did you marry?
Giovanni Awayo.
When did you marry Giovanni Awayo?
June of 2014.
Did y'all live on Oak Island, North Carolina together?
Yes.
And what did he do? At that time, what was he doing, employment-wise?
At that time, he was a Marine.
Marine? Now then, did Jeff and Karen, your mother and father, move in with y'all?
Yes, so we got married in June 2014. My parents had talked about wanting to move, with us settling down, and they moved in with us in about August of 2014. They were gonna look for a place down there.
All right, so they move in with you.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have a conversation with Giovanni about that decision for them to move in with y'all?
Object to that conversation, Judge.
I'm not asking for the conversation. I'm just asking if they had a conversation.
I'll allow that.
Yes, Gio has a very big heart.
Don't tell me what he said. Did y'all have a conversation about your mother and father moving in with y'all, being newly married?
Yes, we were.
Okay.
They were going through bankruptcy, so we felt like we could help them out.
Right. Okay. So your father was going through bankruptcy, having money problems, and y'all wanted to help him out. Is that correct?
He had to file for bankruptcy. He had a case with Jim Riddle where he had embezzled $100,000 from his business partner.
We object to anything that's coming from this witness.
I'll sustain that objection and ask the jury to disregard anything that they heard about that anyway.
Okay. Don't add to the question.
Okay, sorry.
Ask the question. Answer the questions asked and stop there.
All right. So, if I understand correctly, you've testified that you wanted your mother and father to move in because they were having financial trouble in August of 2014.
Yes.
Okay. Now, how long did they stay with y'all?
They ended up staying 2 years.
All right. And during that period of time, did yourself and your husband help them get on their feet financially?
Yes, they weren't paying rent. We had given them one of our cars and the insurance on the cars. We did groceries. We were trying to help them get back on their feet, trying to help them recover and kind of have a fresh start. And again, we were just trying to help them.
Was your mother ever employed during that period of time?
No.
Okay. Did your father ever have any meaningful employment during that period of time?
He did not have a job. He had started or tried to start a vegetable farm with a gentleman down there.
All right. So he tried to start a vegetable farm.
Yes.
And did he talk to anybody about investing in that?
He had an investor that invested $20,000 in starting it.
Okay. Do you know anything about whether that investor was able to realize any kind of return on that investment?
He had
Hold
to
on,
take
before
it.
you answer, I think there will be an objection.
Same as we had before. Talking about something we have no substantiation of.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. Don't talk about the investor anymore. Pursuant to the ruling of the court. All right. Now, at some point, did yourself and Gio decide to move to Virginia?
Yes. Gio got a job in Virginia.
All right. Was it with the Marines?
No, he'd gotten out of the Marines.
Okay. You can tell the jury what his new employment, new career was going to be.
Okay. He was going to be working for the federal government in a very similar capacity for what he had did with the Marines, but he was going to be on the civil side now. He served his years in the Marines, and now he had the opportunity to do security policing with the federal government.
All right. So, did you buy property and a home?
When we first moved there, we rented, but then we did buy a cabin in Virginia.
Okay. Where in Virginia?
Orange, Virginia.
Okay.
Charlottesville area.
All right. And is that the property that y'all bought? Is that where you and Giovanni were planning to build a cabin kit for your mother and father?
So, as you can imagine, we lived with them for a while. Everybody was kind of ready for their own space. But we, again, we wanted to make sure they were on good footing. And we offered to, we had 10 acres with the cabin, so we offered to separate off a little land and do like a simple, like less than $100,000 cabin type kit, kind of a little mother-in-law suite type thing, with just having them have their own house though, but just down the lane. The idea was Grandma and Grandpa would be down the lane.
Who was going to pay for that kit?
Well, with them being in bankruptcy, we were gonna, the agreement was that we would get the loan, but they would have to make the mortgage payments.
Judge, and ask you to instruct the jury to stop, tell Mrs. Wyatt to stop talking about bankruptcy. There's nothing in this case about bankruptcy. There's been no substantiation.
I'll give him the state.
Your Honor, I think it's already been established that he was in bankruptcy as the reason that he moved in with Jeff and Gio.
I think the defendant's financial situations is relevant in this case anyway. I'm going to allow it.
There's been no substantiation of any bankruptcy ever with this man, except what's just now come out of this witness.
You can look on the federal PACER system.
I think that this is a daughter. I think she has knowledge of it. I'm going to allow the testimony.
Okay, so we were talking about the yourself and your husband putting the money up for the kit to build a mother-in-law, father-in-law house on your property. With that loan from the bank, certain requirements about construction, were there building codes that had to be followed, things of that nature?
Yes, so in the build, you have to do one step at a time. You have to do it correctly. Everything's got to be insured. All the contractors have to be okayed. Everything has to be a certain way for you to get the next amount of money from the loan to be released. So if you do the first step wrong, like you're already in trouble as far as being able to finish the house.
To be able to go to the next phase and prove that everything was done by code.
Correct.
All right. Did your father interfere with that?
Yes. So he wanted to kind of, make himself the general contractor, if you will, of the project. Well, you have a full-time job. Gio has a full-time job. I'll help out in this way. The problem that we ran into was paperwork. It was all word of mouth, well, so-and-so didn't call me back, or I got this bid, and we said, well, where's the bid? There was nothing on paper, and that wasn't gonna be working because we had to turn everything in to the bank again in order to move on with the next step. So there started to be arguments where we're like, hey, we've been clear, somebody has to write us up. If we're gonna get a well driller, we have to have a contract. We have to have his license number and know that he's insured, and we have to have all of that in order to turn that in to the bank, and then they okay it, that we can move forward with digging a well for the house. So that was the sort of thing that started where we started arguing over things, and we're getting upset at each other because Gio and I were trying to go by the book, and he was trying to well, this will work. This guy's been in the town for 30 years, and he's done this before.
All right, and let's just put a pause on that line of questioning for right now. Can you tell the jury when y'all were home? Did y'all watch TV together?
Yeah, we initially, again, we didn't know that other things were going on. We thought we were doing the right thing. We thought we were helping. We would watch a lot of movies together.
What kind of TV programs did your father enjoy watching?
We watched things like Breaking Bad, Blacklist. We watched.
Soon to be relevant.
Okay. So we would watch a lot of movies, and that Jeff always likes to dialogue. So one of the things, initially that kind of perked me up to this is odd. We were watching a movie, and he said, oh, well, if I was ever going to have to kill someone, I'd use a shotgun, and that's because you wouldn't have to worry about the casing.
Who said that?
My dad.
Okay.
All right, so we heard from Caitlyn. Now we're hearing from younger sister Carolyn. I thought she came across, she definitely came across as angry and upset, totally. But I also just felt she just felt more credible. I just felt like she didn't hesitate. Caitlyn a couple times kind of hesitated, and I don't know. I like this witness. I guess just because of the spice. She didn't bring anything that proved Jeff did
Jeff
any
Spence.
of this. But
My dad.
It's a good question, Deb. Will they stop for today and come back? Yeah. I mean, I think the judge is going to make them come back one more day. Give it some more. I mean, they've only, and I hate to say this, but they've only been deliberating for 4.5 hours. I mean, we've seen 17 hours, 20 hours, days, you know. I think the judge is going to want them to deliberate at least into tomorrow. Like if they can't, like maybe if they go from like 10, because they come in at, 9 o'clock. They come in 9 o'clock Central. So if they go from like 9 until 3, like they give it another 6 hours tomorrow, I would think that this judge would want them to put in at least 8 hours, I would think. But it'll be interesting to see if they come back and say, "Hey, we're still deadlocked." What's the split? Because the split was 6-6. So if they come back now and say, "Oh, well, the split is 8-4 or 10-2," then we know that they're getting somewhere. But if they come back again and say, "No, we're still 6-6," and with Timothy Harrington, they were split 11-1. Remember, at one point, and the judge let them go until like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night. I think I remember that it was a late night, maybe even later. So I think this judge lets them go past the 5 o'clock, their time.
Now, when families sit down and watch TV shows together, do they normally take notes about what's going on?
No, I mean...
Did your father do that?
So, normally people would just watch a show like that for entertainment, but Jeff learns from them.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Jeff learns from them.
How do you know that? Do you
because he discusses everything. Like even with himself, he'll have long conversations. He'll practice things. That's something I even saw in my childhood. He'd have an argument with a business partner, and he'd be pacing the floor that night and
relaying it to some program.
Again, with something like Breaking Bad, like most people would watch that and be terrified. Like, that's not normal life for most people. That's not something like, oh, hey, that was a good idea.
When he said that about using a shotgun, did he say anything about the projectile or the shell casing?
Yeah, the whole idea with a shotgun is it's harder to trace.
Specifically, did he say anything about the shotgun shells? Do you recall?
Yes, a shotgun shell is huge. I'm sure most of you know that. You're not going to be looking around for little bullet casings, and that's if you have to shoot more than once. And that was his comment is, well, if you only have to shoot someone once, the casing doesn't even come out. Now, if you end up having to shoot again, then, at least you're looking for something that big.
Okay. Now then, in general, the condition of the property that you had on the curtilage or the yard around the driveway, that area, I'm not talking about the house or the cabin, talking about the land. How much land did you have?
It was 10 acres, almost entirely wooded.
Okay.
We were back in the woods. And
did you have a gate around that property?
We had a gate that went into our backyard and back into the woods behind our house.
Okay. Now, did tensions arise between yourself and your father about how he used that yard, that property?
Yeah, so as we were building, as I mentioned, some arguments started about doing things the right way. Jeff has always tried to make money off of little things, like, oh, come pick up this tractor, I'm just trying to get rid of it. And then, so he'd bring that to the land, and then he'd try and sell that. So we started having people coming onto our land, like looking for Jeff, and all the while we're trying to build a house. We didn't want anyone in a construction zone where somebody could get hurt. Then all of a sudden we're getting sued.
All right, so it seems like we have some movement here. I'm going to stop the clock. Thank you, Alien. for saying that they. All right, court insider, jury's still unable. All right, jury's still unable. Let's see what they say. Let's see what they say. Let me get us to the feed. So let's see here. They're still on the Amish woman, so they haven't gotten there yet. But Courtroom Insider says the jury's unable to reach a decision. So once they kick in, then I'm sure they're going to take a break. All right, so it's 4:30 over there. Yeah, it's only been 4.5 hours. Well, we'll see what the split is. Let's see what the split is. All right, here we go.
We have some news coming out of Mississippi in the plotting parents murder trial of Jeffrey Spence. The clock has stopped, as you notice, at 4 hours and 24 minutes. And our understanding is that the jury has come back after coming back earlier, saying they were deadlocked at 6-6. They've come back again, saying that they are still deadlocked.
I'm not surprised, Michael. So that first time they came back was right before 3 hours. Now they're at almost 4.5 hours. So an hour and a half later, they're still deadlocked. I think when we learn the split, 6-6, and the judge made clear, I don't want to know who's voting for what, came back 6-6. I thought that could be a tough one to get a unanimous jury.
Yeah, I agree. But I also agreed with his point that 3 hours wasn't enough.
Agree.
Right? 3 hours wasn't enough. They spent a lot of time on this trial, wanted them to go back. He gave them what they call in Mississippi a Sharpton instruction, which is to go back and continue to try to work through this and get some sort of conclusion to this trial. But it looks like after another hour and a half, they were unable to do that.
That's right, the Sharpton instruction, just another name for what some call an Allen charge. Sometimes it's the dynamite charge. And I have to tell you, I don't think I've ever seen a trial, Michael, where the jury is told that at least once. They got to go back and keep trying.
Yeah, you know what's interesting? They didn't want to know how the split was. So had it been 11-1, they didn't want to know which way. But 6-6, it's right in the middle.
Yeah.
So it's like you got 6-4, 6 against. You know where they stand. And I think you and I agreed when he sent them back, it was going to be a difficult thing to turn 6 people one way or the other.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I also think that to your point, you and I have talked about, there is some reasonable doubt here. Like, I do understand why this is a split jury that could definitely do one or the other. As I understand it, Michael, there's nothing happening in that courtroom yet, so it's a perfect time to squeeze in a break so that we can bring you updates from that courtroom just as soon as we know.
Squeeze in a break. All right. Let me go over here. Let's see. All right. Forget that. We're going to come here. Hang with us. Just hang tight there, chat. Gotta do some maneuvering. Just give me a second. Okay.
And whether it has or hadn't may influence my decision about, and that once again I'll instruct them not to tell me which way they're leaning. Okay.
believe that's all of you.
Yes,
All right,
we realize we're behind. Please, no spoilers. Thank you.
Have still not been able to reach a unanimous decision. I caution you again, don't tell me which side, for lack of better words, winning. But what's the score? Has the score changed any?
No.
Score's not changed any? Do you feel that, and I'm sort of directing this to all of you, or not just Mr. Williams, but do you think that further deliberations, do you think any chance of any further deliberations moving the needle anywhere? Any of y'all do you think further deliberations will be any of use or not? Don't be bashful. Speak out, shake your head, whatever you think anyway. I see some of you shaking your head no. I see a lot of you shaking your head no. All right. Y'all just bear with me one just second. Well, I'm gonna let y'all go. I'm not gonna send you back if the needle hadn't moved any, and you don't think there's any chance of it. If it was a 10-2 vote, 11-1, 9-3, even maybe it's a 6-6 as far as you can get anyway. And I want to say I appreciate y'all's service. We all knew going in this was going to be a tough case. It's going to take some of your time, and it's going to be a difficult case. I appreciate your service. Y'all be free to go. If you need an excuse for work or anything, y'all stop down to Miss Nowicki's office and they'll give you an excuse. If you want to talk to anyone about your jury service, you're free to do so. If you don't want to talk to anyone about your jury service, tell them you don't want to talk about it. I don't have any reason to think they would persist in asking questions, but if they do, you get in touch with me or one of these court officials, and we will put a stop to it, okay? I don't have any reason to expect anyway to have any repercussions for your jury service whatsoever. But thank you. If you need that work excuse or anything, stop off at Miss Nowicki's office, and y'all go. Thank you for your service, and y'all have a good evening, okay? Y'all can still have any choice declared mistrial. Y'all consult your calendars about when you may want to whip and in you want to retry this case. I got my wagon loaded between now and the first of the year, but sometime after the first of the year, if y'all wish to have a retrial, I'll get with you and get on calendars anyway.
Yeah, the Tippah County term is in February, and I believe that Hot has that same time. So they have to do a special session.
We've burned through one Tippah County term by this case. I don't know if we can sacrifice another term. It probably needs to be outside the normal Tippah County term anyway. That's just my thoughts anyway. We've got y'all get together and look at your calendars and see this case I want to get disposed of. I'll move something on my calendar if I need to make time for this case.
Can we schedule a time in the next week or so for the session?
I'll be in Lafayette County. I'll be in Lafayette County week after next. No, next. I'll be in Lafayette County starting Monday all week. Mr. Hill will be there. I'm sure somebody at the DA's office will be there. If y'all need me next week, I'll be there all week. Okay.
We'll plan to set it.
Okay.
Plan to set it at a future date at that time.
Yeah, we'll see about a future date at that time. At this time, Mr. Spence will remain in custody at this time, and I'll hear any motions y'all might have. We need to have some discussions about the matters that have been introduced in the evidence, specifically the things of value.
we'll entertain those thoughts. We can do that off the record after we have excused the jury, but we need to decide how we're going to do those things, okay? All right? Unless there's anything else, court be in recess, okay?
All right, so that's that. Mistrial has been declared. They were deadlocked 6-6. There's no audio.
Has put everything in containers and then sealed that container while they've been over the weekend. That's the proper way to do it.
Let's just take inventory of what we got and decide what we're going to do with it, okay?
Yes, sir.
And all right, thank everyone for y'all's patience and attendance here with us today, this week.
All right, so they have declared a mistrial. Mistrial has been declared. Mistrial declared. So now what? Yeah, what does well, the state has to decide. I think they have maybe 30 days or something. They have to decide what they want to do next. Do they retry it? Do they let him go? That has to be his mom. That must be his mom there in the red, right in the middle. Maybe his sisters, right? They look the same, right? They look very similar. Right, I'm thinking those might be his sisters. Boy, they look alike, and that's got to be mom. So now the state has to decide. I think they have 30 days. Richard, can you offer some help on that? It's usually like 30 days, 30, 60 days, something like that. They have to decide. I'm thinking that's mom. Yeah, I think that's mom. I think that's mom. And his sisters, cousins, I mean, those two look like their sisters. But I think the state now has a certain period of time. I'm thinking 30 days. I don't know for sure. Wow, did you see her? Did you see her go for him? Did you see that? Wow. I'm going to rewind that. Did you see her? She did a move to him. Holy smokes. I'm going to rewind that. She made a move to him. Oh geez. She's having a total breakdown. This poor thing. Oh, that's sad. Poor woman. She's not in a good space right now. Yeah, she's having a breakdown. Well, that has to be his mom. Well, at least they don't have the sound on. Yeah, Kirby needs some justice. Oh boy. Here comes the sound. All right, we'll give them some peace. I think we've seen enough. We've seen enough, so we'll give them some peace. She clearly is upset, so we'll give them some peace. All right, so the next thing is to determine after 4 hours and 27 minutes. What's the state going to do? Are they going to retry? Are they going to retry him, I should say? Are they going to retry him? Pretty sure they have 30 days. I don't know how long. I mean, we can only watch so much. They're still on her. She's like falling over. She just fainted, you guys. Do you guys want to watch that? I mean, she just fainted. I mean, she's having a... Yeah, now they pull away. Yeah, she literally just fainted. Jeez. Wow. So now they decide to pull away. Yeah, she literally just fainted, I think. Wow. Somebody get that woman some medical help. Yeesh. All right. And here we were joking about a nurse in the courtroom for Mr. Hill. Poor mom. Yeah, she needs some help. All right. So I did miss it. Sorry, Richard. Let's come over here. We'll go here. All right. I did miss it. No limit in Mississippi. Unlike many states, it's 90 days. Okay. Thank you for that, Richard. Yeah. So they have, yeah, Alien, no problem. Thank you. Thanks for being with us. So we will keep track of what's going on for sure. We will keep track with this. 4 hours, 27 minutes. They came back. They were deadlocked 6-6. And Chris, yeah, how many times did I say hung jury? How many? Yep. It's Judy. It's the court feed. I'm not sure who's the pool camera, but it was on a couple different channels. So that was the pool camera had it. The pool camera had it, and then they were, it's up to them. All right, so let's get to, okay, what's going to happen next? So state can either retry him. They're either going to retry him or they're going to, I don't think he's going to take a plea, because why would you take a plea? Because what happens, well, if I would take a plea only, I would say, give me probation. That would be, I would say, okay, I'll take a plea and give me probation, because I'll go to trial again, but he's going to sit in jail again. They're not going to give him bond again, so he's going to sit in jail for another 6 months. And would you rather sit in jail and get another hung jury? I mean, how many times can they try somebody? Like, can you just keep retrying somebody? I mean, is there a limit on how many times you can be retried? I don't know. Jennifer, it was the mom who was just wailing. She was just wailing there, and she passed out. She fainted. Mary, I hope that Kirby's mom is taken to the hospital. Something has to. I hope they have a nurse on duty at the courtroom, right? Courthouse. Richard, do they usually have some kind of medical personnel at a courthouse? At least a nurse or something, in case somebody starts shooting people or something like that. Is there a limit here? But there wasn't with Karen, so they could keep retrying her or retrying him, I guess. Right? MLC, you can just keep retrying them unless the judge cuts it off, right? To me, do you want to watch that again? I was until that happened, I was going to show that. I was going to show her kind of making a move. Did you guys want to watch that? She definitely to me, she made a move. I was going to show it, but do you guys want to see it? You want to see that? All right, hold on. All right, give me a second. until she passed out and started, having a reaction there. I was going to show her making the move. All right, here, check this out. Hold on a sec. Let me go back here. I can get rid of my verdict clock watch. All right. Oh boy, the courtroom drama, or I don't know, what would you call that? I mean, geez. I mean, we've seen some crazy things, but I've never seen that before. All right. We'll watch. She, I don't know exactly when she does it. So there's no audio, like they cut the audio. So they're gonna, okay, so that's mom. It's called a meltdown. Yeah, I hear you. She most likely hyperventilated, blood pressure dropped, Mike says. Yeah. Care Bear, we don't know. We have no idea. But watch her, I'm not sure when, but she like makes a move. It's probably at the defense. I'm sure it's at Jeff Spence. That maybe he looks over at her. Maybe he looks over at her, but she does this move. Yeah, everything seems whatever. I mean, everything seems fine here. Right there. Did you see that? I'll rewind it. So. This has to be at Jeff. I mean, this has to be at Jeff. Like that. I'm not sure what that is. Right? So the deputy walks by. He may have even said something to her. I mean, he may have even said something to her. I don't know. Right? What do you guys think? Deputy walks by. Everybody kind of looks over. He may have said something to her. Yeah, I mean, look at everybody. Everybody's kind of looking over at him. He could have said something. Yeah, look at her. Yep, she's saying words to him. Yeah, she makes a move, and then everybody's kind of looking over. So he either said something and then she says some words. Right? She says some words. So he could have said something to her. He could have just looked at her, whatever. I'm not going to show everything again. This is where it goes. It goes south. It goes south for her, but yeah, she says son of a, yeah. She definitely had some words for him. Yeah, she calls him something not too pleasant. She says son of a, yeah. Iowa, yeah, her hands were shaking. Let's see, let me go over here. Her hands were shaking so hard, and then it was a reaction to something being said or overheard. Yeah, he probably looked back at her and said, hey, F off or whatever, whatever. Who knows? I've heard that cry before when my sister lost her daughter. That just brought back tears. Alice says, yeah, that was from the gut. That's from her soul. That woman is in torment. She is tormented by this. That is terrible to lose somebody that close to you that you care about. No mother should ever bury your child. Yep. Hazel, I agree. Hey, Ola. Good to see you. Sorry it's not under better circumstances, but thanks for joining us. Sparkling just makes you sick to your stomach for her. I agree. Yeah, her hands are shaking. She either hyperventilated or worked herself up into such a state that, because she was just wailing and wailing and wailing, I mean, it's good to let it out. You need to let that out. But clearly, something even further happened to her. Woke says, so what might this mean for Caitlyn's sentencing? Anyone know? Yeah, that's a really good question. We've been kind of thinking about that. What happens now? And then Karen also, Karen's already done. She took the plea and she's 5 years probation. But now Caitlyn, I really don't know. Really don't know. Don't know. We'll keep covering it. Let me see if we can get any kind of any kind of press conference. Let's see. Let's see if we can get a press conference about what's going on over there. Is there any kind of news? See if there's anything. All right, they're still live. Are they still live? No, they ended as well. All right, so nothing's on the tubes of you that I can find. Let me see if there's Jeff Spence news. Let's see if there's anything on 24 minutes ago, 6 hours ago, 3 days ago. Yeah, if there's going to be any news, it's going to be like later tonight. It's going to be later tonight. I don't think there's going to be anything. Like there's no local channels covering it, unfortunately. It's just all the big channels. So, let's see. JMS, it really sounded like they were going to retry him. The judge said right away to the state, do you want to set a date and talk about a retrial? Yeah. Yeah, the judge even said he's got his wagon is full or something like that, whatever that euphemism was, that he's not available until the new year, but then he said he could change his calendar. And they talked about they burned through one Tippah County term and he's not sure we can do another one. So I guess that's the judges? I'm not quite sure what he meant by that, a term, right? Is that maybe the sheriff's? I'm not sure. All right, Mel, have a good night. And thank you for joining us, Mel. Is Caitlyn behind bars? That's a good question. I think she's still behind. I think she's still behind bars because she was talking about visitation with her child Enola. So I think she's still in. She's took a plea. She's waiting to be sentenced. So I'm thinking she's probably behind bars. Hey, Sheena, how are you? You think, Janet, you think house arrest? You think she is? Well, she was talking about she had visitation issues with, she had video visitation with Enola, her child. So I'm not quite sure. Awadi, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Ola, was it that you just thought it was not proven or is he innocent? There just wasn't enough evidence to show he did this. Yes, he had items that were Kirby's, no question about that. He had items that was Kirby's at his house. There was a shotgun underneath his bed wrapped in a jacket, but they couldn't link it back to Jeff. The only evidence that we had was Caitlyn saying Dad confessed. That was really truly the only evidence that Dad confessed. So clearly half of the jury said we believe Caitlyn and half of the jury said nope, we don't believe Caitlyn. there wasn't enough evidence, and there wasn't enough solid evidence. Woke says 6-6 jury split. I doubt they retry this one. Defense said she is out free, Janet says. I thought they were talking about visitation, and she only had 30-minute visit, and she had video. All right, I could have been wrong on that. Could be wrong on that. Let's see. Ola, yeah. It's I personally didn't see it. We were split. We did a couple polls, and every single one was like 50. Has the state met the burden? That was the latest one. 55% said yes, 45% said no. I mean, that's like a 6. That would be a 8. Well, no, a 7-5 split maybe. Not quite 6-6, but we weren't quite 50-50, but we were probably 7-5. Janet says judge told Caitlyn she could go or stay and watch. Oh, okay. That's true. Jennifer says, I think they will retry one more time. State needs to clean up their evidence. The court accepted the plea and deferred sentencing. Spence was released on a $10,000 professional bond with strict conditions, including electronic. Now, that's Karen, right? Isn't that Karen? Karen pled in September, just now. Just 2 days before Jeff's trial began, Karen entered a plea agreement. She did the Alford plea to accessory after the fact to grand larceny. Alford means she did not admit guilt, but she acknowledges the prosecution has enough evidence to convict her. So she was sentenced to 10 years in prison, but that was fully suspended. So instead of prison, she gets 5 years unsupervised probation. So now you found Spence was released on $10,000 bond? Sparkling? We'll go with that. Her child may not be in the same town as she is currently. That's true. Yeah, if she's with extended family members, she could be with Carolyn. She could be with Carolyn. Amanda, they open evidence without gloves, so how will a new trial work? Well, it could affect moving forward if they wanted to take DNA or if they wanted to take fingerprints. They can't do that anymore. So they can't do that anymore. They can't look at that evidence and try and get any kind of. They can't look at those items and try and get any new evidence because you're right. Well, some of the things they opened up. They were in boxes and then they were in bags. So they opened up the boxes, but they didn't actually open up the bags per se. So maybe that could still be gleaned for evidence, but they didn't actually open up the bags. Not all of them. Maybe some, but not all of them. Yes, Janet, next time bring in the phone expert. The ME, we get it. He shot with a shotgun. It's not going to be pretty. But the phone, at least just to get that out of their minds. Karen was, because if this phone expert says, Karen was in Virginia, then that, but see, the defense should bring that in. The defense should say, hey, my client, or Karen, was in Virginia. That doesn't mean Jeffrey was. Jeff could have very easily still been doing this, but where was his cell phone? I think they should at least show, hey, his cell phone was off. He says it was broken, but there's no data. I don't know. I don't know. All right, so that was Caitlyn. Okay, and then there's an article. Okay, thank you, Sparkling. There's an article about Caitlyn. Okay, cool. All right, thank you, Sparkling. Sorry. I believe that was when she was in jail, Janet says. Okay, so now so what is happening with Caitlyn Elizabeth? That's what we're all trying to figure out. She has a sentencing still. She still has a sentencing. Amanda says they did open the money and they touched it. All right, well then they can't try to glean any more evidence off of that, right? So it's tainted. They touched a lot of evidence, yeah. So it's tainted. So that would be tainted evidence. They can't use it. Woke says the officer in charge of the investigation was wearing too many hats and got destroyed by the defense. He did. Yeah, Mr. McAllister, Chris McAllister, Deputy McAllister. He was also the coroner. Yeah, he did. He got hammered on cross. He did get hammered on cross. JMS says the state can learn from their mistakes from this trial. Also, that they now know the defense strategy. Sure, they could. Janet says, rewatching Caitlyn, I realized how many points the defense made on cross. All right, KS, have a good one. Thank you for watching. I don't see any I don't see any press conferences. So if there's going to be one, it's going to be like a news, some kind of news, which we won't be able to see on anywhere. Let me see if there's any websites that are talking about it. Yeah, just nobody's really covering this. Nobody's covering it. All right, you guys. I think that's pretty much it. We got to figure out what we're doing tomorrow. I have no idea. Yeah, well, we want to cover Mickey. We definitely want to cover Mickey Steins for sure. I would like to cover that one, definitely. Scorpio says, I don't think she'll be sentenced until they're done with Jeff. Right? Amanda, there was no forensic evidence, so I don't understand why they would retry. All right, you guys, we have to figure out what we're doing tomorrow. There's a couple cases that have started or something. I don't know. We got to figure out what we're doing tomorrow. So it's going to be a busy night for Aaron and I trying to figure out what we're going to do tomorrow. So with that, I will say goodbye to you guys. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us today. Be sure to thank our mods on the way out. They did a fantastic job. And also thank Erin. She does a great job. She's posting shorts for us and figuring out what we're going to stream tomorrow. So with all of that, I'm probably going to go feed the kitties and then let them out and have some. Oh, there's little Rafa. Rafa wants to go out. Little Rafa Bean. All right, you guys. Again, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate you spending your day with us, and we'll figure out what we're going to stream tomorrow. And hopefully we'll have something new for you. If not, we'll do maybe another Ego Takes the Stand, or we'll start to do a rewatch. I think we talked about doing a rewatch yesterday. Yeah, I think we talked about doing a rewatch of something. All right. In any event, we'll definitely stream tomorrow, and we will see you guys then. Thank you for joining us, and have a great night, and we will see you tomorrow. Have a good one. Bye.